Chapter 1930, I'll accept it. Chapter 1930, I'll accept it. In the Dark Violet arena, two auras were currently in the midst of fierce fighting. One of the auras was vast like the ocean, being boundless. But the other appeared extremely weak in front of it. However, that weak aura was steady like a monolith. No matter how the tide surged, it was unable to move it in the slightest too. The powerful one had sweat seeping out on his forehead, while the weak one was concentrating quietly, unmoving as a pine tree. Condense. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. The pill formed. Li Danqing let out a sigh. Bowing toward Yi Yuan, he said, "Many thanks for Brother Yi's guidance." This Li candidly admits defeat. This Li Danqing was the powerhouse ranked third in the Dark Violet arena, a 6-star alchemy god. But he was still defeated in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "I dare not say giving pointers, we're just exchanging notes. Brother Li's strength is formidable and already infinitely approaches Dao realm. Just one more step and you'll be able to leap over the dragon gate." Mentioning this, a hint of joy flashed across in Li Danqing's gaze, and he said smilingly, "Getting Brother Yi's guidance is just perfect." This Li had some comprehension and hoped to be able to break through to the Dao realm in one stroke this time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll congratulate Brother Li in advance. Winning this match, Yi Yuan already won 80 matches in a row at the Dark Violet arena. He just needed to win another 20 matches and he could advance to Black Scale." Yi Yuan's winning streak momentum was simply unstoppable. Although these 6-star alchemy gods were much stronger than 5-star alchemy gods and their soul force also many times more powerful, they were still too weak to stand up to compete. One Taion in front of Yi Yuan. This kind of pill battle prohibited directly using soul force to attack the other party. One could only use the momentum formed when refining their pill to affect the other party. Otherwise, with the soul force of 6-star alchemy gods, wanting to annihilate 5-star alchemy gods was simply too easy. Of course, with Yi Yuan's means, even if the other party really used soul force to assault him, he also did not fear in the slightest. With the soul-suppressing pearl around, this sort of action could only be courting death. Yi Yuan succeeded in defending the arena and was just planning to leave when suddenly, a figure dashed up the stage. This was a middle-aged man dressed in black robes, looking at Yi Yuan with a sneering look on his heart. The middle-aged man in black robes said, "You're Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan did not recognize the other party, but he clearly did not come with good intentions. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered with him and was directly going to go down the stage. The middle-aged man in black robes frowned, his figure moving, blocking in front of Yi Yuan as he said with a cold snort, "I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" The judge frowned slightly and said, "Yu Ying, what are you here at the Dark Violet arena for? Are you trying to cause trouble? Don't you forget the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's rules." Yu Ying. Turns out that his Yu Ying, terrifying person. This is a super powerhouse ranked in the top 5 of the Black Scale. It's said that he reached the Dao realm 10,000 years ago. Looks like the arrival did not come with good intentions. With this, there's a good show to watch. The moment that judge opened his mouth, a commotion immediately broke out below the stage. Clearly, Yu Ying's name was extremely resounding. These people had all heard of it before. It was just that Black Scale alchemists were different from Dark Violet. Each one of them was a big shot whose name shook a region, rarely showing face. Hence, the people who saw them were also very few. Now, that judge said Yu Ying's name, they were naturally extremely shocked. It was just that they were very curious why Yu Ying would find trouble with Yi Yuan. Yu Ying said coolly, "Wang Jian, none of your business. I naturally know the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's rules. No need for you to remind me." Judge Wang Jian was similarly a Black Scale alchemist, his status extremely high. Except, Wang Jian's status in the Black Scale level was clearly much worse compared to Yu Ying. Yu Ying's gaze stared at Yi Yuan heatedly and said, "Brat, heard that you looked down on my Springwind Hall and said that my Springwind Hall's elder isn't even qualified to meet you." Yu Ying was also Springwind Hall's elder. Hearing Springwind Hall's name, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He did not say such words before. Apart from Jiang Manor, he did not come into contact with the Springwind Hall's people. Yi Yuan thought of Jiang Hua straight away. It was just that Jiang Hua was merely a measly little Jiang Manner's steward, so how could he possibly invite a black-scale alchemist to come and deal with him? Most likely, the problem lied with Jiang Yuan. Very soon, Yi Yuan figured out the sequence of events clearly. It was just that he could not quite figure out why Jiang Yuan would be pushed around by a puny little steward. Seeing Yi Yuan not speak, Yu Ying was extremely irritated and said in a solemn voice, "You think that by not speaking, you can smoke your way through today?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "If I say that I didn't say before, would you believe?" Yu Ying smiled coldly and said, "Coward who doesn't dare to admit what he did. Just based on your bit of strength, you also dare to challenge my Springwind Hall?" Yi Yuan looked at Yu Ying and said coolly, "All right, just take it as I provoked your Springwind Hall, so what then?" Yi Yuan knew that there was probably some misunderstanding involved. But this Yu Ying's attitude made him very displeased. The other party clung to his view that he provoked the Springwind Hall and clearly did not give him the chance to explain. Then, provoke away then. A mere black-scale alchemist, he did not take him seriously yet. Yu Ying laughed loudly and said, "What a conceited brat. Think that you won a few matches at the Dark Violet Arena and you're very impressive? Let me tell you something. Only by reaching the black-scale arena will you know how weak you are." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "Black-scale arena? In my eyes, it's also merely thus. Arrogant. Too arrogant." Even the audience below the stage were all stunned. Such overbearing words, Yi Yuan really dared to say it. Actually, ever since Gold Arena, Yi Yuan rarely went all out to refine pills. These alchemists all wanted to seek experience from him. Yi Yuan did not conceal his abilities either and would often guide these alchemists to refine pills. This way, the grade that he refined naturally would not be too high. It just basically maintained above divine grade. It was just precisely because of this many people thought that when Yi Yuan refined high-difficulty medicinal pills, he would not be as astonished. Hi+ing as before. Of course, his strength was still the strongest. Refining level 6 or 7 difficulty medicinal pills, it was impossible for these dark violet alchemists to refine divine grade. Hence, at this time, Yi Yuan felt that Yi Yuan's boast was bragged a little too big. Even Wang Zhen's brows also could not refrain from knitting tightly together. After all, he was a black-scale alchemist too. Haha. The black-scale arena is merely thus. Brat, you really dare to boast shamelessly. Since you look down on the black-scale arena, then let's make a bet. How about it? Yu Ying said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Use whatever you can come up with, I'll receive it." "Fine. You and I have an alchemy battle right now. If you lose, scram out of use Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital for me, and you're never to enter the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion again in this lifetime." Yu Ying said with a cold smile. "If you lose?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. "Me? There's no way I'll lose. If I lose, I'll also scram out of US Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital, never to enter Alchemy Celestial Pavilion again in this lifetime," Yu Ying said without the slightest hesitation. The moment Wang Zhen heard, he could not help turning pale with fright. These two people were rare talents, existences who were highly likely to enter the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion in the future and become Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders. Losing any one of them was a tremendous loss to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. No way. Everyone is an Alchemy Celestial alchemist. You mustn't harm the harmonious spirit, Wang Zhen said. But Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Okay, I'll accept it." Chapter 1931, Fangs. Chapter 1931, Fangs. Currently, Yi Yuan and Yu Ying, two people directly treated Wang Zhen as heir. Yi Yuan did not cause trouble, but he was not afraid of trouble either. Since people bullied him to the doorstep, he naturally had no reason to shrink back. Looking down on even black scale, truly outrageously arrogant. "I'll let you take a look today at how strong black scale is," Yu Ying said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Is that so? Then I'll have to take a good look." Below the stage, when Jiang Yuan master and servant were looking at this scene, they sneered coldly without ceasing. How strong Yu Ying was, they were very clear. Even level 8 difficulty rank 5 divine pills, he had also once refined divine grade before. Although Yi Yuan's strength was great, reaching black scale this level, he definitely reached the limit already. Indeed a condescending fellow, this kind of people isn't worthy of remaining in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion at all, Jiang Yuan said with a cold smile. After Jiang Hua was beaten, he found Yu Ying and requested him to take action to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Yu Ying was very devout to the Springwind Hall. Jiang Yuan also looked after him very well, the two people's relations. Hi+P was very friendly. Jiang Yuan said those groundless words for Yu Ying to hear. He was naturally greatly enraged and immediately came over to find trouble with Yi Yuan. Now, Yu Ying goaded out Yi Yuan's arrogance. When it landed in Jiang Yuan's ears, he believed Jiang Hua's words even more. Seeing Yi Yuan accept the bet, Jiang Hua was delighted to the extreme in his heart. Family head, aren't I right? This punk thinks nothing of anyone, let alone me, a mere steward. Jiang Hua said with an aggrieved look. Jiang Yuan nodded and said, climbing on top of our heads, he'll have to bear the consequences. I've already arranged for people to wait for him outside the city. As long as he leaves the city, he'll definitely die without a doubt. As Springwind Hall's elder, Jiang Yuan was naturally not some soft-hearted and benevolent person. Yi Yuan hitting his steward was equivalent to hitting his face, how could he endure it? Moreover, Yi Yuan even insulted Springwind Hall along with him. Jiang Hua was overjoyed when he heard it. Clearly, he did not expect that family head actually handled things without missing a single detail. Many thanks, family head, for venting this frustration for me, Jiang Hua said excitedly. On the stage, the two people were already good to go. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Before this, there had never been dark violet alchemists who challenged black-scale alchemists. The disparity between the two was too great, there was no possibility of challenging at all. But today, Yi Yuan, this dark violet, actually challenged a black-scale. Furthermore, Yu Ying was an extremely powerful existence among black-scale alchemists. Brat, open your eyes wide and take a look at what's called a true alchemy Dao powerhouse. You are still early. Today, I'll have you scram out of the great imperial capital, Yu Ying said with a cold smile. Actually, before this, everyone's estimation of Yi Yuan's strength was black-scale. It was just that the strength difference of black-scale level alchemy powerhouses was tremendous too. The powerful existences among them entered Dao realm many years ago and were not what ordinary people could imagine. To alchemy gods, Dao realm was a watershed, another universe. It was just that Yu Ying did not know that Yi Yuan was already at the grand completion Dao realm. Alright, enough rubbish, if bragging can refine pills, anyone can be an alchemist in this heavenspan world, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Ying's face was black as he said in a solemn voice, what a razor-tongued brat. During the alchemy battle, you have to be careful. Yu Ying's vast soul force suddenly erupted, giving people a hair-raising feeling. Entering a pill refining state, Yu Ying's entire person still failed to show restraint, giving people an overbearing feeling. Very soon, a profound and inscrutable aura gradually rose around the medicinal cauldron. Bang! Yu Ying's aura became more and more powerful, like a fierce tiger, Russ. Hi+ing towards Yi Yuan's territory, incomparably domineering. In the view of outsiders, Yu Ying wanted to forcibly occupy the entire ring, not giving Yi Yuan any leeway to survive. The Dao realm Yu Ying, his imposing momentum was naturally greatly different from the opponents that Yi Yuan encountered. His impact force was more than 1,000 times stronger than others. Under Yu Ying's powerful aura, Yi Yuan appeared to be in a precarious situation. Indeed, it's still too early for Yi Yuan to deal with black-scale alchemist. This is the strength of black-scale level pinnacle powerhouses. Indeed ridiculously strong. Looks like Yi Yuan encountered his match this time. Seeing Yi Yuan's situation, people all sighed emotionally one after another. Brat, don't you look down on black-scale? This is the true strength of black-scale. I want to see how you refine pills still. Outside of the pill refinement, Yu Ying still had leftover strength to talk with Yi Yuan. Under the interference of his powerful aura, ordinary people could not maintain their state of mind at all. Pill refinement did not allow the slightest error. Once interrupted, it was very easy to affect the outcome of the pill refinement. Yu Ying's aura was like tidewater, scouring Yi Yuan's aura wave after wave, incomparably domineering. This kind of alchemy battle was the clash of two people's Tao. But at this time, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and said coolly, "Just this bit of strength really disappoints me." Yu Ying gave a cold laugh and was just about to refute when suddenly, his expression changed. Yi Yuan's aura suddenly changed, an imposing momentum that was vast like the sea instantly pushed back. Originally, on this ring, it teemed with Yu Ying's aura everywhere. But in a blink of an eye, it was retaliated by Yi Yuan. Yu Ying's expression suddenly changed. How could he still care to speak? He used all of his methods, wanting to stop the retreat. But all of his actions were futile. Yi Yuan's chaos heavenly star art went at full power, advancing irresistibly, cruise. Hi plusing Yu Ying like sweeping away dead leaves. However, Yu Ying was a Tao realm powerhouse in the end. Finally, at the last moment, he blocked Yi Yuan's assault. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. At this moment, Yi Yuan was akin to a god. That mysterious aura around him made people tremble. What's going on here? Why did Yi Yuan suddenly become so strong? Too inconceivable. Turns out that he concealed his strength all along. Concealed strength, my ass. It's just that we were totally not qualified enough to make him use his full power. Everyone was extremely shocked. The scene before their eyes was seriously too out of their expectations. All along, Yi Yuan's alchemy battles appeared very cordial. He had never taken the initiative to attack others before. Being low profile for a long time, everyone thought that his strength merely stopped here. But today, Yu Ying was overbearing, finally triggering Yi Yuan's fury, making him bare his ferocious fangs. He went all out. The Yi Yuan who spared no effort was actually terrifyingly powerful. The current Yu Ying was deathly pale, hands and feet all in confusion. He was already thrown into confusion. Under Yi Yuan's dominance, his aura was suppressed to within a radius of 10 feet, unable to break through anymore. Not bad, at least you have some skill. It's just that you're too weak. Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth, another wave of fierce attack lashed over. Pewalk. Yu Ying could not withstand it anymore, a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. His furnace of medicinal pills also thoroughly became useless pills. Yu Ying looked at Yi Yuan, incomparably shocked. Lost. He was actually defeated. He, a dignified middle-rank 6-star alchemy god, an apex existence among black-scale alchemists, actually lost to a 5-star alchemy god? Yu Ying felt like he was dreaming. Chapter 1932, Making an Apology. Chapter 1932, Making an Apology. Wang Jian looked at the small medicinal bottle in his hand, being shocked speechless. Vast Spirit Divine Pill. How is this possible? This is a level 8 difficulty Crimson Fire 9 Brilliance pill. The moment these words came out, the whole crowd was amazed. Before this, Yi Yuan had once refined Vast Spirit Divine pills. It was just that after arriving at the Dark Violet Arena, he rarely refined Vast Spirit Divine pills anymore. Even Void Spirit was seldom refined. Everyone thought that this was because the difficulty of the medicinal pills grew. Yi Yuan's strength was no longer sufficient to refine it anymore. Only now did they know that turns out they all thought wrongly. A big mistake. When Yi Yuan exchanged blows with them, he did not even use 30% of his strength. He was playing around. Level 8 difficulty Vast Spirit Divine Pill, what kind of concept was that? This kind of strength was sufficient to sweep across black-scale level powerhouses. Black-scale level powerhouses, forget about Vast Spirit Divine Pill, even Purple Spirit Divine Pills had to depend on luck too. But Yi Yuan refined a Vast Spirit Divine Pill directly. This disparity was too great. Could it be that Yi Yuan was already equipped with the strength to become an alchemy celestial level powerhouse? Thinking up to here, everyone was filled with shock. Yu Ying looked at this scene in a daze. Until now, he was unable to believe it. He lost, defeated very thoroughly. In merely several dozen breaths from start to end, he thoroughly fell apart under Yi Yuan's tidewater-like offensive. But Yi Yuan refined a vast spirit divine pill. This kind of strength was a summit that was far beyond his reach for life. Yi Yuan slowly came before Yu Ying and said coolly, "Master, please." Yu Ying's entire body trembled, the expression on his face changing again and again. The reason why he made this bet was that he felt that he would not lose. But the result was that he was defeated. Not stepping into L.U.S. Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital in this lifetime, the consequence was too severe to him. His prospects were great, with hopes of entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. But now, everything turned into bubbles. Seeing that Yu Ying did not react, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Lost and still want to renege, is this Springwind Hall's style?" Yu Ying was still silent. It was just that the muscles on his face were twitching. Clearly, he was struggling greatly in his heart. Going back on his word in front of so many people, how did he still have face to meet people in the future in this L.U.S. Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital? But making him leave L.U.S. Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital, he was unwilling to. "Young man, must you compel people like this?" Just as it was awkward, a figure slowly walked out, going up the stage. Yu Ying's expression changed, hurriedly bowing as he said, "Hall Master." Yi Yuan sized up this fatty in luxurious clothing. This attire was just like a TYC or local tyrant. Yi Yuan did not expect that he was actually the Springwind Hall's Hall Master. This fatty gave Yi Yuan an unfathomable feeling. Compelling people? This show today, everyone saw it. Just who is being overbearing? I believe that everyone has a score in their hearts, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The fatty had a face full of flesh as he smiled and said, "Elder, you won't come and find trouble with you without rhyme or reason. This matter has to have a cause, right?" Yu Ying snorted coldly and said, "This boy relies on that his talent that Serpa says people, and so he doesn't pay any attention to people. His words even insult my Springwind Hall. As Springwind Hall's elder, how can I endure it?" The fatty said, "You heard it too. My Springwind Hall is also a major hall of the Myriad Treasure Tower no matter what. Little brother, you insulting like so, probably isn't appropriate, right? Insult the Springwind Hall? You guys want to chase this Yi out of the great imperial capital just based on a one-sided account, truly a mighty show of power. Elder Jiang Yuan, you're also here, right? Why don't you reveal yourself?" Yi Yuan suddenly said in a clear voice. The moment these words came out, the expression of the Jiang Hua beside Jiang Yuan changed abruptly. But Jiang Yuan gave a cold snort, figure drifting out. Facing Yi Yuan, Jiang Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Yi Yuan, I heard that you shot to fame in the Dark Violet Arena, and so I sent a subordinate to offer up lavish gifts, wanting to make acquaintances. But you injured him severely and even insulted my Springwind Hall with words. Where's the reasoning?" Springwind Hall's 3 big shots standing in sharp opposition to Yi Yuan currently, it also caused a stir. Although Yi Yuan's talent was outstanding, his strength extremely formidable, in this matter, it seemed that it was really Yi Yuan's fault. Below the stage, gesturing and pointing at Yi Yuan could not be helped. But Yi Yuan was unmoved and said coolly, "Elder Jiang Yuan, the servant that you spoke of is Jiang Hua, right?" Jiang Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Of course." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then, where is he right now?" You still dare to challenge face to face? Then I'll let everybody take a look at that haughty visage of yours. Jiang Hua. Jiang Yuan gave a cold snort and shouted. But No body answered. Jiang Yuan's brows furrowed and he shouted once more, "Jiang Hua." No one answered still. Jiang Yuan's heart thumped, secretly thinking that it was not good. He still wanted to shout again, but was interrupted by Yi Yuan who said, "No need to shout anymore, he definitely slipped away already." The expressions of the 3 Springwind Hall big shots changed at the same time. With this, they finally knew that the matter was not that simple. What's going on here? Jiang Yuan was somewhat thrown into a panic. He faintly felt that something was amiss. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Of course he doesn't dare to come out and confront face to face. This matter, as long as you and I meet, he'll have nowhere to hide. Elder Jiang, Yu, an exalted Springwind Hall elder, was actually wrapped around a servant's little finger, and even caused such a big scene, truly laughable. That Hall Master's expression also changed slightly, knowing that they might really have been tricked by someone today. Frowning, he asked, "Little friend Yi, what in the world is going on?" Yi Yuan did not hide it either, roughly narrating the situation of going to the Jiang Manor that day, making the three people's faces change abruptly. It's also very simple to want to prove this matter. As long as Elder Jiang goes to the gatehouse to inquire about it, I believe that it will be clear at a glance. As for saying that I injured him and insulted the Springwind Hall, there was no such thing. Because since that day, I never saw him again, Yi Yuan said. Jiang Yuan's knuckles cracked from clenching, his jaws tightly clenched. Clearly, he was already enraged to the extreme. He did not expect that he, a dignified hall elder, actually became a blade in a servant's hand. And this blade did not just slash himself, it even wounded the Springwind Hall. Today, even Hall Master came forward in person. Springwind Hall could be said to have lost face all the way to their granny's house. He wished to slice and dice Jiang Hua up right now. Yu Ying's expression was similarly livid. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Since that's the case, why did you admit it readily?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "If I said it back then, would you believe?" Yu Ying could not help choking when he heard that, only then recalling that Yi Yuan had indeed asked him before, but he shoved it back readily. Even if Yi Yuan explained, he would not believe it at all either. He would only think that Yi Yuan was denying it. About this, Yi Yuan was naturally well aware of it, so he completely could not be bothered to explain too. When explaining without strength, everything was feeble. Strength was the king's path. He made Yu Ying submit, then came forward to explain. The persuasiveness was naturally much stronger. At this time, the Hall Master suddenly cupped his fists at Yi Yuan and said, "Little friend Yi, this matter was all my Springwind Hall's fault. I apologize to you on behalf of Elder Yu and Elder Jian." Chapter 1933, Entire City Shocked. Chapter 1933, Entire City Shocked. Hall Master Mu Feng actually apologized to Yi Yuan. Truly remarkable. Hall Master Mu Feng is a peak true God realm peerless powerhouse, and yet he actually apologized to a celestial deity realm junior. What the hell do you know? Yi Yuan utterly defeated Yu Ying. His strength can likely enter alchemy celestial class SS already. That's a figure on the same level as Hall Master Mu Feng. Such a figure, it's not good for Hall Master Mu Feng to offend either. Let alone that this matter was Springwind Hall's fault in the first place. The Hall Master's action caused a stir in the crowd. Mu Feng's position was at that pinnacle-most level in LUS Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital. Other people could not even meet him. If it were others, even if it was the Springwind Hall's fault, it was also impossible for him to lower his head and admit fault. But who knew that he actually admitted fault to a celestial deity realm junior? Hall Master, Yu Ying and Jiang Yuan, two people turned pale with fright and were just about to speak, but they were stopped by Mu Feng with a gesture. The two people had ashamed faces, hanging their heads in shame. The mess was caused by them but needed Hall Master to clean up their mess. Yi Yuan looked at the fatty and said with a smile, "Whether Elder Yu leaves or not isn't important to me. But Springwind Hall's overbearingness, this Yi has had a taste of it. Since Lord Hall Master personally spoke up today, this Yi naturally doesn't have the reason to pester endlessly. This matter ends here." Yi Yuan knew his limitations, he was merely a celestial deity realm junior in the end. Mu Feng made an apology to him in front of so many people, he naturally could not possibly latch onto Yu Ying and not let go. It was just that he already had bad blood toward Springwind Hall in his heart. Regarding Mu Feng's show of goodwill, he did not buy it. This matter also merely stopped here. Toward Springwind Hall, Yi Yuan felt disinclined to have any favorable impression. Regardless of whether it was Jiang Hua or Yu Ying, the impression left on Yi Yuan was really too deep. The Hall Master was still all smiles, seemingly taking no notice of Yi Yuan's attitude as he said smilingly, "Little friend Yi is broad-minded, Springwind Hall is endlessly grateful. Elder Yu, Elder Jiang, Why haven't you thanked little friend Yi? When the two heard that, they hurriedly gave a bow. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly, considered to have answered. No one could have expected that a huge conflict was resolved just like that. Let alone did they imagine that a colossal spring-wind hall actually apologized to a celestial deity rel. Yi Yuan and Yu Ying's battle spread throughout the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion at the fastest speed. It even spread throughout L.U.S. Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital. After that, Yi Yuan's background was already dug out. The entire city was shocked. Previously, there were many conjectures about Yi Yuan. Some said that he came from some heavenly emperor Bodhimanda, some said that he came from a reclusive great family. Some even said that he was linked in many ways to medicine ancestor. It was just that no one thought that Yi Yuan merely came from a measly little imperial city. Digging further, he even only came out of a tiny little county. An alchemist without the slightest background only used a short 1,000 over years to one-shot a black-scale alchemist. This talent simply startled heaven and earth and even made gods and ghosts weep. For some time, Yi Yuan became the target that countless alchemists looked up to. In the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, several Alchemy Celestial Class SS powerhouses were similarly incomparably shocked. Especially Chen Chang, he already did not know what kind of words to use to describe the shock in his heart. Could it be that that exquisite jade heart recovery pill was really refined by him? A 5-star alchemy god refining a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill, this. How is this possible? Chen Chang felt that his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. Although there were faintly some guesses previously, he actually did not really believe it. Firstly, Yi Yuan's performance in the Dark Violet arena gradually leveled out. Secondly, this sort of thing was too fantastical. But Yi Yuan refined a level 8 medicinal pill now, and he even actually refined a vast spirit divine grade. Then reaching divine grade for level 9 difficulty did not seem to be something hard to comprehend. A hint of surprise flashed across in Chen Yu's gaze as he said, in that case, he already has the qualifications to enter the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Most likely, in regards to the refinement of rank 5 divine pills, we're not a match for him. When the few people heard that, they all exchanged glances. Divine grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill, which of them could refine it in one stroke? Unless it was like a blind cat ping into a dead rat, otherwise, there was no chance at all. But Yi Yuan refined one. A 5-star Alchemy Celestial Pavilion entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, they felt that it was very strange no matter how they thought about it. Chen Chang was speechless. Recalling back then at the 100 Herb gathering, he even urged Yi Yuan with sincere words and earnest wishes. It was really laughable to the extreme. He discovered that Yi Yuan did not have the impulsiveness that he should have at this age, but appeared extremely modest instead. If it were a young man who had Yi Yuan's talent being wronged by someone who said that the medicinal pill was not refined by him, they would have long exploded. But Yi Yuan did not. Not only did he not, he even accepted his suggestion very humbly. If Yi Yuan confronted him back then and refined pills in front of everyone, then his old face would really have nowhere to put. Recalling it now, Chen Chang was actually full of gratitude and admiration towards Yi Yuan in his heart. Young in age, but had such breadth of mind, this was not what ordinary people could do. Alchemy Celestial Pavilion hasn't added new members in 100,000 years already, right? It's also time that a new member joins. Yi Yuan entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion is absolutely an excellent thing to us and to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, Chen Chang said. Chen Yu also nodded and said, this boy's future prospects are limitless. Him joining the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion will only make the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's reputation grow. Third, Jiang Yuan slightly used strength. Jiang Hua knelt in front of Yi Yuan. Younger brother Yi, I'm really sorry about it. It was this Jiang who failed in disciplining and almost caused a catastrophe. Today, I brought this scoundrel in front of you to await your sentencing. Jiang Yuan cupped his fists and said to Yi Yuan. That day, after Jiang Hua left the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, he wanted to slink off. It was just a pity that the Springwind Hall's power and influence were too great. If they really mobilized the whole hall's strength to capture a celestial deity realm, how could there be a chance for him to escape? Several days later, Jiang Hua was captured in a commoner's house. Today, Mu Feng and Jiang Yuan escorted Jiang Hua to Joyful Aroma residence, delivering him in front of Yi Yuan. Jiang Hua's eyes were full of despair. He crawled over towards Yi Yuan and kowtowed repeatedly as he said, "Lord Yi Yuan, spare me. It was all this lowly one who had eyes but couldn't see. It was all this lowly one who had eyes but couldn't see." Yi Yuan looked at Jiang Hua and said coolly, "That day, at the gatehouse, it was originally not a major issue that you blocked me outside the door. If you don't let me meet Elder Jiang, then I'll use my own means to meet Elder Jiang. But you never should have made people go and kill me. Since you had killing intent aroused, that's a situation where one of us has to die. How do you want me to spare you?" When Jiang Hua heard that, he said with a look of despair, "Lord Yi Yuan, this lowly one knows his mistake. This lowly one really knows his mistake. I beg you to spare this lowly one." Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said to Jiang Yuan indifferently, "Elder Jiang, you brought the person over, do with him as you will." Jiang Yuan also hated Jiang Hua to the bones and said in a cold voice, "Jiang Hua, I treated you well for so many years, but who knew that you actually repaid kindness with Ingrat? 1-2. You were so malicious in your motives, nearly causing me to be doomed eternally. Today, if I don't kill you, it's hard to dispel this hatred." Jiang Hua still wanted to say something when Jiang Yuan smacked a palm toward his head, striking him dead. Chapter 1934, Springwind Hall's Methods. Chapter 1934, Springwind Hall's Methods. Younger brother Yi, this matter was all my fault. This Jiang apologizes to you again here. I know that killing this DAMN thing isn't sufficient to appease younger brother Yi's wrath either, and so I specially brought some gifts as compensation. As he said, Jiang Yuan clapped his hands. Several servants carried a big pile of things up. "Younger brother Yi, this is the list of gifts. Please kindly accept them." As he said, Jiang Yuan handed over a long red list. Looking at the appearance, there were probably no less than 100 items on it. When Ning Tianping saw Yi Yuan nod his head, he went forward to receive the list. Sweeping his gaze through, he could not help being flabbergasted. Terrific fellow, this guy, was called he who had wealth speaks louder than others. The gifts on the list, not one was not a treasure, worth several cities. Ning Tianping marveled at Springwind Hall's extravagance in his heart. Of course, he marveled even more at his own lord's impressiveness. Such a major hall like the Springwind Hall actually rushed to come and apologize. Putting aside killing Jiang Hua, they even compensated with so many things. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Then this you will thank Elder Jiang." Jiang Yuan hurriedly said, "Not at all. This Jiang still has to thank younger brother Yi for being magnanimous and letting bygones be bygones." Yi Yuan said coolly, "All right, this matter ends here, you and I are squared. Hall Master Mu, Elder Jiang, please." Although Yi Yuan had not entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion yet, everyone knew that this was already a sure bet. The status of an Alchemy Celestial Elder was a very special influence above that of the various major Hall Masters. Hence, Yi Yuan had this confidence now. The current Yi Yuan already did not need to cooperate with Springwind Hall anymore. In reality, the Hall Masters of Lus Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital's other three major Myriad Treasure Tower halls already sent people to get into contact with Yi Yuan. Not just the three major halls, some other major forces also racked their brains, wanting to work together with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had long let out the news. With his current ident. One tie, the forces that wanted to cooperate with him could be easily found. He naturally had no need to work together with the Springwind Hall that he had a grudge with anymore. Seeing Yi Yuan directly send them out, Jiang Yuan's expression could not help changing. They delivered such a big gift, it was naturally not just to make up with Yi Yuan so simple. Hearing that Yi Yuan let out the news concerning people's interest in collaborating with him, Jiang Yuan wished to kill Jiang Hua 1,000 times over. This DAMN thing really bungled matters. With Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength, this sort of cooperation would absolutely be greatly beneficial to the Springwind Hall. What did some spirit medicines count for? What was truly hard to seek were high-quality medicinal pills. A level 8 difficulty vast spirit divine pill, the value was thousands of times, even 10,000 times of the spirit medicines itself. More importantly, this quality of medicinal pills, barely anyone could refine it. As long as they cooperated with Yi Yuan, Springwind Hall would be equivalent to monopolizing the market of high-quality medicinal pills. Whoever wanted to request for pills would have to go through their Springwind Hall. This way, their Springwind Hall's status would soar, flinging the other halls far behind. This significance was out of the ordinary. Sadly, it was all ruined by Jiang Hua that Bastard originally in a favorable position, but now, it was far away in the horizon. Jiang Yuan looked at Mu Feng rather anxiously, but the fatty hall master smiled slightly and said, "Little friend Yi, I actually came today because I wanted to introduce you to someone." This fatty had a smiling face all day long, but Yi Yuan could sense that he was a formidable character. Not talking about other things, for this fatty to be able to apologize to him in front of so many people, this was not what ordinary people could do. After all, his ident. One Tai was not ordinary. If not for Mu Feng's attitude, Yi Yuan also would not possibly drop this matter easily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hall Master Mu, your honorable hall and this Yi's affairs are already squared. This Yi doesn't wish to have any more ties with your honorable hall." Hall Master Mu's good intentions, this Yi appreciates it, but as for getting to know this person, best forget about it. Springwind Hall's overbearing style, Yi Yuan had already experienced it many times. No matter what Mu Feng did, that unpleasantness in Yi Yuan's heart was not so easy to wipe away. But Mu Feng smiled and said, "Little friend Yi, don't refuse me so quickly. This person, you definitely want to become acquainted." Yi Yuan was just about to refuse once more, but two figures walked right over. Yi Yuan. The arrival was all smiles, his aged face even seemingly much younger. "Brother Xiao? You?" Yi Yuan was surprised. The arrival was none other than precisely Xiao Feng. There was also a white-haired old man who came over together with him. A few days ago, Xiao Feng suddenly said that he had business and immediately left. But today, he brought back an old man. Yi Yuan, Xiao Feng was somewhat abashed, seemingly having a bone in his throat. Mu Feng smiled and said, "Little friend Yi, let me reintroduce to you. Xiao Feng is our Springwind Hall's high-level protector now. Also, this Mr. Lu Zhe is presently also my Springwind Hall's elder." Yi Yuan immediately understood. This fatty indeed had ulterior motives. But Yi Yuan was also filled with emotions at this fatty's impressive methods, to actually think of making a move on the Xiao Feng by his side. Xiao Feng was merely a measly little low-level deacon. There was still a distance of 108,000 miles away from being a protector. High-level protector, that was a position that only celestial deity realms could take on. Xiao Feng could be said to have ascended to the heavens in one step. Yi Yuan finally knew why Xiao Feng was embarrassed. Said. Turns out that he accepted Springwind Hall's arrangements and was afraid that Yi Yuan would be unhappy. That was why he would be like this. However, Mu Feng's method, he really did not have any temper. Yi Yuan understood Xiao Feng's feelings toward Springwind Hall. Although he was on very friendly terms with him, his sense of belonging to Springwind Hall was also extremely strong. One could say that Springwind Hall was his home. Moreover, there was even a Lu Zhe who was conveniently brought along. Now, with this layer of relations, HI plus P, apart from choosing Springwind Hall, who else could Yi Yuan choose? Who? Congratulations to Brother Xiao on your promotion. Yi Yuan pays respect to Elder Lu. The matter previously, thank you very much, Elder Lu, Yi Yuan said and clasped his hands. Within reason and favor, Yi Yuan owed Lu Zhe a favor. He had always remembered it in his heart. Lu Zhe hurriedly said, "Master Yi is too courteous, it was merely the effort of lifting a finger. Furthermore, this old man's face is meager and can't be of much help. I've incurred Master Yi's ridicule." Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai, Lu Zhe had long learned about it from Xiao Feng. In front of Yi Yuan, he naturally did not dare to take advantage of his seniority. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's not that Elder Lu didn't have the prestige, but it was just a despicable villain blocking the path." I have several medicinal pills here. Elder Lu, please kindly accept them. As he said, Yi Yuan took out several small bottles and Pares said them over. Elder Lu's expression could not help changing drastically when he saw and hurriedly turned it down. I can't accept rewards without making any contributions. Master Yi, these medicinal pills are too precious. Yi Yuan could tell that this Elder Lu had death qi revolving around his face. Clearly, his longevity was almost depleted, so he gave him some longevity-extending medicinal pills. With Yi Yuan's means, what he took out was naturally not ordinary goods. How could Lu Zhi dare accept it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder Lu, disregarding that you've helped me before, Brother Xiao and I regard each other as brothers. You're his master, and naturally also this Yi's senior. If you don't accept it, that's looking down on this Yi. Only when Xiao Feng heard this did his heart ease up, knowing that Yi Yuan did not get angry. He also urged, Master, accept it. Lu Zhi saw that Yi Yuan already put it like this and could only accept it. Chapter 1935, Challenging the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Chapter 1935, Challenging the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Hall Master Mu truly played a good hand. There was only Mu Feng and Yi Yuan left inside the hall. Yi Yuan looked at the other party and spoke those words with a cold smile. Mu Feng smiled and said, Little friend, ye calm your anger. This matter was this Mu's fault, hence, this Mu apologizes to you first. Yi Yuan drank a mouthful of tea and said coolly, What mistake did Hall Master Mu do? I still have to thank Hall Master Mu. Mu Feng smiled and said, I know that the other few Hall Masters have already come to find little friend Yi. Our Springwind Hall has also indeed offended you. But speaking of which, actually, the incident that little friend Yi encountered, it would likely have happened regardless of which hall. But our Springwind Hall is the most closely connected with little friend Yi. The obstacles will also be fewer when cooperating together, isn't it so? This point, Yi Yuan was naturally well aware of it. It was just that if it happened, there was no if. If his strength was inadequate, wouldn't he have died at Jiang Hua's hands? Letting Xiaofeng assume the post of a protector is naturally looking on the account of little friend Yi's face. But it's also not entirely because so. I plan on having Xiaofeng reside in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City permanently, specifically be in charge of the matters of cooperation. Letting him be in charge of this matter is naturally the most suitable. I wonder what little friend Yi thinks about this. Hearing this, Yi Yuan could not help being moved. Heavenly Eagle cooperating with Myriad Treasure Tower, no matter who was sent, all sorts of friction could not be avoided. Each serving their own master, this was unavoidable. But if this person was Xiao Feng, it was naturally a different matter. Seeing that Yi Yuan was moved, Mu Feng smiled again and said, Furthermore, little friend Yi and our Springwind Hall are deeply connected. That Xie Jingyi and Liang Wanru are also under my Springwind Hall's name at present too. I've understood the situation, their talents are both pretty good, I plan on fetching them to the great imperial capital and heavily groom them. Yi Yuan looked at Mu Feng with a solemn look. Mu Feng still had a smile on his face. Suddenly, Yi Yuan beamed and said, Hall Master Mu's terms make me unable to refuse. Yi Yuan had to admit that this Mu Feng was a formidable character. Not that his martial prowess was very high, but he also grasped human nature rather accurately. This fellow already had a clear insight of his personality. The other various major forces all thought of using various kinds of superior terms to move him, but Mu Feng was different. He discerned that Yi Yuan regarded the people around him very highly. His regard for his friends even surpassed his pursuit of benefits. Otherwise, Yi Yuan also would not have flicked his sleeves and left at the Jiang Manor. Yi Yuan was naturally displeased with Mu Feng acting first and reporting afterward, but he was happier for Xiao Feng. At least with this ident. One tie, he could also straighten his back in the Springwind Hall. Mu Feng also smiled and said, Little friend Yi, a pleasure to be working with you. You rest assured, I'll give Xiao Feng the highest authority. Whatever spirit medicines little friend Yi requires, as long as our Springwind Hall can get them, everything can be discussed. Yi Yuan nodded and said smilingly, Okay, let's have a good cooperation. The The dark violet arena storm Pares said very quickly. What astonished everyone was that Yi Yuan actually chose to cooperate with the Springwind Hall in the end. The various major forces could only sigh and lament. But what everyone paid attention to more was just how far Yi Yuan could walk in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion was not an easy thing. 4 black-scale alchemists to want to enter the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, they had to defeat 3 Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders. This difficulty was simply too great. Alchemy Celestial level powerhouses, each one was a Dao realm powerhouse. The might of their alchemy Dao strength, ordinary people could not imagine it at all. People should not look at how Yu Ying was at the Dao realm. In front of alchemy celestial level powerhouses, he completely could not stand up to the compet. 1 Taion. Everyone did not know the little interlude that happened at the 100 Herb gathering, so everyone also did not have a direct understanding of Yi Yuan's strength. In reality, even Chen Chang himself also did not know Yi Yuan's limits. The various major forces losing the cooperation, each and every one of them was deriving pleasure from other people's misfortune, waiting to see Springwind Hall make a fool of themselves. Time Pares said very quickly. In a twinkle, 2 months Pares said. Yi Yuan overcame all the difficulties along the way, rising from dark violet to black scale, and also obtained 30 straight wins in black scale, finally obtaining the opportunity to challenge Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders. The black scale arena was different from the dark violet arena. The number of black scale level powerhouses was far fewer than dark violet. Furthermore, the strengths of black scale level powerhouses were all the more closer. Wanting to obtain consecutive wins was doubly difficult in the first place. But Yi Yuan still made a clean sweep along the way. Even Yu Ying was instantly defeated in front of him, so how many could be his match? Finally, the time to challenge Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders arrived. On this day, there were streams of people. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had 15 elders. Apart from 2 that were currently in terminal seclusion, the other 13 all turned up. Quite a few came a long way from other places, for the sake of today's challenge. Chen Chang looked at Yi Yuan, a rueful look. He did not expect that this day arrived so quickly. Dealing with Yi Yuan, he had no confidence at all. Yi Yuan, you obtained the chance to challenge Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders. Now, you can choose the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders that you want to challenge. Chen Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan said, Elder Chen Yu, Yi Yuan has a presumptuous request, wonder if the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion can permit it or not. Chen Yu was puzzled, but still nodded and said, let's talk about it. Yi Yuan said, the 3 elders that I want to challenge are respectively you, Master Chen Chang, as well as Master Xiao Zhan. I wonder if it's allowed. The moment these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Is there a mistake? These 3 are the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's publicly recognized strongest 3 elders. Yi Yuan is actually going to challenge the 3 of them. This guy is really a madman. Isn't it said that persimmons have to pick soft ones to knead? He's picking a stone to knead. Arriving at the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion for such a long time, Yi Yuan naturally had some understanding of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders' strength too. The 3 people that he challenged were precisely the strongest 3 among the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders. Xiao Zhan came from another great imperial capital. His alchemy Dao strength was not the least bit inferior compared to Chen Chang too. However, Chen Yu felt bitter in his heart. The thing that he did not wish to see the most still happened. Other people challenging the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, that was all finding the weakest elders. But Yi Yuan failed to show restraint and directly challenged the 3 of them. The most important thing was that he did not have any confidence in beating Yi Yuan. The matter that Chen Chang spoke of, Chen Yu had long already known about it. That level of divine-grade divine pill, he did not have confidence in refining it. The 3 of them were all old fellows who had become famous for 1,000,000 years. Ever since entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, they had never been defeated before. But today, they encountered a troublesome target. If they lost, it would also be Embarrass Singh. Either way, Yi Yuan entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion was already set in stone. How great would it be to challenge those weak ones? Chen Yu nursed a bitter grudge in his heart. You naturally can. What about the thing you want to ask? Although Chen Yu was not willing to confront Yi Yuan, at this time, he naturally could not say no. Yi Yuan looked at Chen Yu and said with a solemn look, "What I want to say is, I want to challenge the three of you at the same time." Murmur. With this, below burst into an even greater uproar. Challenging the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's strongest three people at the same time, what kind of concept was this? Chapter 1936, Battling Three Elders. Chapter 1936, Battling Three Elders. Chen Yu's brows furrowed, revealing an unhappy look. Yi Yuan actually challenged the three of them at the same time. This was also looking down on the few of them too much. As Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's veteran powerhouses, the three of their statuses naturally went without saying. Yi Yuan was unbridled on account of his young age and also too overweeningly arrogant. There was a series of sighs below the stage, all mocking Yi Yuan's overestimation of his own ability. Yi Yuan, you're extremely talented, your strength being extremely formidable. Concerning this point, this old man admits it. But you want to challenge the three of us at the same time, if that's looking down on others too much, right? Chen Yu said in a solemn voice. Clearly, he was unhappy. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders by his side also had unfriendly looks. Their expressions when looking at Yi Yuan was full of enmity. But Yi Yuan had a relaxed look as he said smilingly, "Elder Chen Yu, don't get agitated. Let me finish saying." Chen Yu had a black face as he said, "Say." Yi Yuan said, "This he doesn't have the intention of looking down on the elders. The reason why I did so is actually because of another reason. If Yi Yuan can win by chance, I have a presumptuous request." Chen Chang said, "We're not unreasonable people. If you can win, you'll be a member of our generation. Whatever you need us elder brothers to help with, just open your mouth. There is no need to use this kind of method to go at us." Toward Yi Yuan, Chen Chang still quite admired him. Furthermore, he understood that Yi Yuan was not that sort of impetuous and arrogant person. There must be a reason why he did this. But this way of doing things was too provocative. It would definitely push people away. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "If I can win, I wish to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. Hope that seniors can fulfill this request." One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone's faces changed abruptly, being stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Arrogant. Too arrogant. He actually dares to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather? How dare he? Ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Who is Empyrean Flutterfeather? How could he be what a puny little celestial deity realm can challenge? This brat must have lost his mind. There was an uproar at the scene. The crowd was thunderstruck by Yi Yuan's words until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. It had already been no idea how many years. No one had ever dared to say that they wanted to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. Forget about a puny little 5-star alchemy god, even 7-star alchemy gods, those who dared to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather were not many either. Chen Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Do you know what you're saying?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I naturally know. My objective of coming to Lus Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital is seeking cooperation on one hand. While on the other hand, it's in order to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. Entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had never been Yi Yuan's goal. With his strength, entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion did not pose the least bit of difficulty at all. Humph. Brat who overestimates his ability. You think that by entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, you have the qualifications to challenge Lord Flutterfeather?" Chen Yu said with a black face. Yi Yuan said, "Hence, I proposed challenging the three of you at the same time. If I win, it can at least show my strength too. Isn't that so?" Everyone was astonished. Only now did they know Yi Yuan's intention. Humph. Even if you really win, you're also not qualified enough to challenge Lord Flutterfeather. Give up on this, said an Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elder with a cold snort. Chen Chang also said, "With your talent, you might not be unable to attain Lord Flutterfeather's height in the future. It's just that challenging him right now, you're not qualified enough yet." Yi Yuan fell silent. Empyrean Flutterfeather had long already had the status of not to be blasphemed, just like gods, in these people's hearts. A puny little 5-star alchemy god challenging him was seriously too grossly overestimating his own ability in their eyes. Below the stage, there was also a series of taunting and mocking voices, all ridiculing Yi Yuan for being ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Since that's the case, forget it then." Finished talking, he actually turned around and walked outside. Chen Yu frowned and said in a cold voice, "Yi Yuan, what do you mean by this?" Yi Yuan said without even turning his head back, "I entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion in order to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. Since I can't get my wish, entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion lost its meaning too. Wildly arrogant. Too wildly conceited." The people looked at Yi Yuan and already did not know what to say. In Lus Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital, the final goal that all of the alchemists strove toward was the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. But Yi Yuan actually turned his nose up at it. Actually, Yi Yuan was really not arrogant. It was just that his horizons were different from these people. Just like a heavenly emperor powerhouse, would he care about a true God realms organization? It was impossible to have any interest at all. Although Yi Yuan did not reach the heavenly emperor realm, the strength of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion these elders was still far too lacking compared to him. "This Empyrean accepts your challenge." Right at this time, a voice suddenly descended. Everyone's faces suddenly changed. Was that Empyrean Flutterfeather? Lord Flutterfeather, Chen Yu and the rest said in surprise. They did not expect that Empyrean Flutterfeather would actually descend personally and agree to Yi Yuan's challenge. "The three of you have a match with him then. Little friend, don't let this Empyrean down." Finished talking, that voice disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared before. When Yi Yuan heard this, a hint of joy flashed across on his face. Looks like his performance these few days in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion indeed attracted Empyrean Flutterfeather's attention. Chen Yu sucked in a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, "Stinking brat, don't you get dizzy with success. Our hurdle isn't easy to clear." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Please give guidance." On the stage, 3 great Alchemy Celestial level powerhouses had fearsome auras, crews. HI plussing over towards the Yi Yuan currently in the center. However, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of panicky look. 3 great Alchemy Celestial level powerhouses joining hands, the commotion was indeed extraordinary. It was far from what Yu Ying that kind of black-scale level powerhouse could compare to. It was just that even with 3 people joining hands, it also could not stop Yi Yuan's momentum. His imposing momentum was akin to floodwaters about to breach the dam, advancing irresistibly. How can this be? These 3 are the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's strongest elders. Under their teamwork, even 7-star Alchemy gods have to temporarily avoid the cutting edge too. But Yi Yuan is actually faintly suppressing them. Too terrifying. Could it be that this guy doesn't have a limit? It can't be that he really has the strength to challenge Lord Flutterfeather, right? Under Yi Yuan's assault, fine sweat beads seeped out on the foreheads of the 3 great Alchemy Celestial level powerhouses, appearing very strained. The refinement of rank 5 divine pills competed in the understanding of rank 5 divine pills, the medicinal properties of rank 5 spirit medicines, as well as alchemy Dao realm. In these few aspects, Yi Yuan completely crushed the 3 great Alchemy Celestial level powerhouses. This alchemy battle seemed like Yi Yuan was very weak, but actually, it was not the case at all. It was at this time that everyone finally saw clearly Yi Yuan's strength. They also finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence lay in challenging the 3 great Alchemy Celestial level powerhouses. Condense. Yi Yuan gave a low cry, the medicinal pill formed. The 3 great elders were akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, only then slightly heaving a sigh of relief. Very soon, the 3 great elders also completed the pill refinement. The moment they opened up the furnace to take a look, the crowd was flabbergasted. Void Spirit Divine Pill. Under this kind of brute force confrontation, Yi Yuan actually still refined a Void Spirit Divine Pill. The 3 elders' medicinal pills were 1 high grade, 2 middle grades. Not that they could not refine high-quality medicinal pills, but it was that they were utterly suppressed by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum, unable to unleash their strength at all. Yi Yuan won again. Chapter 1937, Empyrean Flutter Feather. Chapter 1937, Empyrean Flutter Feather. This Yi Yuan is merely roughly 1,000 years old. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's also impossible to suppress 3 great alchemy celestial pavilion elders, right? Really blinded my dog eyes. My many years of living was really in vain. No wonder Lord Flutterfeather personally descended. His elderly self has probably long seen through Yi Yuan's strength. From the initial most mockery to the current astonishment, the audience's understanding of Yi Yuan reached a new height. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan was too young. Being an alchemist was an occupation that accumulated day in and day out. No matter how a person was talented, it was also impossible to reach this goal in one step. But Yi Yuan subverted their understanding. The 3 great elders looked at Yi Yuan, being shocked speechless. They did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually frighteningly formidable. This kind of strength, he had probably already walked a long way in Dao realm. As for how far, they were unable to estimate it at all. When facing Yi Yuan, it made the 3 of them have a feeling like trying to shake a big tree. This kind of feeling, they only had it before when facing Empyrean Flutterfeather. 3 seniors, thanks for giving way. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. These 3 people's strengths were indeed very strong. It could even be said that they were the strongest opponents that Yi Yuan had encountered to this date. In alchemy, Yi Yuan was close to invincible. He had always made a clean sweep of his opponents. But these 3 people joining hands indeed caused some impact on him. At least, he could not do what he did to Yu Ying, directly vanquish. Hi+ing them. Under his powerful pressure, the 3 of them still persisted until the end. Chen Chang looked at Yi Yuan and let out a sigh as he said, "Give what way?" Yi Yuan, time makes it inevitable that in every profession, the new generation says the last one. Your strength is already beyond imagination. Work hard. This is the Alchemy Celestial Token. From today onward, your Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elder, on equal footing with us. This is somewhat wronging you, but this ident. One tie can bring you tremendous convenience. As he said, Chen Chang handed over a token that looked like it was studded with stars, being incomparably profound. Thank you, Brother Chen. Yi Yuan received the token and cupped his fists as he said. The other 2 people both fell silent, clearly not quite able to accept this result. The news of Yi Yuan overpowering 3 great alchemy celestial pavilion elders spread far and wide in the Lus Strauss gold alchemy world. Everyone knew that the alchemy celestial pavilion produced a very young elder. The entire Lus Strauss gold great imperial capital was practically talking about this matter. Roughly 1,000 years old alchemy celestial pavilion elder, this was absolutely an explosive topic of conversation, enough for these people to comment for several years, even several decades. However, what made them discuss even more was Yi Yuan's battle with Empyrean Flutterfeather. The number of years that Empyrean Flutterfeather had been famous already could not be investigated. But his might was absolutely beyond all doubt. 7-star alchemy God, this was an insurmountable peak in the first place. Let alone that Empyrean Flutterfeather was even an extremely formidable existence among 7-star alchemy gods. Even if Yi Yuan defeated 3 great alchemy celestial level powerhouses, this action was still overestimating his own ability in their eyes. But sadly, this battle would not be publicized. Those able to watch the battle were only the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders. Lus Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital was built by the mountains. On the Cloud Dream Mountain, a cloud and mist coiled up all year round, being extremely elegant. It was just that no one dared to go up the Cloud Dream Mountain at all. Because they knew that Cloud Dream Mountain was Empyrean Flutterfeather's Dao field. Since ancient times, only Empyrean level powerhouses could go up Cloud Dream Mountain. And their objectives were mostly in order to request for pills. Thanks to Yi Yuan, the dozen over Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders scaled up Cloud Dream Mountain today. Inside the archaic and magnificent hall, it appeared extremely empty. A faint medicinal fragrance lingered in the air, making people feel refreshed and relaxed. Two little medicine boys were currently fanning the medicinal cauldron's fire. Seeing Yi Yuan come in, their eyes revealed a hint of disdain. The little medicine boy in purple clothing looked at Yi Yuan and said with an unhappy look, "It's you who wanted to challenge Master? Not much older than us either, truly overestimating your own ability." The little medicine boy in green said with an unfriendly expression, "One against the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders and you got carried away. They are nothing in front of Master." The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders by the side had awkward faces, not quite able to maintain their dignity anymore. But it could not be helped that they could not maintain their dignity. These two little medicine boys were Empyrean Flutterfeather's direct lineage disciples. Their statuses were even higher than theirs, they did not dare be insolent. But they also knew that the strength of these two little medicine boys in front of them was extraordinary. If one looked down on them because of their age, then they would definitely suffer a huge loss. Suddenly, they thought of this freak beside them again, and they were actually rendered speechless. Those two little medicine boys were strong because they had a 7-star alchemy God master, but what about Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan came from a little county and relied on his own efforts to walk step by step until this day. That was truly monstrous. Ziyu, Qingyun, don't be rude. Just as everyone was awkward, a figure appeared. Yi Yuan looked at the arrival and actually could not quite see through clearly. Yi Yuan clearly knew that the person in front of him was Empyrean Flutterfeather, but he was unable to see clearly, as if a layer of fog covered his face. Empyrean Flutterfeather's entire person was like an incarnation of Tao, so fleeting and ephemeral. This was not Yi Yuan's first time seeing an Empyrean powerhouse. He had even killed before Empyrean powerhouses. But that was inside the Immortal Grove world. The Immortal Grove heavenly Tao suppressed those people immensely strongly. But in the Heavenspan world, it was still Yi Yuan's first time coming into contact with an Empyrean powerhouse. It was truly illusory and ephemeral to the extreme. When Ziyu and Qingyun, the two medicine boys, saw Flutterfeather, the haughty expression on their faces immediately reined in. It was just that in their eyes, it was still full of disdain toward Yi Yuan. "We pay respects to Lord Flutterfeather." When the group of alchemy celestial elders saw the arrival, they immediately bowed in salute. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Lord Flutterfeather, for acquiescing to my wish. Plus Flutterfeather sized Yi Yuan up and said, "You're at Grand Completion Tao Realm?" Yi Yuan and the group of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders were greatly astonished when they heard that. Yi Yuan did not expect that Empyrean Flutterfeather actually saw through him with one glance. Tao Realm was different from martial Tao Realm, unable to see through at a glance. Furthermore, Tao Realm was extremely illusory and insubstantial, ordinary people could not estimate it at all. But Flutterfeather actually saw through at a glance. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders all turned pale with terror. They knew that Yi Yuan was definitely a Tao Realm powerhouse, but they did not think that Yi Yuan was actually a Grand Completion Tao Realm powerhouse. Tao Realm was different from martial Tao Realm. Initial stage Tao Realm and Grand Completion Tao Realm, even if ordinary alchemists worked hard for all their life, they could not attain it too. To the vast majority of alchemists, the Grand Completion Tao Realm was the opposite share. But Yi Yuan actually reached the Grand Completion Tao Realm at a young age. It was truly unthinkable, and not up to them to not be shocked. Sizing Yi Yuan up once more, Yi Yuan's figure became extremely stalwart in their eyes. Could it be that Senior Flutterfeather has already reached Ancestor Realm? If that's really the case, this junior was impetuous. Very soon, Yi Yuan regained his nerves and answered with a question. Flutterfeather smiled and said, "How can Ancestor Realm be so easy to attain? However, this Empyrean shouldn't be far away. As for seeing through your realm, when you reach this Empyrean's boundary, it will naturally be clear at a glance." Chapter 1938, Intense Confrontation. Chapter 1938, Intense Confrontation. So that's how it is. Yi Yuan was calm on the surface but actually extremely shocked inwardly. The meaning in Empyrean Realm Flutterfeather's words was that he was only a step away from the Ancestor Realm. Compared to the Tao Realm, The ancestor realm was even more vague and insubstantial, and it was even harder to fathom. Although Yi Yuan was already at the grand completion Dao realm, he still did not have the slightest clue about ancestor realm. Achieving the grand completion Dao realm at a young age, your future prospects are limitless, Empyrean Flutterfeather said with vicissitudes of emotion. Senior Flutterfeather is too kind, Yi Yuan said. Enough talk, since you want to challenge me, let's begin then. The medicinal pill is up to you to choose, Flutterfeather said coolly. Yi Yuan nodded. He was also somewhat unable to hold himself back anymore. An opponent like Empyrean Flutterfeather could not be encountered randomly. Compared to Empyrean powerhouses, grand completion Dao realm alchemists were harder to encounter. Why don't we refine the Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence pill? I wonder what Senior Flutterfeather thinks. Yi Yuan said. MN. Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence pill is a supreme medicinal pill for 5 transformation body cultivators. Refining it is quite hard. You're sure that you want to refine it? Empyrean Flutterfeather said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, this is it. The classification of medicinal pills was just a general division. Similarly, level 9 difficulty medicinal pills, it was naturally impossible for the refining difficulty to be exactly the same. Just like the cleansing rain dream reverting pill that Yi Yuan refined before, the difficulty level was virtually unimaginable. This Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence pill's refining difficulty was considered very high among rank 5 level 9 divine pills already. To Yi Yuan, refining the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill, exquisite Jade Heart Recovery pill, this kind of commonly seen medicinal pills would naturally be the most suitable. Although Yi Yuan's strength was extremely strong, in terms of pill refining experience, in terms of understanding toward the medicinal properties of spirit medicines, how could he compare to the Empyrean Flutterfeather who had lived for several million years? This choice was not wise for Yi Yuan. Empyrean Flutterfeather nodded his head. Flicking his sleeves grandly, a medicinal cauldron appeared in front of him. Since it's refining a rank 5 divine pill, this Empyrean naturally won't take advantage of you either. This is the medicinal cauldron that this Empyrean used when I was at Celestial Deity Realm. It's called Shenlong Cauldron, which hasn't been used for several million years already. If you win this Empyrean will give it to you, Empyrean Flutterfeather said. Yi Yuan sized up the Shenlong Cauldron in front of him. Waves of profound and inscrutable undulations emitted from it. It was a rare treasure among celestial deity mystic treasures. To 5-star alchemy gods, it was absolutely a treasure that they yearned for even in their sleep. Except, when Ziyu and Qingyun, 2 people, saw this scene, they could not help having astonished faces. Master, this disciple has begged you for 1,000 years already and you weren't willing to bestow the Shenlong Cauldron to me. Now, you're actually going to gift it to an outsider, Ziyu said with an aggrieved look. These 2 little medicine boys had clearly received Empyrean Flutterfeather's doting favor, to actually dare speak to him like this. But one could also tell from his expression that this Shenlong Cauldron was an exceptionally fine medicinal cauldron. Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled and said, not giving you is naturally because you aren't worthy of this medicinal cauldron. Although it's already useless to me, this Empyrean has nourished it for several million years. Its spirituality has long already said ordinary celestial deity mystic treasures. Whoever inherits it and uses it to refine pills, that naturally also represents this Empyrean's face. The 2 of you are still far away from this step. Qingyun pursed his mouth and said, I don't believe that this brat can be master's match. Empyrean Flutterfeather waved his hand and said, don't be impolite, quickly go prepare the spirit medicines. The 2 disciples did not dare to dawdle, quickly going to prepare 2 sets of Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence pill spirit medicines. These spirit medicines were worth 1,000 gold outside, but in Cloud Dream Mountain, it naturally did not count for anything. Empyrean Flutterfeather's palm brushed past, it seemed to have magical powers, those spirit medicines actually turned into motes of light, gathering over towards the Shenlong Cauldron. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, Empyrean Flutterfeather actually directly skipped the medicinal embryo refining segment. This technique was simply inconceivable. The pupils of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders all shrunk, clearly being astounded by this scene. They were also considered to be extremely experienced alchemists already, their statuses incomparably revered. But the workings of this scene in front of their eyes, they had simply never heard of it before. Empyrean Flutterfeather was an extremely mysterious existence. It was naturally impossible to refine pills in front of these people's faces. Being able to come here and watch today was still thanks to Yi Yuan. It also let them broaden their horizons. When Ziyu and Qingyun saw this scene, their faces revealed smug smiles. Saw that? This is merely the tip of Master's strength. This stinking brat is totally overestimating his own ability, Ziyu said. Even if he's at the grand completion Dao realm, compared to Master, he's also worlds apart. Pill refinement isn't competing in just realm, Qingyun said. Seemingly detecting the strange look in Yi Yuan's eyes, Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a smile, "This Empyrean has immersed in alchemy Dao for millions of years and has long already understood the medicinal properties of all kinds of spirit medicines like the arm directs the fingers. If I can't even do this, then my reputation is also too undeserved." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Flutterfeather is impressive. This junior really broadened my horizons." Done talking, Yi Yuan's hand was like a wandering dragon. A centiliter US tur of pale white flames emerged from his palm, turning into 9 fire dragons. Under Yi Yuan's control, the 9 fire dragons were akin to living things, suddenly diving into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Bang! The medicinal cauldron suddenly gave off a sonorous dragon roar, reverberating throughout the hall. Yi Yuan's medicinal cauldron was obtained in the Purple Extreme Hall. It was called Wandering Dragon Cauldron. Even though it was a celestial deity mystic treasure too, it was much worse than a treasure like the Shenlong Cauldron. A celestial deity mystic treasure that was nourished by an Empyrean powerhouse for several million years was not what ordinary objects could compare to. However, the Wandering Dragon Cauldron suddenly radiated a brilliant light under Yi Yuan's manipulation. Right at this time, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The spirit medicines flew straight into the Wandering Dragon Cauldron. Fut! Ziyu and Qingyun, 2 people immediately burst into laughter. Does he know how to refine pills or not? Can throwing the spirit medicines in all together like this refine medicinal pills? This brat isn't here to joke around, right? Ziyu convulsed with laughter as he said. Heh. He tried to draw a tiger but ended up with the likeness of a dog. He wants to follow Master's example, but he also doesn't measure his own capabilities. Can he learn it? Qingyun similarly burst into laughter and said. When the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders saw this scene, each and every one also shook their heads. It seemed like Yi Yuan was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner and directly had his tempo taken by Empyrean Flutterfeather. That fire-controlling art was naturally extremely formidable, but he could not even refine the medicinal embryo refine superb medicinal pills. It was just that none of them noticed that a hint of strange light flashed across in Empyrean Flutterfeather's eyes. Brilliant. Truly excellent. Little friend, just based on this move, you're adequate to be this Empyrean's opponent. Flutterfeather had a rare burst of exclamation. His words made everyone's faces change slightly. Ziyu and Qingyun, 2 people's smiles immediately turned stiff on their faces. It was clearly Yi Yuan behaving carelessly, so why did their master give such a high evaluation? Was this move brilliant? Why couldn't they tell? Master, how is his move brilliant? Randomly throwing spirit medicines in like this can refine the medicinal embryo? Ziyu was full of puzzlement. Flutterfeather smiled faintly and said, "You guys can't, but he can. This move is extremely brilliant, but you guys can't learn it." Chapter 1939, Twin Dragons Shocking the Heavens. Chapter 1939, Twin Dragons Shocking the Heavens. Empyrean Flutterfeather's words made the hearts of Ziyu and the rest tremble. Yi Yuan's technique was clearly just like a big jumble of mess, so why did it become very brilliant? This move of his seems like a big mess, but actually, there is a well-thought-out plan. He made the medicinal cauldron operate on its own with an extremely brilliant fire-controlling art. As long as these spirit medicines enter the medicinal cauldron, they would automatically be extracted until the divine fire and medicinal cauldron's control, tempered, and formed into medicinal embryo. Of course, wanting to do it to this step, there's an exceedingly high requirement of familiarity with the medicinal properties of spirit medicines, fire controlling technique, and the medicinal cauldron. This requirement is close to rigorous, ordinary people can't do it at all. Empyrean Flutterfeather spoke with confidence and composure, but everyone was alarmed when they heard it. Automatically operating to extract the medicinal embryo? How is this possible? Chen Yu said in shock and horror. He was a Dao realm powerhouse himself and naturally knew how difficult this was. Empyrean realm Flutterfeather said coolly, nothing is impossible. You can't because your skill isn't up to par. Yi Yuan's fire-controlling art has already attained sublimity, and even this Empyrean dare not say that I can win against him. Hiss. The sound of cold air being sucked in echoed in the hall. How terrifying Empyrean Flutterfeather's fire-controlling art was, they were completely unable to imagine. But he said that Yi Yuan's fire-controlling art was not the least bit inferior to him. How terrifying was this? One had to know. Empyrean Flutterfeather was an old monster who had already lived for several million years. Having such a profound fire-controlling technique was not unusual. But Yi Yuan? He was only roughly 1,000 years old. Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people no longer dared to speak, their faces being very ugly by the side. The two of them were even much older than Yi Yuan. But in terms of fire-controlling technique, they were not even fit to carry Yi Yuan's shoes. Even though Master doted on them a lot, he had never given them such a high evaluation before. I've displayed my ability in front of Senior Flutterfeather, Yi Yuan said. Flutterfeather said coolly, you and I know it perfectly well, so why is there a need to say such things? Next, this Empyrean won't hold back anymore. This Empyrean's alchemy technique is my self-created soul heavenly revelation art. You have to be careful. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, Chaos Heavenly Star Art, please give pointers. A strange look fleeted across Empyrean Flutterfeather's eyes, thinking to himself in alarm, Chaos Heavenly Star Art, was it intentional or unintentional? The word chaos was not what anyone dared to use. But very soon, Empyrean Flutterfeather reigned in his thoughts, his entire person becoming tranquil. An aura of Tao that could not be described with words started filling the air in the hall. A thread of flame that was as fine as silk slowly flowed into the Shenlong cauldron like a stream. There were the grace and sereneness of the silent night. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, being fully aware that he ran into an expert. Refining a rank 5 divine pill, he had yet to encounter such great pressure before. Yi Yuan did not dare to be negligent, the Chaos Heavenly Star Art revolved. A similarly incomparably profound aura spread out from Yi Yuan's body. Two auras collided together fiercely. Yi Yuan's mind was shocked and nearly went limp. What a powerful impact force. Yi Yuan felt that it was like the weight of Mount Tai bearing down on him, being powerful and unstoppable. The alchemy battles previously, no matter how powerful the opponents were, how fierce the impact was, it was unable to shake him in the slightest. But this time, Yi Yuan actually felt like he was unable to confront the opponent. This kind of aura was not the pressure of an Empyrean, but the aura formed from refining medicinal pills. Because of the limitation of rank 5 divine pills, no matter how great your strength was, you could only urge rank 5 divine pills to the limits and would not exceed the scope of rank 5. It was just that the strength of the alchemist, the aura that was released was totally different. Powerful ones could have their chi surge to the clouds, triggering the power of heaven and earth. Weak ones could only barely manage to hold out, so on and so forth. Currently, after the medicinal pill aura of Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan, two people clashed vigorously, they turned into two enormous dragons, spiraling up, plussing straight for the clouds. That imposing momentum could be said to startle the heavens and shake the earth. At this time, Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people no longer dared to speak up to ridicule Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan's medicinal pill aura was inferior to Empyrean Flutterfeather's, the might of its imposing momentum made people tongue-tied. This commotion was absolutely not what the likes of their strength could bring out. They finally understand why Master wanted to battle in alchemy with a puny little celestial deity realm with the body of an Empyrean realm. Yi Yuan indeed had this qualification. On the other side, the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders all revealed shocked expressions. Especially the Chen Yu 3 people who had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before. They were even more inexplicably shocked in their hearts. Turns out that this is Yi Yuan's full strength. When he was battling in alchemy with us, he didn't use his full strength at all, Chen Yu said with a pale complexion. Chen Chang also nodded slowly and said, Grand Completion Dao Realm. This is the strength of Grand Completion Dao Realm. The likes of us can't imagine it at all. Xiaozhen sighed emotionally and said, no wonder he dared to utter wild ravings, wanting to challenge Lord Flutterfeather. Us mortal men can't arouse his interest at all. This boy's talent is truly terrifying, being already at the Grand Completion Dao Realm at a young age. After hundreds of millions of years past, the Heavenspan world might produce another medicine ancestor. When everyone heard that, they were shocked. In these countless tens of thousands of years, only one medicine ancestor emerged. Although the demon race produced a sacred ancestor high priest, the sacred ancestor high priest was still quite a bit worse compared to the medicine ancestor. But Yi Yuan's age determined his future potential. Who could say that he could not reach the medicine ancestor's boundary in the future? While they were talking, Empyrean Flutterfeathers and Yi Yuan's auras grew stronger and stronger. The pill refinement also reached a white-hot degree. Roar! An illusory purple dragon rushed to the sky, directly breaching the Great Hall's constraints, heading for the horizon. Yi Yuan's side was also not resigned to playing second fiddle. Roar! A ferocious dragon similarly rose to the sky, catching up to the purple dragon very quickly. Two illusory enormous dragons had a great battle at the horizon. The commotion grew stronger and stronger. The present U.S. Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital, the color of the sky completely dimmed down. The clear skies that originally stretched thousands of miles actually had fine rain clouds rain down at present. All the martial artists in the city were drawn by the two enormous dragons high up in the sky. This phenomenon came from Cloud Dream Mountain, heard that newly appointed Alchemy Celestial Pavilion Elder is challenging Empyrean Flutterfeather. Could it be that they are battling in alchemy? Heard that Empyrean Flutterfeather's divine fire is purple wing true dragon fire. That purple enormous dragon is likely transformed by Empyrean Flutterfeather, right? Then the other enormous dragon is Yi Yuan? Really too crazy. Elder Yi Yuan is just a 5-star alchemy god, he can actually fight with Empyrean Flutterfeather, this 7-star alchemy god, until they are evenly matched? The commotion caused by Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather battling in alchemy was too big. It was hard for the entire city of martial artists to not be concerned even if they did not want to. It was just that at this very moment, what they were shocked by was not how strong Empyrean Flutterfeather's strength was, but that a 5-star alchemy god could actually fight with a 7-star alchemy god until they were locked in a struggle. A 5-star alchemy god could actually cause such a phenomenon. Yi Yuan's strength already far surpassed, said the people's imaginations. Bang! Right at this time, the two enormous dragons in the sky gave off a fierce collision. The spiritual energy of heaven stirred up by the two enormous dragons instantly set off an enormous undulation. In a twinkle, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as if the end of the world had come. Crack, crack, crack. Bolts of lightning wrapped in horrifying pressure rushed into Cloud Dream Mountain, landing inside the hall. Chapter 1940, Etiquette of a Senior. Chapter 1940, Etiquette of a Senior. Buzz, buzz. The aura of alchemy Dao followed by lightning slammed right into the hall. Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan's faces changed at the same time, the seals in their hands changing swiftly and indeterminately like the clouds. The horrifying lightning was actually guided into the medicinal cauldrons by Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan. Immediately, countless lightning flashed incessantly on the Shenlong Cauldron and Wandering Dragon Cauldron, looking hair-raising. They are actually SNATC Hing Pill Tribulation, Chen Chang exclaimed in shock. As alchemists, they were clear how terrifying this level of pill tribulation was. In reality, when each alchemist encountered pill tribulation, they would respond carefully, fearful of making the slightest mistake. But these two people actually used pill tribulation to temper the medicinal pills. If it was tempering medicinal pills, fine, the two of them were actually afraid that the pill tribulation was insufficient and desperately vying for the pill tribulation. These two were absolutely lunatics. The group of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders looked at this scene in incredible shock and already did not know what they should say. It was only to see bolts of lightning entering the medicinal cauldrons. The energy undulations inside the medicinal cauldrons became stronger and stronger, actually showing signs of losing control. Crack, crack, crack. Yi Yuan's wandering dragon cauldron actually started cracking apart. Chen Chang's expression changed and he said, "It's over. This pill tribulation's energy is too terrifying. Yi Yuan's medicinal cauldron already almost can't take it anymore. A single slip up and the furnace will blow up." When Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people, saw this scene, they could not help revealing a look of wild ecstasy. Haha, this brat lost for sure. Can't even control medicinal cauldron, refine what medicinal pills? Qing Yun laughed loudly as he said. But those Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders were silent. They knew that even if Yi Yuan's furnace exploded, it was also not due to lack of skill. Even though Empyrean Flutterfeather only used a celestial deity mystic treasure, this celestial deity mystic treasure was nourished by him for several million years. Its bearing capacity was absolutely not what Yi Yuan's wandering dragon cauldron could compare to. The aura set off by these two people refining pills practically reached the limits of rank 5 divine pills already. So the pill tribulation brought down was also not what ordinary medicinal cauldrons could withstand. Although the wandering dragon cauldron was decent, it was clearly a little worse in handling such horrifying energy. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of giving up. He still controlled the medicinal cauldron with his full attention, refining the medicinal pill. The two enormous dragons were still in a struggle. Pill tribulation continuously poured into the medicinal cauldron. The wandering dragon cauldron's cracking became more and more serious. The cracks on it also became more and more. Qing Yun was long already waiting for the furnace to blow up. But a very long time had passed and the wandering dragon cauldron still did not show signs of blowing up. What on earth is going on here? His medicinal cauldron has clearly reached the limits it can bear long ago, but why hasn't it blow up? Qing Yun said gloomily. The wandering dragon cauldron's cauldron body was already fragmented into little pieces. One could practically say that it had fallen apart. Logically speaking, the furnace should have long blown up, yet, it just refused to explode. Chen Chang said, his medicinal cauldron had indeed reached its limits long ago, but Yi Yuan relied on the power of Great Tao and forcefully maintained the medicinal cauldron. His control over the medicinal cauldron has simply reached an inconceivable level. Ziyu and Qing Yun exchanged a glance, being shocked speechless. It was still their first time seeing that one's control over the medicinal cauldron could reach such a horrifying degree. Was this really what people could accomplish? Bang! 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 High up in the sky, a purple and a white, two enormous dragons, unfolded a fierce confrontation, the imposing momentum getting stronger and stronger. Bang! Suddenly, after the two enormous dragons had a fierce collision, they fell apart to pieces. The two illusory Civ dragons turned into motes of light. And right at this time, Empyrean Flutterfeathers and Yi Yuan's minds became more agile as luck hit, suddenly opening both eyes. The two originally diametrically opposed auras actually started blending together in perfect harmony. Yi Yuan's aura gradually converged into Empyrean Flutterfeather's aura, while Empyrean Flutterfeather's aura also slowly converged into Yi Yuan's aura. It seemed like the two medicinal pills were going to fuse together. When the group of elders saw this scene, they could not help exchanging glances as they had never seen before such a scene. Aren't they battling in alchemy? Why is it that when they fight until the end, the banners are lowered and the drums are silenced, shaking hands and burying the hatchet? Chen Yu said with a baffled look. What kind of situation is this? Chen Chang was similarly doubtful as he asked. The two auras were like two converging rivers, finally converging into the sea. Very soon, those two auras combined into one. An air billow spread out with the two people as the center, immediately sending the group of elders flying out. The two people's medicinal cauldrons practically gave off a dazzling light at the same time. Condense. Condense. Right at this time, Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan gave a sharp cry at the same time. That violent aura, countless energy, was recalled in an instant, entering the two medicinal cauldrons. The pill condensation succeeded. Haha. Feels great. Empyrean Flutterfeather's hearty laughter reverberated in the great hall. Indeed, it had already been God knows how many years since Empyrean Flutterfeather had such a satisfactory fight. As an outstanding talent among 7-star alchemy gods, not many people could become Empyrean Flutterfeather's match at all. Yi Yuan was seeking an opponent that could match his strength with, so wasn't he the same too? This battle was to his heart's content. Crack, crack, crack. With the pill condensation succeeding, the wandering dragon cauldron finally could not bear it, falling apart to pieces, turning into a pile of fine powder. It could be seen from this how horrifying the pill tribulation caused by the two people previously was, to actually turn a celestial deity mystic treasure to dust. Yi Yuan moved like lightning, keeping the medicinal pill into a small bottle that was prepared long ago. Done with all this, Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said to Empyrean Flutterfeather, "Congratulations, Senior Flutterfeather." Empyrean Flutterfeather was clearly in a great mood currently as he said smilingly, "Thanks for your congratulations. Without you, this old man couldn't have taken this step either." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Flutterfeather's realm is already there. You were just lacking an opportunity. Now, success comes when the conditions are ripe. Felicitations." Empyrean Flutterfeather reached his hand out and beckoned, putting away the medicinal pill. Then, he pushed lightly, plussing the Shenlong cauldron in front of Yi Yuan. This Shenlong cauldron has followed this old man for several million years. Meeting you today, you definitely won't ruin its reputation. I'll give it to you, Empyrean Flutterfeather said smilingly. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, directly keeping the Shenlong cauldron and said with clasped hands, "Thank you, Senior Flutterfeather." With a bout of alchemy battle, Yi Yuan naturally knew about Shenlong cauldron's prowess. Under that horrifying pill tribulation, the Shenlong cauldron was actually unscathed. This could be seen at a glance. Far away, when everyone heard the two people's conversation, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. What Yi Yuan was congratulating, they were naturally well aware. Especially Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people, their faces revealed a look of wild elation, practically about to jump up in happiness. "Master, you comprehended it," Ziyu said rather incoherently. Empyrean Flutterfeather stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Yes. Starting from today, Master will begin closed seclusion. So you all don't disturb me. As of today, Yi Yuan will be the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. All of you have to show the etiquette toward a senior, understood?" Everyone was stricken with fear, all bowing their heads in salute as they said, "We obey Lord Flutterfeather's dharmic decree." Finished talking, Empyrean Flutterfeather's figure moved, immediately disappearing from the great hall. The group of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders exchanged glances, akin to being lost in the clouds and mist. This battle, just who won? Chapter 1941, End Spirit Divine Pill. Chapter 1941, End Spirit Divine Pill. Etiquette toward a senior. These words were not just said to Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people, but it was also said to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders that were present. These were all peak 6-star alchemy gods whose fame shakes a region. They actually had to carry out the etiquette of a disciple to a 5-star alchemy god? If it were before, they would naturally be extremely unwilling to obey this command. But now, they had witnessed Yi Yuan's strength, the group of elders did not have any complaints. Yi Yuan fought with Empyrean Flutterfeather until they were evenly matched in skill and strength. Furthermore, after Empyrean Flutterfeather had the alchemy battle with Yi Yuan, he actually gained enlightenment on Dao, Ancestor Realm. To alchemists, entering Ancestor Realm was their lifelong pursuit. As long as one was an alchemist, they would want to enter the Ancestor Realm even in their dreams. How difficult was it to enter the Ancestor Realm? It was even harder than entering the realm of Heavenly Emperor. In this Heavenspan world, there were still some Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. But how many Ancestor Realm powerhouses were there? Empyrean Flutterfeather taking this step was equivalent to embarking on the path of great Tao that led to the heavens. Then, the Yi Yuan who could let Empyrean Flutterfeather take this step, how strong could his strength be? Yi Yuan's current realm was still low, but no one out of all the people present doubted his future accomplishment. Lord Yi Yuan. The group of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders bowed in salute toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You're all seniors, so there is no need to stand on ceremony like this." Yi Yuan was modest, but how could they really dare to make light of Yi Yuan? In the future, wouldn't Empyrean Flutterfeather still remove their heads to kick like a ball? But, unable to hold back his curiosity, Chen Chang still could not resist asking, "Your Excellency, I wonder just who won and who lost in this alchemy battle?" Yi Yuan knew that these people were curious, but smiled and said, "I lost." Hearing this, everyone's hearts eased up. Empyrean Flutterfeather gifting the Shenlong Cauldron, they even thought that this battle, it was Empyrean Flutterfeather who lost. But even if Yi Yuan was defeated, no one present dared to underestimate him anymore. Seeing that Chen Chang still had a curious look on his face, Yi Yuan directly tossed the small bottle over and said with a smile, "Today, Senior Flutterfeather and I battling in alchemy, only the few of you know the results. If someone divulges it, I won't find trouble with you guys. But in the future, when Senior Flutterfeather comes out of seclusion, he'll naturally come to find trouble with you guys." When everyone heard that, they were shocked inwardly. Although this battle was Empyrean Flutterfeather's win, Yi Yuan did not pale the slightest in comparison to. If it spread out, it would have a tremendous impact on Empyrean Flutterfeather's reputation. Chen Chang received the small bottle, sunk his divine sense inside, and was immediately petrified. The other people's hearts were itching unbearable and urged, "Brother Chen, just how is it? Say something." Chen Chang was startled. "Pares," said the small bottle to Chen Yu, and muttered, "You see for yourself." Chen Yu was baffled. Receiving the small bottle and taking a look, he was immediately petrified. Everyone was rendered confused by these two, but they also knew that this 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence pill was definitely not ordinary. Pares sing it over one by one, they were petrified one after another. The expressions on their faces were fascinating to the extreme. When Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people, saw this scene, they were stirred up by it until their hearts itched unbearably. Just what magical powers did this medicinal pill have, to make the group of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders behave like they saw a ghost? After the two of them saw the medicinal pill, their expressions became no different from the rest. End Spirit Divine Grade. Didn't expect that this old man can actually see an End Spirit Divine pill in this lifetime. This life was truly not in vain. Suddenly, Chen Chang let out a long sigh. The other elders all nodded, clearly feeling the same as Chen Chang. That was right, the 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence pill that Yi Yuan refined was precisely the extremely rare End Spirit Divine pill. The 5 realms above Divine Grade, Purple Spirit, Void Spirit, Vast Spirit, End Spirit, Spirit Link, each realm was harder than the last. Vast Spirit Divine pills, one could still see it if they were lucky. But End Spirit Divine pills were almost extinct in the entire Heavenspan world too. Perhaps only Medicine Ancestor, that level of powerhouse, could refine End Spirit Divine pills. As for the legendary Spirit Link Divine pill, to Chen Chang they did not even dare to think about it. Chen Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said in puzzlement, "Your Excellency, you refined an End Spirit Divine pill, so why did you still lose? How hard was it to refine End Spirit Divine pills?" To alchemists, it was even harder than breaking through to be a heavenly emperor. Yi Yuan refining an End Spirit Divine pill that was simply sweeping across the world. He would actually still lose. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Because what Senior Flutterfeather refined is also an End Spirit Divine pills. Unfortunately, he saw another scenery in this alchemy battle, so his quality is slightly above mine." Talking until here, Yi Yuan also revealed a trace of regret. In this battle, Yi Yuan naturally gleaned considerable gains too. That fleeting and ephemeral ancestor realm seemed to be a little clearer in front of Yi Yuan. Unfortunately, the time that Yi Yuan immersed in the grand completion Dao realm this level was still too short. How could he compare to Empyrean Flutterfeather, who already had half a foot stepped into the ancestor realm? But even so, he was also just a hair's breadth worse, barely losing to Flutterfeather. The group of elders exchanged glances. They were incomparably shocked. They were clear in their hearts that although the alchemy battle this time was fair, there was a difference in the end. Xianlong Cauldron's quality was clearly far better than Wandering Dragon Cauldron. At the later stages, the Wandering Dragon Cauldron cracked apart. Yi Yuan maintained it from collapsing with tremendously strong control. In between this, he naturally had to expend considerable energy when refining pills. The difference of millimeters was as good as missing by 1,000 miles. This kind of difference would naturally affect the final result. In addition, Flutterfeather was of an Empyrean's body. In terms of divine essence thickness, in terms of divine soul's might, in terms of pill refining experience, it was all far stronger than the young Yi Yuan. Under such a disparity, Yi Yuan only barely lost 2. One could say that he had a moral victory. Of course, Yi Yuan would not find this sort of excuse for himself. Losing was losing, he could accept failure. The benefits of this alchemy battle to him far exceeded the significance of winning or losing. Your Excellency, that means, you can always refine end spirit divine pills in the future? Chen Chang could not resist asking. Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "How is that possible? When this alchemy battle reached the end, Senior Flutterfeather and my alchemy Tao produced a resonance, merging into one body in the end. He nourished my medicinal pill with his Tao, I nourished his medicinal pill with my Tao. That is how the current results came to be. If let us refine again, it's impossible to refine end spirit divine pills too. Only when everyone heard that did they come to a realization. It turned out that at the final juncture, the two people actually turned from enemies into friends, complementing each other. That was how a miracle was created, refining the end spirit divine pills. A month said in a twinkle, Yi Yuan finally came out of seclusion. During this 1 month's time, Yi Yuan experienced that alchemy battle time and again, obtaining tremendous benefits. And this alchemy battle was also spread until it raised a babel of discussion in the city. But to the vast majority of the people, he naturally lost to Empyrean Flutterfeather. Although Yi Yuan displayed powerful strength, in front of Flutterfeather this 7-star alchemy god, he was still too unskilled. Toward this, Yi Yuan naturally did not care. His objective of coming to Lus Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital was also achieved. He naturally planned on returning to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Your Excellency, with your talent, staying in an imperial city is seriously too unworthy of your talent. Why don't you remain in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion? Chen Chang said. Chapter 1942, by Chen Breaks Through. Chapter 1942, by Chen Breaks Through. Who? Does Brother Chen feel that Senior Flutterfeather hope for me to stay or not? Yi Yuan looked at Chen Chang and answered with a question. A hint of uncertainty flashed across Chen Chang's face, and he said, "Yeah, fine talents and beautiful jades, Lord Flutterfeather shouldn't let you go." "But why?" "Because he knows that I won't say, so he naturally won't open his mouth," Yi Yuan smiled and said. Chen Chang was startled, suddenly discovering that he was somewhat meddlesome. How wise was Empyrean Flutterfeather? He naturally knew that Yi Yuan staying was an immensely good thing to the Myriad Treasure Tower. But he did not open his mouth all the way until he went into closed seclusion. Clearly, Empyrean Flutterfeather had long seen through Yi Yuan, knowing that he would not stay, so he also saved his breath. Opening his mouth would definitely ask for a rebuff, so why bother? Brother Chen, rest assured, even if I don't stay, I'm also the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elder. My relations. Hi+P with Myriad Treasure Tower can't be cut cleanly, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Returning to Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan directly chose to go into closed seclusion. He brought back a large pile of spirit medicines from the Lus Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital and started to devote himself to researching the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Experiencing a battle with Empyrean Flutterfeather, Yi Yuan had a deeper understanding of Sacred Ancestor High Priest's inheritance, and his understanding of pill refinement also grew deeper. Although it did not reach the Ancestor realm for the time being, his pill refining strength was more than a notch stronger than before. But even so, wanting to find the soul-driving Tao fusion pill's pill formula was absolutely not an easy thing too. Yi Yuan immersed inside the world-suppressing Steely's SPACE, deducing the pill formula daily, experimenting non-stop. On this day, The clouds and wind suddenly changed in the martial tower. Countless spiritual energy gathered over here. The entire city was alarmed. Such a large commotion, it seems like there's someone going to break through. No way, right? What realm is he breaking through to actually cause such a big commotion? Even breaking through to the 9th firmament celestial deity realm also won't be like this, right? Even the 9th firmament celestial deity realm won't have such a big commotion. Could it be the true God realm? Below the martial tower, the people jumped in fright from their own guesses. Everyone knew that there was currently only a peak 9th firmament celestial deity powerhouse in the city. Even Lord Yi Yuan was also merely at the 8th firmament celestial deity realm currently. In but a few days of close seclusion, could it be that he was breaking through to the true God realm? But thinking about it, everyone also felt that there was nothing impossible. After all, anything happening to Yi Yuan did not seem to have any peculiarity. The commotion grew more and more massive. The people increasingly believed that this was breaking through to the true God realm. No matter what, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City never had a true God realm powerhouse be born before. Bai Tong had always been very low profile and did not reveal himself outside. So the city still did not know that there was already a 4th firmament true God powerhouse holding down the fort. Now, a true God realm powerhouse actually appeared. This was an important matter that rocked the whole city. From today onward, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would also have a true God realm holding down the fort. Finally, the Storm Pares said, a figure slowly walked out of the martial tower. It's him. It's actually him. How is this possible? Isn't that Lord Yi Yuan's disciple, Bai Chen? Heard that he refined a celestial deity Dao fruit, so how can he possibly break through to the true God realm? Could those all be rumors? How can people who refined celestial deity Dao fruits possibly break through again? There were no walls in the world without any cracks. The matter of Bai Chen refining a Dao fruit was not a secret in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. After all, the people who followed Yi Yuan, even the likes of city lords Washujie, their strength all advanced by leaps and bounds. Only Bai Chen's strength never had any change. In the course of time, this rumor naturally became even more confirmed. One had to know, Yi Yuan destroyed a vast spirit sun-moon azure sky pill in front of Lin Changqing back then. If Bai Chen could break through to the true God realm, Yi Yuan also would not possibly be so wasteful, right? But now, this person who refined a Dao fruit, destined to never break through again in this lifetime, actually broke through. People thought of many kinds of possibilities and even guessed Leng Qiuling, Ning Tianping, and the rest. The only person they did not think of was Bai Chen. No one would have thought that Heavenly Eagle's first true God realm was actually Bai Chen. Bai Chen just broke through, so his realm was unstable. The aura of true God realm on his body could not be concealed no matter what, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. For an imperial city, the deterrent force of a true God realm powerhouse was too great. Everyone looked at the Bai Chen high up in the sky, all words. HI plus ping from the bottom of their hearts. Powerhouses were always respected by people. Bai Chen looked at the top of the martial tower. He could feel the idolizing hearts of the people below. At this moment, his heart became infinitely grand and heroic. Bai Chen could not hold back and let out a long cry. All along, the depression and pressure that was piling up in his heart were finally fully released at this moment. Mockery that was everywhere, disdain that was pervasive, finally dissipated into thin air at this moment. Bai Chen never dreamed that he would actually have a day where he could really break through to the true God realm. Recalling back then, he was still just a puny little grotto profound martial artist. Who could have thought that 1,000 years later, he could actually break through to the realm of true God? This was a realm that the powerhouses of the Heavenspan world yearned for in their sleep. And all this was bestowed by his master. His master really transformed the rotten into something magical. Even this kind of impossible thing, he accomplished it. Several figures rose to the air, flying toward Bai Chen. Haha, congratulations to younger brother Bai for breaking through to the true God realm in one stroke, really envying us to death. I didn't expect that His Excellency actually really succeeded. Ning Qianping clasped his hands and congratulated him. Ning Qianping had blind faith in Yi Yuan. But regarding this matter, he was still somewhat lacking in confidence. It was just that he did not expect Yi Yuan really accomplished it. The soul-driving Dao fusion pill could be said to have blazed another era. From now onward, refining Dao fruits might become a shortcut of cultivation. To those martial artists who had already lost all hope, this was a tremendous glad tiding. The impact of this medicinal pill was too far-reaching. Ning Qianping was unable to imagine it. White Light, Zhuo Shujie, Cold Feather, even Lung Qiuling and the rest of the celestial deity realm powerhouses, all came up to give their felicitations. Bai Chen responded to them one by one, the gloominess in his heart swept away clean. Inside the secret chamber, Bai Tong sized Yi Yuan up with a strange look. Just what kind of freak are you? To actually be able to even figure out a pill formula like the soul-driving Dao fusion pill. But next, how do you plan on handling this pill formula? Bai Tong asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, for the sake of the soul-driving Dao fusion pill, I expended considerable effort, I naturally have to use it to earn more. I plan on letting the Myriad Treasure Tower act as my representative to sell the soul-driving Dao fusion pill and split the profits with them. After all, doing business this kind of thing isn't what I'm skilled in. Bai Tong nodded and said, that's for the best. But once this soul-driving Dao fusion pill comes into being, most likely, the Heavenspan world's various major forces will all go crazy for it. You and the Myriad Treasure Tower will be hauling in huge profits this time. Yi Yuan was also proud of himself. For this soul-driving Dao fusion pill to be able to be developed, he also felt very honored himself. After all, this medicinal pill was unprecedented. Hehe, I've already said the news to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Before this, I should also break through. As he said this, Yi Yuan took out a small bottle. Inside the bottle was precisely the End Spirit Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill. Chapter 1943, Roaring into Existence. Chapter 1943, Roaring into Existence. This is impossible. Inside the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, when several Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders listened entirely the news that Chen Chang brought, their first reaction was that it was impossible. Brother Chen, did you make a mistake? How can there possibly be someone in this world who developed a medicinal pill that lets martial artists who refined Dao fruits continue cultivating? Chen Yu said. Yeah, this is also too ludicrous. People who refined Dao fruits can't cultivate. This is an ironclad law. So how can someone possibly break it? Said another elder. All in all, everyone refused to believe it. This kind of thing was seriously too absurd to the ear. Chen Chang smiled bitterly and said, not hiding from everyone, but when this old man got this news a few days ago, my reaction when I just saw it was exactly the same as yours. But this old man confirmed the intel over and over again. I absolutely didn't see wrongly. That's why I convened everyone to discuss it. Furthermore, Lord Yi's disciple, Bai Chen, already broke through to the true God realm after consuming the soul-driving Dao fusion pill. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed abruptly, all falling silent. A disciple who consumed a celestial deity Dao fruit followed by Yi Yuan's side. They were aware of it. Now, he actually broke through to true God realm? This news was simply a bolt out of the blue. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders present were all scheming and far-sighted people. They were naturally clear about it. If the soul-driving Dao fusion pill was announced to the world, they clearly know how big of a commotion it would cause, and also how massive a profit it would bring to the Myriad Treasure Tower. In the Heavenspan world, encountering Dao fruits was indeed an extremely difficult thing. But that was relative to the extremely massive martial artist population. Since ancient times, how many powerhouses had fallen and how many powerhouses rose up? It could not even be counted clearly. Some Dao fruits slowly dissipated along with the sage of time. But some Dao fruits were obtained and consumed by present powerhouses. There were even some major factions who preserved many Dao fruits in their inventory, using it to reward disciples under them who had no hopes of breaking through. To a heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda, celestial deity Dao fruits were no big deal. They even had quite a number of true God Dao fruits. These Dao fruits originally did not have much use to Heavenly Emperor Bodhimanders. But the soul-driving Dao fusion pill's appearance would let the value of these Dao fruits increase several times over. A disciple who did not reach Divine Lord realm, as long as they let him swallow a celestial deity Dao fruit, they could let him grow into a peak celestial deity powerhouse in a few hundred, even within several dozen years. This way, how much cultivation time would it save? If this matter is real, our myriad treasure tower shall become a major force at the peak of power and influence in the entire heavenspan world. The function of this rank 5 divine pill is a little small, but once this soul-driving Dao fusion pill is released, the significance is too great. When Lord Yi breaks through to the true God realm and develops the rank 6 divine pill, then it will be able to directly groom true God powerhouses. This, even thinking about it, is frightening, Chen Yu said with a look of astonishment. The celestial deity realm was no big deal with Heavenly Emperor factions. But reaching the true God realm, that was different. Even for Heavenly Emperor Bodhimanders, true God realm powerhouses were also not existences that could be overlooked. After all, reaching Empyrean this level, those were all powerhouses whose name shook a region already. They were not willing to be subordinate to any Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Either they occupied a great imperial capital and crowned themselves as kings, or they would become itinerant cultivators, seeking opportunities to climb to the summit of great Tao. Being able to nurture a true God realm within a few hundred to 1,000 years, this speed was simply terrifying. More importantly, he could still continue cultivating in the future. Saving several tens of thousand years of cultivation time, the chance of stepping into Empyrean would also be much greater. Chen Chang said, the implications of this matter are too serious. Lord Flutterfeather is currently in closed seclusion right now, so we can't arbitrarily make the decision. My intention is to highlight this matter to Lord Myriad Treasure and let his elderly self make a final decision. Chen Yu nodded when he heard that and said, indeed, once this matter spreads out, that's facing the entire heavenspan world. Our tiny little alchemy celestial pavilion can't bear this kind of heavy burden. Inside a remote imperial city's secret chamber, an old man emitting a rotting scent suddenly snapped open both eyes. Ha ha ha. Truly, heaven doesn't want me to Peries. Plus I really didn't expect that there's actually someone capable of refining a miraculous medicinal pill like the soul-driving Dao fusion pill. Back then, when I swallowed the Dao fruit, I thought that there wouldn't be the possibility of cultivating again in this lifetime. I didn't expect that I could actually still wait it out. With my account emulations, as long as I can cultivate again, I'll definitely be able to break through to the true God realm in one stroke. This time, this old man has to buy the soul-driving Dao fusion pill at all cost. When the old man got the news of the soul-driving Dao fusion pill, his entire person fell into madness. Very soon, he gave the orders to check all of the imperial city's reserves and went to the Myriad Treasure Tower to purchase the medicinal pill. Inside an imperial capital, two celestial deity realm youngsters were currently standing opposite each other. One of them said with a look of shock, "How come you cultivated so quickly? A few days ago, you were clearly just first firmament celestial deity." The other person laughed loudly and said, "I swallowed a celestial deity Dao fruit. With my talent, I'll be able to break through to become a 9th firmament celestial deity before long. Weren't you always very COC Kai, feeling that your cultivation speed is fast?" When the other party heard that, his alarm and horror became mockery as he said, "Fool, you actually refined a celestial deity Dao fruit in order to surpa. Me, really foolies. Plus you won't have the chance to break through to true God realm in this lifetime anymore. Heh, the stupid one is you. My father already bought the soul-driving Dao fusion pill from the Myriad Treasure Tower. As long as one consumes this divine medicine, they can cultivate all the same after refining a Dao fruit. But you don't need to give it any further thought. There's only this one pill in the entire imperial capital. It was already bought by my father. Ha ha ha." When the other party heard this, he immediately had a stunned face. The network of the Myriad Treasure Tower was indeed very vast. Once the news spread out, The soul-driving Tao fusion pill immediately swept throughout the entire heavenspan world like a fierce gale. The soul-driving Tao fusion pill roaring into existence immediately let everyone realize the incredible aspect of this medicinal pill. The various major forces started Hing soul-driving Tao fusion pills frenziedly. Furthermore, the medicinal pills were all refined by Yi Yuan. The quality was all extremely high, all were above divine grade. Hence, the price of the soul-driving Tao fusion pills was set to be extremely high. But even so, it was still hard to request for a single pill. One had to know, Yi Yuan was only one person. Even if he refined day and night, it was also impossible to satisfy the entire heavenspan world's demand. Of course, the Myriad Treasure Tower did not plan on satisfying the entire heavenspan world's demand either. The logic of rare commodities being sold at a high price was something they all knew. So how could the Myriad Treasure Tower, these business experts, not know it? In many places, the price of one soul-driving Tao fusion pill was even hiked up to a sky-high price. Even the prices of some extremely high-quality rank 6 divine pills could not compare to the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Firstly, the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined, the quality was superb. No one else could refine it. Secondly, one medicinal pill could save thousands, even tens of thousands of years of cultivation time. So who would not be willing to buy one? How much divine essence stones could be earned in the time saved, and also what realm could be cultivated until? This matter, as long as one was not a fool, they would know how to calculate it. Therefore, the Myriad Treasure Tower had its fame soared unprecedentedly in the entire heavenspan world because of a soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Chapter 1944, Nirvanic Tribulation. Chapter 1944, Nirvanic Tribulation. Inside the secret chamber, Yi Yuan opened the small bottle lightly. A medicinal fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind instantly filled the entire secret chamber. End Spirit 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill. I reckon that it's still unable to let me reach the perfect 6th transformation golden body. If I add in the true dragon's blood, I wonder if I can achieve it or not. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, swallowing the 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill in one gulp. When the medicinal pill entered his abdomen, Yi Yuan's both eyes suddenly went wide, an intense pain spreading throughout his whole body instantly, all the way to the top of his head. Yi Yuan contorted his face in pain as he muttered to himself, indeed well deserving of being the 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill, remolding the physical body, nirvanic rebirth. 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill was renowned for the 2 words, 1000 Tribulation. Swallowing this pill was equivalent to suffering 1000 tribulations, overwhelming to the extent where one wished that they were dead. Even peak 5 transformation golden body powerhouses also would not dare to swallow this kind of strong medicinal pill without careful consideration. A momentary slip-up and it was the outcome of Peries. HI plus ing, one's Tao dissipating. Peak 5 transformation powerhouses, their fleshy bodies rivaled peak celestial deity mystic treasures. It could be seen how powerful their physical bodies were. But even so, they might not be able to withstand the medicinal impact of this 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill too. This pill was too fierce. Of course, the medicinal effect was also extremely strong. And the End Spirit Divine Pill that Yi Yuan consumed was specially prepared for himself by him too. It was just that even he did not expect that he actually refined an End Spirit 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill. Cultivation techniques had differences in power. Martial artists in the same realm, the purity of divine essence was different, the power of the martial techniques displayed was also not necessarily the same. The 9 transformations golden body was similarly like so. But each transformation of the 9 transformations golden body had a legendary level, perfect grade. 9 transformations golden body, each transformation was equivalent to a nirvanic birth. Rumor had it that when this 9 transformations golden body was created back then, it was a life and death calamity. Martial artists needed to shatter the physical body and absorb the power of heavenly Tao to remold their golden body. This was a very dangerous cultivation method. It was naturally also a cultivation method with tremendous power. Except, this cultivation method of 9 cycles of nirvanic rebirth was too dangerous. The death rate was extremely high. Furthermore, the higher the number of transformations, the more perilous it got. Reaching the 6th or 7th transformation, there were basically very few people who could pull through. As for the 8th transformation, the realm of Heavenly Emperor, those able to reach it were even rarer. Later on, people gradually found the 9 transformations method that did not need a nirvanic rebirth. This method sought after what was less attractive than the original choice, but could also obtain powerful strength. It was just that compared to the perfect golden body, it was clearly much worse. Yi Yuan only obtained this cultivation method from his true dragon memories after breaking through to the 5th transformation too. True dragon dharma body. This cultivation method was the dragon race's supreme cultivation method. It was just that the perfect golden body's cultivation method was not mentioned in the method previously. 1. It was only comprehended after Yi Yuan reached the 5th transformation. Yi Yuan, you have to think clearly. Your disciples hid this cultivation method because they were afraid that future generations of disciples lose their lives from cultivating carelessly. Furthermore, you never tempered before a perfect golden body before the 5th transformation. This 6th transformation, you'll have to transcend the previous 5 tribulations one after another at the same time. Dustless urged. Yi Yuan broke out in cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Great Tao is difficult. If one doesn't even have a heart that seeks Tao, why talk about climbing to the summit?" Finished saying, Yi Yuan took out the jade bottle and poured all of the true dragon's blood into his mouth. Bang! The berserk to the extreme energy instantly exploded within Yi Yuan's body. The 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill and 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill's horrifying energy mixed together, practically about to burst Yi Yuan's physical body apart. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest and started circulating according to the perfect golden body technique recorded into the true dragon dharma body. Yi Yuan kept sucking in cold air from pain and already could not even cry out. He was revolving the cultivation method with a powerful will. The 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill indeed lived up to its reputation. Yi Yuan felt like he had already died no idea how many times. Those life and death tribulations experienced in the past appeared so feeble in front of the one this time. "Ah! My hand!" Suddenly, Yi Yuan screamed miserably. It was only to see the muscles on his hands actually dissipate inch by inch, leaving behind just white binds. Very soon, Yi Yuan was only left with a golden skeleton, looking incomparably sinister. Under this kind of agony, Yi Yuan's divine soul was virtually being torn apart. If not for the soul-suppressing pearl's power, Yi Yuan would likely have his soul disintegrate already. Yi Yuan also did not expect that this nirvanic tribulation was actually so terrifying. Very soon, Yi Yuan's golden bones also fragmented, turning into a powder state like it was weathered. Logically speaking, the current Yi Yuan already disappeared without a trace and should not feel pain. But his pain did not diminish the slightest bit and became stronger instead. Yi Yuan's divine soul was very clear. He could feel the medicinal effects of the 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill starting to take effect. Each of his bone marrow was being remolded. No idea how long had Pares said either. Yi Yuan felt those weathered bones pieced together again, forming into a human-shaped skeleton. Following that, flesh and blood started growing on the skeleton. A living Yi Yuan reappeared. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath, his entire person feeling like he already died once. This is nirvanic tribulation. It's also too frightening. Yi Yuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said with lingering fear in his heart. But Yi Yuan could feel that his physical body was indeed much stronger than before. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's face changed. An even more intense pain rushed over as raging as tidal water. His physical body dissipated once more. Yi Yuan knew that the second nirvanic tribulation was about to start. Yi Yuan was clear that he still had to go through it 5 more times at the back. Furthermore, each one was more painful than the last, and each more dangerous than the last. Just as Yi Yuan was walking along the borders of life and death, as long as several years already Pares said in the outside world. Before closed seclusion, Yi Yuan concentrated on refining a batch of soul-driving Tao fusion pills, then washed his hands off it. On this day, above Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's sky, a horrifying aura suddenly descended. In the city, Bai Chen's expression changed, immediately flying up to meet that aura. Who is your esteemed self? I wonder what you came to my heavenly eagle imperial city for. This person in front of him had black gas revolving around, the evil energy on his body extremely heavy. Furthermore, his aura was not weak. Bai Chen did not dare to slight him. You're that kid who ate the soul-driving Dao fusion pill and broke through to true God realm, right? I didn't expect that the rumors were actually true. People who swallowed Dao fruits can actually really cultivate further. The person in black sized Bai Chen up and clicked his tongue in wonder. Bai Chen was startled inwardly and said with a frown, I don't understand what you're talking about. We're just a tiny little imperial city. Where is there any soul-driving Dao fusion pill? Yi Yuan collaborating with the Myriad Treasure Tower, they only said to the outside world that this medicinal pill was refined by the Myriad Treasure Tower. Heavenly Eagle was merely a tiny little imperial city, it had no ability to protect the pill formula at all. Once observant and conscientious people cast covetous eyes on it, it naturally could not avoid trouble. It was just that Bai Chen did not expect that this person in black actually still came. The man in black chuckled and said, Kid, stop pretending. Our Death Soul Gate got the intel that this medicinal pill is refined by a punk called Yi Yuan. That punk should be your master, right? Call him out. Otherwise, don't blame me for going on a killing spree. 1. Not sure if this is a different method from Heavenly Dragon Dharma Body, or author remembered wrongly and keyed in the wrong name. Chapter 1945, Crush. Chapter 1945, Crush. Death Soul Gate. Bai Chen's brows furrowed, clearly never heard of this name before. But below, Leng Qiuling's expression instantly became deathly pale. Bai Chen, this Death Soul Gate is notorious in the Heavenspan world, raping and looting, committing arson and murder, their evil doings knows no limits. Ordinary martial artists tremble with fear when they see them. This Death Soul Gate is incomparably mysterious, no one knows where they are hiding at. But places that they pass through is like locusts passing through, the people will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Leng Qiuling's voice transmission made Bai Chen's expression changed. Heh, looks like there are still some knowledgeable people in this city. You already know that my Death Soul Gate isn't to be trifled with. Hurry up and call Yi Yuan out. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being courteous, said the black-clothed man. Master has already been in seclusion for several years and isn't able to meet you. If you want to request for pills, come again after some time. Bai Chen's expression was slightly dark as he said. The black-clothed man gave a cold laugh and said, people that my Death Soul Gate wants to see, even if he's inside a coffin, he'll also have to come out. That appearance was incomparably arrogant, not taking Bai Chen, this true God realm, seriously at all. Bai Chen's brows furrowed and his tone also became cold as he said, disturbing people's closed seclusion is akin to killing their parent. Your esteemed self is a little too overbearing. But the black-clothed man said in derision, killing people's parents, I, Mo Qing, have done it no idea how many times. What's the harm in killing one more time? Since he's not coming out, then I'll kill until he comes out, starting from you. Finished talking, Mo Qing released his aura. The world power of a true God realm suddenly released, clouds of black energy coiling up, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. Peak first firmament true God. Bai Chen's expression changed as he cried out in surprise. He broke through to the true God realm for less than 10 years and just barely managed to stabilize his realm. It was clearly somewhat taxing to deal with this Mo Qing. The disparity of a minor realm of true God realm was even greater than celestial deity realm. Even within the same small realm, the gap would also be Ma. S. Civ. Jeje, just the likes of you, this little baby who just entered the true God realm, also dare to oppose me. 5 ghosts open gate. Mo Qing spread out both hands, 5 skulls flew out of his sleeves, turning into 5 streams of flowing light and flowing over toward Bai Chen. Bai Chen's face fell, a pitch-black long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. This long spear was a middle-grade true God mystic treasure that Yi Yuan spent a huge price to get for him when at the Lus Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital. With a spear in his hands, Bai Chen's entire imposing aura suddenly erupted. The 5 skulls emitted sobbing sounds, lingering around Bai Chen's ears. Bai Chen was alarmed inwardly and hurriedly revolved his state of mind, wanting to resist this voice that struck the divine soul directly. But the noise that these 5 skulls emitted seemed to be magical, making him unable to focus. Bai Chen was unresigned to fold his arms and wait for death. The tip of the spear shook, world power suddenly unfurling. That bone-infesting sound immediately diminished significantly. Clank, clank, clank. Spear unleash. Hi plusing like rain, Bai Chen's spear danced impenetrably, not giving the 5 skulls any chance. Mo Qing gave a cold snort and said, "Brat, what capability does it count as to rely on the advantage of weapons? Since you want to court death, then I'll send you off." Finished talking, the spell in his hand changed. The 5 skulls actually opened their mouths one after another, spitting out wisps of black fog towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen's expression changed greatly, immediately feeling like his spear technique sunk into a bog. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus the 5 skulls were connected in heart and mind. Under Mo Qing's control, there was virtually no dead angles. Netherworld 5 ghosts slaughter. The speed of those 5 skulls suddenly became incomparably fast. Bai Chen's 2 eyes could not keep up at all. Bang. It was only to hear a loud bang. A skull directly breached Bai Chen's world domain, Smars. Hi plussing onto his protective divine essence, Smars. Hi plussing him flying out. Bai Chen tasted sweetness in his throat, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Except, it was not over yet. Those 5 skulls all arrived in quick succession, not giving him the slightest time to catch his breath at all. They were actually going to drive him to his death. Bang! Another blow. Bai Chen felt like his entire chest was rupturing. Even if he had the advantage in weapons, he was still not this Mo Qing's match. In the city, inside the martial tower, Bai Tong let out a slight sigh, his figure about to dash out. It was naturally impossible for him to watch Bai Chen get killed by the other party. But right at this time, a voice came over. "No need, let me." Bai Tong's gaze turned sharp, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. In the city, everyone looked high up at the sky, anxious looks on their faces. This Death Soul Gate's true God realm powerhouse was too strong. Bai Chen, who just entered the true God realm, was not his match at all. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Bai Chen. Bang! Yi Yuan threw a punch casually, directly sending the 5 skulls scattering everywhere. When Bai Chen saw Yi Yuan, he said with a look of pleasant surprise, "Master, you finally came out of seclusion." Yi Yuan turned around and said, "Swap with me. You go and rest." When Bai Chen saw Yi Yuan, his 2 eyes became wide saucers as he said in surprise, "Master, you. The current Yi Yuan was much taller, face as fair as jade, skin like condensed snow, valiant and heroic in bearing, looking like he returned to 17 or 18 years old, like he returned to boyhood from old age. The present Yi Yuan was absolutely a handsome to the extreme pretty boy. If not for that the contour profile of the face was still similar to Yi Yuan, Bai Chen virtually did not dare to recognize him. Below, when everyone saw Yi Yuan's face, each and every one of them was also incredibly surprised. Did His Excellency also cultivate Senior Bai Tong's cultivation method, returning to boyhood from old age? TSK, Lord Yi Yuan's current face is really handsome until it makes people despair. You look at those female cultivators, each and every one of them are becoming love craze. They did not know why Yi Yuan would have such a big change when he came out of seclusion this time. They were even more unaware of how terrifying of an agony Yi Yuan suffered to be able to have his current transformation. Only the Bai Tong inside the martial tower, his face revealed an astonished look. He knew that Yi Yuan succeeded. The current Yi Yuan looked just like a tender youth who was inexperienced in the ways of the world, looking harmless to man and beast. No matter how one looked, Yi Yuan was like a scholar without the strength to bind a chicken. But Bai Tong knew that Yi Yuan returned to his original simplicity. His physical body was already cultivated to a flawless realm, all of his power fused into the bones and muscles. Una. S summing if not released, Astonis. Plussing people once it was unleash. Your Yi Yuan looks very weak. Boy, take a trip with me. Mo Qing looked at Yi Yuan and asked coolly. The realm that Yi Yuan currently displayed was just ninth firmament celestial deity. In Mo Qing's view, it was naturally too weak. Swooze. Plus Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Mo Qing's two eyes went wide, his hair standing on end, a feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly summoned the 5 ghosts and compressed world power to the limit. Bang! Mo Qing's figure immediately flew several miles away. The 5 skulls directly fell apart to pieces, shattering into a pile of dust. Mo Qing barely managed to stabilize his figure. Looking at Yi Yuan like he saw a ghost, he said in horror, "What powerful fleshy body strength. You're at the 6th transformation golden body?" No, wait, even if it's the 6th transformation golden body, it's also impossible to shatter my 5 ghosts open gate with one punch. Injured my disciples, you are courting death. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him as he said coldly. Chapter 1946, Lurking. Chapter 1946, Lurking 5 Ghosts Open Gate was the true God mystic treasure that Mo Qing sanctified. Even if it was inferior to the long spear in Bai Chen's hand, it absolutely could not be shattered by one punch too. 6th transformation golden body martial artists, just the fleshy body was comparable to mystic treasures. But to say shattering with one punch, that was absolutely impossible. But what was going on with this fellow in front of him? This young man before his eyes was not to be trifled with. Swooze. Plus how could Mo Qing still dare to stay? He turned around and ran, his figure instantly shuttling into the void. But his figure had just moved when a figure blocked in front of him. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Mo Qing's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, spatial SHI plus feet. Who on earth are you? Yi Yuan looked at him and said calmly, "You came to find me. Didn't you inquire about who I am?" Mo Qing had a panic-stricken face, gritted his teeth, and said, "I'm a member of the Death Soul Gate. If you dare to kill me, it's becoming enemies with the Death Soul Gate." Death Soul Gate? Never heard before. Die. Yi Yuan slammed a fist out calmly, the entire SPSCE solidified. Even if Mo Qing wanted to escape, he could not escape either. His world power, his protective divine essence, could not even block for a moment under this one punch, directly collapsing. Bang! Mo Qing's entire person directly exploded, turning into a burst of blood rain. A peak first firmament true God powerhouse directly died under Yi Yuan's one punch. So strong. A peak first firmament true God powerhouse, Lord Yi Yuan crushed him with one punch. He didn't employ any divine essence. This should be the power of the fleshy body. Lord Yi Yuan should have broken through to the 6th transformation golden body. But is a 6th transformation golden body so strong? Those skulls should be a true God mystic treasure, right? His Excellency shattered them with one punch, truly terrifying. Everyone looked at how Yi Yuan was like a God of war, all shocked until they could not close their mouths. In just a short few years of close seclusion, the moment he came out, he disposed of a true God powerhouse. Indeed well deserving of being Lord Yi Yuan. Looking at his fist, Yi Yuan was rather satisfied. Possessing this kind of power, these few years of suffering was also not in vain. These 6 nirvanic tribulations, Yi Yuan took 8 years to transcend them. During these 8 years, Yi Yuan walked along the borders of life and death every minute and second. That feeling was akin to touring the 18 levels of HELL, the Blade Mountain, Fire Sea, Oil Bath, so on and so forth. This kind of torment, Yi Yuan's scalp still tingled when he recalled it now. He also finally understood why the dragon race's founding ancestor would seal these memories to after rank 5. Nirvanic tribulation was really not what ordinary people could transcend. Especially the last one, the 6th nirvanic tribulation, Yi Yuan almost could not endure it quite a number of times. In the end, he still relied on powerful willpower and forcibly held out. Yi Yuan, you were a little impulsive this time. The Death Soul Gate is famed for being hard to entangle with in the Heavenspan world, specialized in doing some murder and arson acts, and is also the Heavenspan world's largest sin organization. This faction's powerhouses are countless and have already existed for God knows how many years. Furthermore, it's said that its creator was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. You killed a member of the Death Soul Gate now, so you have to be careful of their revenge, Dustless warned. When Yi Yuan heard that, his brows also furrowed slightly. He had really never heard of Death Soul Gate this name before, but hearing the meaning in Dustless's words, he had no choice but to guard against. Originally planned on making use of the soul-driving Dao fusion pill to earn more money, but did not expect to cause such a storm. However, even if he knew the Death Soul Gate's prowess, it was also absolutely impossible to let Mo Qing leave. I got it. Looks like we still have to make some preparations, Yi Yuan said. Inside a hidden chamber underground of an inn in Nine Pledge Imperial capital, more than a dozen black lotuses were placed. Suddenly, a black lotus right at the end suddenly fell apart. The black shadow inside the secret chamber was abruptly startled and muttered to himself, Mo Qing actually died. Shouldn't be. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City only has a newly ascended true God realm, so how can he possibly be Mo Qing's match? Even if he's really not a match, it's also impossible to not even be able to escape, right? No one would have thought that this inconspicuous little inn was actually a branch of the Death Soul Gate. And those dozen over black lotuses represented more than a dozen true God realm powerhouses. If City Lord Yu Wenfeng knew that there were actually so many true God powerhouses under his rule, he would definitely be uneasy even when sleeping. The black shadow paced back and forth. Suddenly, the seals in his hand changed erratically, finally turning into several streaks of black threads, concealing into the void. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus very soon, several figures flew into the underground secret chamber. Chief. After the few people entered, they bowed down towards that black shadow. The black shadow sat down, made a sound of acknowledgement, and said, a mission came from upstairs, saying that we must capture the Southridge patrolling inspector Yi Yuan alive. I sent Mo Qing over, but he died. Mo Qing, this fool, he had always thought of himself as infallible. Dying was also a matter of time, one of the people said. Another person said, Your Excellency calling us here, could it be to have us take action together? The black shadow said coolly, yes, Yi Yuan, this boy can't be underestimated, he always has unexpected means. This time, the 5 of you go together, Lu Xin as Sum's personal command, the 4 of you join hands. Additionally, bring over traceless spatial lock. This boy's spatial law is remarkable. You all have to ensure that it cannot fail under any circumstances before you can take action, understood? When the 5 people heard that, they were all extremely surprised. Lu Xin frowned and said, Your Excellency, it's just capturing a puny little celestial deity realm. Isn't it making a mountain out of a molehill? Even without using traceless spatial lock, the 5 of us joining hands, could it be that he could still escape? The black shadow waved his hand and said, This is the person that the people upstairs want. So matter how highly we regard him, it's not over the top. Furthermore, Mo Qing is already dead. To be able to kill off a true God realm without a sound, it's hard to guarantee that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City doesn't have any contingencies. Once any slip-ups occur, you and I can't shoulder it. Do it according to my words. If you fail, carry your head back to see me. The 5 people were slightly fearful in their hearts and no longer dared to be negligent. Yes, Your Excellency. The 5 people receiving the mission broke it down into its elements and quietly sneaked into Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. The Death Soul Gate's disguising and concealing techniques were extremely skillful. On the surface, Lu Xin 5 people were merely very ordinary Divine Lord Realm martial artists. The present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Divine Lord Realm martial artists were everywhere on the streets, it was nothing at all. The 5 people were extremely patient. This lurk became half a year long. On this day, the 5 people gathered together in an Yuna's Summing Commoner's residence. Upon entering the door, one of the sins, Shu Maro, said unhappily, Mo Qing was really a stupid pig, acting rashly and alerting the enemy. Now, just great. That kid doesn't leave the City Lord Manor at all. We can't find the opportunity to act at all. Inside the City Lord Manor would normally be laid down with a lot of restrictions. Even people very skillful in spatial law would also find it very hard to sneak inside without a sound. The few people were veteran S sins. But Yi Yuan huddling up in his ell like a turtle, they could not do anything either. Alright, he's already dead. What's the use of you complaining about him? But, this Yi Yuan kid is truly incredible, to actually be able to develop such a heaven-defying medicinal pill. It's also no wonder that the people upstairs want to capture him alive, said another sin. At this time, the Lu Xin who was silent all along opened his mouth and said, since he's not coming out, then we'll go in. Chapter 1947, Penetrating Insight. Chapter 1947, Penetrating Insight. Your Excellency, the Cloud Moon Imperial City's envoy team has arrived and are currently requesting an audience outside, Ning Qianping reported. Yi Yuan nodded and said, let them come in. The Cloud Moon Imperial City and the Myriad Treasure Tower have very deep connections. I can't SHI plus RK responsibility either. Furthermore, the City Lord came to visit in person, so it's also considered giving us sufficient face. Ning Qianping said, Your Excellency, this sort of thing, wouldn't it do to let City Lords go and handle it? Why is there a need to welcome personally? Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's cooling to have your back against a large tree. I naturally don't need to give face to anyone but myself. But the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is hard to defend just based on my power alone. With a Heavenly Emperor faction as a backer, it would naturally be much safer. When Ning Qianping heard that, he was filled with deep respect in his heart. In his eyes, City Lords were mostly selfish and sought personal gain, fleecing the blood and sweat of martial artists. But Yi Yuan was different. His nature was uninhibited, and he did not like to be constrained by an ident. One tie like a patrolling inspector. But in order to protect the people around him, he continuously let Heavenly Eagle develop and strengthen, and even made friends with a major force like the Myriad Treasure Tower. Encountering this sort of thing, one could only compromise out of consideration for the general interest too. Ning Qianping was clear that with Yi Yuan's character, he was actually unwilling to bother with this kind of mundane affairs. After Ning Qianping withdrew, a group of people walked in after a while. The person at the front was a middle-aged man, having 8th firmament celestial deity cultivation, being the strongest person among the party. When that person saw Yi Yuan, he immediately cupped his fists and said with a big laugh, I've long heard that Master Yi has achieved your ambitions while young. Upon meeting today, you're indeed extraordinary. Yi Yuan also clasped his hands and said smilingly, City Lord Xu Guang has an extraordinary presence and isn't a common person. Breaking through to become a true God is right around the corner. Come. Sit down and talk. Everyone sat down as host and guest. Yi Yuan said, the medicinal pills that City Lord Xu Guang is asking for, this you will refine them as quickly as possible. I'll have to trouble you to wait patiently for 2 days. Xu Guang laughed loudly and said, No rush. I know that Master Yi's alchemy Dao is unparalleled under the heavens, why would I be in a hurry? This Xu knows that it's not easy to request for Master Yi to take action and naturally can't treat you shabbily. I have a precious treasure here. Master Yi, please take a look. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile as he said, Oh? City Lord Xu said it so solemnly, then this you really have to take a look. Qianping, give the orders, let City Lord Xu they all prepare a banquet and treat City Lord Xu's party cordially. Ning Qianping was somewhat puzzled, but still acknowledged it and withdrew. Xu Guang took out a tiny tray with a smile. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, immediately feeling the extraordinariness of this tray. It was actually a true God mystic treasure. Master Yi, this treasure is called Traceless Spatial Lock. As Xu Guang said, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, everything became blurry. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly and did not reveal an overly surprised expression. Xu Guang was still all smiles as he said, once it activates, the surrounding space will be lock. The people outside can't enter, the people inside can't go out. Master Yi, Are you going to submit obediently, or do you want the few of us brothers to take action? Yi Yuan looked at Shu Guang and said indifferently, the few of you are members of Death Soul Gate? Shu Guang's expression changed slightly and said, how did you know? Yi Yuan looked at Shu Guang and said indifferently, your disguise is indeed pretty good, unfortunately, it can't deceive my eyes. To have such attainments in the art of disguising, apart from the Death Soul Gate, I can't think of others. Having cultivated the perfect sixth transformation golden body, the benefits that Yi Yuan obtained was tremendous. This time, Yi Yuan cleansed his marrows and remolded his fleshy body. His visual prowess also obtained a massive improvement. Furthermore, the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil had followed Yi Yuan for a long time. Making use of Yi Yuan's perfect visual strength, the power increased by more than a magnitude. Presently, using fiery golden eyes to describe Yi Yuan's visual strength was also not overboard sup. The moment Shu Guang and the rest entered, they were seen through by Yi Yuan. This party was precisely the 5 sins sent out by the Death Soul Gate. And Shu Guang was precisely the fourth firmament true God powerhouse, Lu Xin. Lu Xin looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing an uncertain look. But very soon, he felt at ease and opened his mouth and said, everyone says that Master Yi's high morality reaches the clouds and values the people around him very highly. It's indeed true. You saw through us, but you sent away that Ning family's brat. Looks like you're afraid of accidentally hurting him. Yi Yuan was silent, considered to have acquiesced to it. The Death Soul Gate sent a first firmament true God last time. This time, they would naturally be stronger than last time. Ning Tianping being here, he did not have the confidence in ensuring his safety. Heh, looks like you already have the awareness and plan on making a trip with us. Lu Xin said with a laugh. Yi Yuan said calmly, you guys want to capture me back to refine pills for you all? Lu Xin said, I'm only following the orders from upstairs. As for capturing you back to do what, that's not what I can ask. Alright, giving you a chance now, seal your divine see yourself and follow us. Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, go? You all killed Shu Guang's party and sneaked into my heavenly eagle imperial city, could it be that you still want to leave alive? Lu Xin and the rest were taken back and could not help laughing as they said, talking wildly, just the likes of you, a celestial deity realm, can you still resist us? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yi Yuan. It was precisely Bai Tong. With Dustless's warning, how could Yi Yuan possibly not be on guard? So in this half a year, Bai Tong had always been inside the Purple Extreme Hall in close seclusion and had always been following by Yi Yuan's side too. When Lu Xin saw Bai Tong, his pupils could not help constricting, expression suddenly changing. This person's aura was actually identical with him. A fourth firmament true God powerhouse too. When did Heavenly Eagle Imperial City have such an expert? Could it be that Mo Qing died at his hands? I'll leave this guy to you, no problem, right? Yi Yuan said. Bai Tong rolled his eyes and said, take away the right word. Yi Yuan was unable to stifle his laughter when he heard that. This guy really had cold humor. The two people chatted, not taking Lu Xin 5 people seriously at all. Lu Xin smiled coldly and said, fool, so what even if there's a fourth firmament true God? Could it be that he, a celestial deity realm, can still deal with 4 second firmament true GODs? The other 4 people were all second firmament true God powerhouses. Yi Yuan said coolly, wouldn't you know after trying? Finished talking, Yi Yuan pushed with the tip of his feet, figure immediately turning into an afterimage, pouncing towards one of the killers. That Sin had a scornful look, world power suddenly erupting, wanting to take Yi Yuan down a notch. While the other 3 people watched this scene calmly, waiting to see Yi Yuan's wretched appearance. Upstairs only said not to kill Yi Yuan, but did not say not to let him get injured. Since he was looking for abuse himself, then it also could not be blamed on others. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan arrived. Lifting his hand, it was a straight punch, looking like mortals fighting. Bang! That Sin's world domain was immediately smashed until it sunk in, his entire person flying out like a cannonball. Pewalk. The Sin fell to the ground, opening his mouth and vomiting out a large mouthful of blood. The pupils of the other 4 people shrunk, looking at this scene in astonishment and disbelieving faces. 6th transformation golden body. He's actually a body cultivator. No, wait, even if it's the 6th transformation golden body, it's also not possible to be so strong. Could he have a perfect 6th transformation golden body? Lu Xun looked at Yi Yuan and said in astonishment. Chapter 1948, Kicking a Metal Plate. Chapter 1948, Kicking a Metal Plate. The explosive power in that instant just now made the few-second firmament true gods feel their hearts palpitate. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not employ any martial technique, erupting with power that was based fully on the power of the fleshy body. Such powerful fleshy body power, apart from the perfect 6th transformation golden body, Lu Xun could not think of a second possibility at all. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Xun and said coolly, "At least you have some knowledge." Even if they were mentally prepared, Lu Xun and the rest were still stunned by this answer. Lu Xun revealed a look of great shock and said, "How is that possible?" Disregarding that the requirement of the perfect 6th transformation on resources is harsh, even the nirvanic tribulation of the perfect 6th transformation golden body, not 1 in 100 might be able to tide it over too. How did you do it? Perfect golden body, each additional transformation, the nirvanic tribulation that needed to be faced was even more horrifying. Even among 100 perfect 5th transformation golden body martial artists, there might also not be one capable of enduring it. Deducing it like this, to be able to endure from perfect 1st transformation to perfect 6th transformation, even among 10 million body cultivators, there might not be one person who succeeds too. It could be seen how rare it was. The anguish of the perfect 6th transformation nirvanic tribulation, ordinary people could not imagine it at all. Those able to reach a perfect 6th transformation golden body could also be counted on one hand in the entire heavenspan world. It could be imagined how shocked Lu Xun was currently. Even in his dreams, he also would not have thought that Yi Yuan was actually such a terrifying body cultivator. Yi Yuan naturally knew how terrifying this nirvanic tribulation was. But he pulled through. "Very unfortunately, I'm that one," Yi Yuan said very calmly. The expression on Lu Xun's face gradually became solemn. He said to the 4 people in a solemn voice, "The 4 of you attack together and use combined attacks. Make sure not to underestimate him. If it can't be done, leaving first will be the best choice." When Shu Maro 4 people heard that, they had solemn looks on their faces too. They originally thought that it was catching a turtle in a jar. They did not expect that it was going to be troublesome. Yi Yuan's light punch already clearly showed how strong his perfect 6th transformation was. Swoosh, 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 swooze. Plus Shu Maro 4 people's actions were extremely fast, each standing in position. The imposing momentum immediately became subtle. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and also could not help becoming cautious. These 4 people just getting into position already became a unified ent. One tie. Once they unleashed an attack, the power would likely be extraordinary. It was true that his perfect 6th transformation was formidable, but it was not invincible. A second firmament true God was far stronger than a first firmament true God in the first place. If not for this, Yi Yuan's punch previously would have long eradicated that sin. But the other party only suffered some injuries. It did not have a huge impact on the battle. The disparity between second firmament and first firmament true gods was clear at a glance. True God realm powerhouses were not some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. Martial artists able to break through to the true God realm, each one of them was a genius among geniuses. That punch of Yi Yuan's before was merely just a probe. Whoos. Plus suddenly, Shu Maro moved. A sword move, swift like lightning. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark and pointed a finger out. He was actually relying on his fleshy body to meet a true God mystic treasure. Clank. A clear metal class. Plussing sound came over. Shu Maro seemed to have been struck by a tremendous force, falling back. Yi Yuan was just about to chase after when another sword stabbed over. This sword was extremely sharp, piercing straight for Yi Yuan's lower ribs. Although Yi Yuan's fleshy body was powerful, he was not really impervious to swords and spears. Second firmament true God coupled with the power of joint attacks was already sufficient to hurt him. Being forced to, Yi Yuan could only temporarily avoid the sharp edge. The four people's cooperation was extremely tacit. Yi Yuan was actually unable to get away for some time under the four people's pincer attacks. Hence, the five people became tangled in battle just like that. At this time, with the traceless spatial lock activating, everyone could only return to the basic, relying on movement technique to move, unable to traverse the void. But Yi Yuan only relied on that explosive power and did not suffer the least bit of loss in movement. By the side, when Lu Xun saw this scene, he was shocked speechless. With the four of them displaying Nightmare One Heart, even when dealing with a third firmament true God, they can also persist for the time it takes to brew a pot of tea. But now, they actually can't do anything to him. One had to know, second firmament true God basically did not have any strength to fight back in front of third firmament true Gods. But Shu Marrow four people's joint attacks could persist for the time it took to brew a pot of tea and not be defeated. This was already very incredible. Yi Yuan had just entered the sixth transformation. Calculating it, he was also merely a first firmament true God. He was actually evenly matched with the four people. A perfect golden body had always been an existence of the legends, Lu Xun had never seen before too. He did not expect that perfect sixth transformation was actually so terrifying. At this time, the Bai Tong by the side opened his mouth and said nonchalantly, "Don't look anymore, it's our turn." Lu Xun's face sunk, sneering coldly as he said, "Reckless and blind thing, since you're courting death yourself, then I'll send you off." Exterminating traceless sword. Lu Xun's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was as if he shuttled into the void. But SPACE was currently being locked. Bai Tong had a composed face. A fan appeared in his hand at no idea when and he pointed out the fan with a backhand. Clank, clank, clank. In a blink of an eye, the two people exchanged several dozen blows. Whoos. H. Plus Lu Xun's figure appeared once more. He stared at the sword in his hand, his expression ugly to the extreme. His sword was a middle-grade true God mystic treasure. Currently, on the sword body, numerous fine chips actually appeared on it. Empyrean spirit treasure. You actually have an Empyrean spirit treasure. Lu Xun gritted his teeth, expression ugly to the extreme. Even though Bai Tong was unable to unleash the full power of the fan, Lu Xun was incomparably certain that this fan was absolutely an Empyrean spirit treasure. A fourth firmament true God actually owned an Empyrean spirit treasure. Furthermore, just those few exchanges earlier, Lu Xun was already totally certain that the law comprehension of this person in front of him was unfathomable. He was not a match at all. Lu Xun was also a fearsome existence in the Death Soul Gate. There were even quite a few fourth firmament true Gods who died at his hands. But now, he was actually powerless to do anything to a fourth firmament true God. This person in front of him was powerful to the point there were no CHINKS in his armor to exploit. Lu Xun suddenly discovered that this heavenly eagle imperial city's waters were simply too deep. Before he came, he felt that Lord Shadowwind made too big of a fuss over a minor issue. But now, he felt that Lord Shadowwind underestimated Yi Yuan too much. This kid was simply an enigmatic existence. Creating a medicinal pill that even the Death Soul Gate was extremely moved by a perfect sixth transformation golden body. There was even a fourth firmament true God who possessed an Empyrean spirit treasure following by his side. How was this an imperial city? This foundation was already sufficient to become an imperial capital. Who could have thought that in a tiny little heavenly eagle imperial city, there were actually such undiscovered talents who remained in concealment? Roar. Right at this time, a dragon roar shot to the sky. A horrifying energy undulation spread out from Yi Yuan's body. Lu Xun looked over, his pupils constricting. Only to see that the current Yi Yuan was overflowing with vigor as if he was a roaring enormous dragon. Those four people were holding out bitterly under Yi Yuan's tremendous strength and were already almost crumbling. Yi Yuan finally used the Universe Dragon Claw. Under the augmentation of the perfect sixth transformation golden body, the power of this move strengthened more than several times. Each punch that Yi Yuan slammed out practically had the offensive power of a peak second firmament true God. That horrifying strength was virtually punching through SPACE. Lu Xin's heart sunk to rock bottom. He knew that they kicked a metal plate this time. Chapter 1949, Indiscriminately Slaughtering the Innocent. Chapter 1949, Indiscriminately Slaughtering the Innocent. No way, can't continue being stalemated like this. Otherwise, not one of us can leave. Lu Xin knew that under this current circume stance, they were unable to succeed at all. Regardless of whether it was Yi Yuan or this fourth firmament true God in front of him, neither one was a pushover. He had to escape, pass the news back, and let Lord Shadowwind send even stronger powerhouses here. Thinking up to here, Lu Xin gritted his teeth. His mind stirring, the traceless spatial lock was released quietly. Whoosh. Plus Lu Xin's figure suddenly vanished, shuttling into the void. A fourth firmament true God powerhouses could travel 10,000 miles in an instant, going out of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City in a blink of an eye. When Bai Tong saw the situation, he only laughed coldly. Taking a step out, he also disappeared. Over that side, Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive toward spatial law. The instant when the traceless spatial lock was dispelled, he detected it. Seeing Bai Tong chase after, Yi Yuan said in a clear voice, "Keep him alive. Relax." In the void, came Bai Tong's voice. Then there was no more sound. And inside the City Lord Manor came Shu Maro four people's cursing voices. "Lu Xin, you'll die a horrible death. Despicable villain who double-crossed, you definitely won't have a good end." Lu Xin ran without even giving a heads-up, undoubtedly made the four of them fall into a desperate situation. The moment SPACE opened up, Yi Yuan's figure became even more unpredictable. Shuttling within the void coupled with the power of the Universe Dragon Claw, his momentum was irresistible. Even with four people joining hands, they were also suppressed by Yi Yuan until they did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Bang! 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 Inside the City Lord Manor, came intense exploding sounds, immediately alarming outside. Sensing the horrific undulations coming from inside, Ning Qianping's complexion turned white. He finally knew what was amiss. Yi Yuan making him go out was actually in order to protect him. True God level battles were not what he could take part in at all. The four people fought incomparably fiercely, fighting all the way from the City Lord Manor to high up in the sky. Yi Yuan was akin to a God of war, still brother Iming with imposing vigor under the encirclement of the four great powerhouses. This scene naturally landed in the eyes of the martial artists in the city, all incredibly shocked. Is my eyesight failing? Those are 4-second firmament true God powerhouses. Lord Yi Yuan can actually fight 1-on-4? Lord Yi Yuan seems to have reached the 6th transformation golden body. But would the 6th transformation golden body be so strong? 6th transformation golden body is just slightly stronger than same rank martial artists. But to say powerful until this kind of extent, it's clearly impossible. I heard those body cultivators have a type of superlative golden body called the perfect golden body. This is the ultimate state of body cultivating martial artists. Could it be that Lord Yi Yuan he reached the perfect golden body? The martial artists in the city were all speculating. Someone guessed the perfect golden body very quickly, causing each and every one of them being extremely shocked. Yi Yuan's martial Dao cultivation clearly did not reach the true God realm yet. Then there was only this explanation. The perfect 6th transformation golden body, this legendary realm, Lord Yi Yuan actually successfully cultivated it. Everyone looked at that flawless figure, all idolizing immensely. Except, just what was the deal with these true God powerhouses of unknown origins? Over there, in the midst of fierce fighting, Shu Mao's eyes swiveled, suddenly calling out in a clear voice, "Stop attacking him. We'll split up and massacre the civilians in the city. We'll see if he can kill the four of us at the same time or not." When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression immediately changed drastically. What he was most worried about was these people making a move on the common people in the city. He did not expect that they really did not have a bottom line, using unscrupulous means in order to achieve their goal. When the other three people heard that, their eyes could not help lighting up. They were all beaten silly by Yi Yuan, all just thinking about how to run. It was this Shu Mao's brain that was agile, to actually think of using this kind of method to coerce Yi Yuan. Swoosh, 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 swooze. Plus the four people did not hesitate in the slightest, flying out in four different directions. Although Yi Yuan was skilled in spatial law, he also could not possibly attend to four different directions at the same time. In his rage, Yi Yuan suddenly slammed a fist out. Far away, one of the assassin's sins was directly brought down by Yi Yuan. It was just that even though his figure tottered and he was seriously injured, he still did not die. A second firmament true God martial artist was seriously too strong. With his current strength, he was utterly devastated one-on-one. But to talk about killing in a single blow, it was clearly not too likely. In the time it took for this one punch, the other three people already pulled apart distance from Yi Yuan. They did not plan on all evading in the first place, it just depended on whose luck was good. Yi Yuan injured one person, but he was unable to injure the other three people at the same time. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, I want to see how much time you can use to kill all four of us. Do it. Shu Mao laughed crazily as he said. Swoosh, swoosh, swooze. Plus three incomparably swift and fierce sword lights tore across the sky, flying straight for the downtown area. Yi Yuan's face changed greatly, exhibiting spatial SHI plus feet without the slightest hesitation. Bang! A sword light landed on Yi Yuan, immediately slamming Yi Yuan onto the streets. But the other two streaks of sword light, Yi Yuan was powerless to salvage the situation. Bang, bang. Hundreds and thousands of martial artists turned to ashes under these two streaks of sword light. Second firmament true God powerhouses, to ordinary martial artists, those were God-like existences. In imperial cities, most were some divine lord realm and origin deity realm martial artists. How could they block this kind of terrifying attack? Places that the sword light's pares said through, it became an abyss of suffering. Ha ha ha. Feels great. Shu Mao burst out laughing. Another Sin also burst out laughing as he said, if I knew that this brat was this silly long ago, wouldn't he have submitted obediently once we randomly captured a few people? Why is there still a need to go through so much trouble? In a heap of rubble, Yi Yuan shot up to the sky, gaze turned bloodshot from anger. Both eyes were already blood-red. This attack did not cause any damage to him, but how could the civilians in the city block such a terrifying attack? Again, Shu Mao laughed loudly, unleash. Plussing his sword once more decisively. Stop! Yi Yuan roared, teleporting once more, and was slammed down once again without the least bit of surprise. However, at the other two places, there were many martial artists who were killed again. There was no time to even escape. Inside the city was already a chaotic mess. Places that the sword light's pares said through were already heaps of ruins. Stop! I'll go with you. Yi Yuan roared angrily. Shu Mao did a hand gesture, indicating for the other two to stop for now. Yi Yuan flew up once more and came towards Shu Mao. Shu Mao was long beaten by Yi Yuan until he was terrified. Seeing that Yi Yuan had an aggressive posture, he fell back repeatedly and cried out in alarm, "Stop!" Yi Yuan was helpless and could only stop. But his pair of eyes were full of iciness. When Shu Mao saw that Yi Yuan indeed stopped, he could not help becoming pleased with himself again and said with a laugh, Master Yi, your strength is formidable, so don't get so close to me. I'm scared." Yi Yuan looked at him coldly and said in a deep voice, "I'll go with you guys, don't attack innocent people anymore." Shu Mao had a smug look as he said, "If you were so obedient long ago, wouldn't they not have needed to die? Heh, but, we don't trust you, you're too powerful. Once you go back on your word, we won't be able to do anything to you." Yi Yuan said coldly, "I conceal my vital energy and blood and seal up my divine sea. But you all have to swear a heavenly Tao oath to absolutely not go back on your promise afterward and attack the civilians in the city. When Shu Maro heard that, the smug look on his face became more apparent. Chapter 1950, Golden Needle Stabbing Acupoint. Chapter 1950, Golden Needle Stabbing Acupoint. Your Excellency. Seeing Yi Yuan being brought away helplessly, the civilians in the city were all weeping. Quite a few people even directly knelt down, kowtowing in the direction Yi Yuan left. They understood that Yi Yuan was brought away by these people in order to protect them. Body-cultivating martial artists sealing their vital energy and blood was like sealing the divine sea, unable to display fleshy body power anymore. Yi Yuan doing so was undoubtedly binding both hands himself, becoming fish on a chopping board, being at people's mercy. Bai Chen, Ning Tianping, Leng Qiuling, and the rest shot up one by one, wanting to stop them from leaving. Let go of Master. Your Excellency, I won't let them bring you away. When Shu Maro saw this scene, his face revealed a cruel smile. Halt! Suddenly, Yi Yuan shouted. Bai Chen and the rest all stopped their footsteps involuntarily. Yi Yuan looked at them with an outraged look. Bai Chen they all had yet to see before this kind of enraged expression on Yi Yuan's face. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching as he said in a deep voice, "All go back for me. Whoever takes another step forward, don't say that you know me, Yi Yuan, any longer in the future." Everyone's faces changed and sure enough, did not dare to move anymore. Shu Maro grinned and said, "What a touching scene. But, willingly be tied up for a bunch of ants, I have got to admit, you're simply ridiculously foolish." Yi Yuan's expression was calm and did not get angry because of Shu Mao's mockery. He just said coolly, "Let's go." Just like this, Yi Yuan was brought away under everyone's watchful gazes. Sigh, being able to meet this kind of lord, we really have the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. If it were other cities, even if we were completely wiped out, it would also be impossible for the city lord to furrow his brows at all, right? His Excellency was brought away, what should Heavenly Eagle do from now on? No matter what, I'll treat Heavenly Eagle as my home in this lifetime. Yi Yuan saving people by sacrificing his own life made countless martial artists in the city incredibly touched. The world of martial artists was lonely and also selfish. However, it was precisely in this selfish world that Yi Yuan's selflessness could move people even more. Even though they had just experienced a tribulation, at this moment, these people felt a feeling called home toward Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Inside the City Lord Manor, Bai Chen and the rest bit their lips and gnawed their teeth with bewildered and stumped faces. They did not know which faction these true God powerhouses came from, but a faction capable of sending out so many true God realm powerhouses was absolutely not an ordinary faction. Really damn in it. Damn in it. It's all us who are too weak, Bai Chen said with tears running down his face. The others were silent. Even Bai Chen, this true God realm powerhouse, was powerless to do anything, so what use could they, these celestial deity realm martial artists, be of? They already did their utmost to catch up to Yi Yuan's footsteps, but the gap between them and Yi Yuan became bigger and bigger. Finally, it could only be up to Yi Yuan to come and protect them. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, a flying figure entered the City Lord Manor. Thud. Bai Tong casually throwing a figure onto the ground. Who could it be if not Lu Xun? The current Lu Xun had his divine sea sealed, lying limp on the ground like a dead dog. The moment Bai Tong came in, he noticed that the atmosphere was somewhat off and asked with a frown, "What's wrong? Where's Yi Yuan?" No one answered him. The atmosphere within the entire hall was cruise. Hi+ing until it made people asphyxiated. "I'll kill you." Suddenly, Bai Chen exploded, abruptly thrusting a spear towards Lu Xun's heart. Bai Tong frowned, sleeves flicking grandly, directly sending Bai Chen's spear flying. Yi Yuan said it before, he wants him alive, Bai Tong said coolly. Bai Chen suddenly turned around and roared at Bai Tong, Master was already captured by them. What's the use of keeping him alive? When Bai Tong heard this, his 2 eyes narrowed slightly and asked, with Yi Yuan's strength, how can those small fries capture him? Among the few people, Leng Qiuling was still considered calm. She briefly recounted the events previously, making Bai Tong stunned too. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually do such a thing. Musing for a moment, Bai Tong said, "Relax, Yi Yuan will be fine. You guys lock him up, I'll go to Yi Yuan's aid." Everyone trembled all over when they heard it. Ning Tianping hurriedly asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" Bai Tong said coolly, "You guys are also looking down on Yi Yuan too much. If a few random cats and dogs can capture him away too, he also wouldn't possibly cause such a big spectacle. Relax, I'll be right back." Finished talking, Bai Tong's figure moved, Vonnie's HI plussing on the spot. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces involuntarily revealing a look of wild elation. The four great true God realm powerhouses brought Yi Yuan away, traveling 10,000 miles in a single breath, and already flew God knows how far. Shu Mao, this time, if not for you, we'd definitely be completely annihilated. An AS Sa. S Sin But turned him up. Shu Mao's expression was slightly dark as he said, "Now's not the time to be happy yet. Don't you guys forget, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City still has a fourth firmament true God. The other three people's faces changed, the smugness from before immediately swept away cleanly. They were indeed somewhat dizzy with success just now. Among the four people, Shu Mao was the leader. Then we'd better hurry up and escape. As long as we escape to Golden Wing Imperial Capital, our mission will also be considered as completed." Shu Mao nodded and said, "Lord Shadowwind already notified the Golden Wing branch. They have already sent people to coordinate at the borders. As long as we reach the borders, it will be considered thoroughly safe. But, you guys don't have to be too worried either. We have this kid in our hands. Even if that person really chases after us, out of fear of implicating him, he won't dare to do anything to us either." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure paused, coming to a stop. Shu Mao's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Punk, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't get any lousy ideas. Although upstairs made us not harm your life, if you really push us, it's hard to say." Yi Yuan looked at him, his gaze icy cold as he said, "This place should be far enough from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, right? MN. What do you mean?" Shu Mao and the rest were startled inwardly, their gazes revealing a vigilant look. Suddenly, a golden needle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand since God knows when. Before everyone came back to their senses, he suddenly stabbed toward his own body with a ghostly speed. The final needle was directly stabbed onto his Baihui acupoint. This scene happened too quickly, Shu Mao and the rest completely did not have time to stop it, all turning pale with fright. "Ah!" Yi Yuan gave a long cry, his aura suddenly erupting. Bang! All of a sudden, powerful vital energy erupted from Yi Yuan's body. The horrifying pressure made the four great second firmament true GODs suddenly change countenance. Shu Mao looked at this scene in incredible shock as he said in a panic, How is this possible? I clearly sealed your vital energy and blood personally and watched your vital energy completely fade. How did you do it?" Sealing vital energy, this was a very safe method. Even if you had immensely formidable abilities, you could forget about breaking free too. Otherwise, with Shu Mao's cunningness, how could he possibly set his mind at ease and bring Yi Yuan out just like this? But now, Yi Yuan actually broke free of the vital energy and blood seal. Looking at Yi Yuan's imposing momentum, it was even several times stronger than before. Yi Yuan looked at Shu Mao coldly and said in a deep voice, "Golden needle stabbing the acupoint, reversing vital energy and blood, life and death gateway, sudden enlightenment sup 1 sup." Chapter 1951, All Called Back. Chapter 1951, All Called Back Pewalk. The moment Yi Yuan's voice faded, he immediately spewed out a large mouthful of blood mist. The qi and blood flow of the human body naturally had their rules. Stabbing the acupoints with a golden needle, causing the vital energy and blood to flow in reverse, was equivalent to forcefully reversing the directional flow of the qi and blood within the body. The burden it caused on the body was virtually unimaginable. During the period where one's qi and blood flowed in reverse, it could give the person who used the needle a short-term boost in strength. Then afterward, what awaited would be death from deficiency of vital energy and blood. Yi Yuan using this kind of means was equivalent to using a method that killed 3,000 of the enemy at the cost of losing 3,000 of his own, the consequences too disastrous to imagine. Shu Maro looked at Yi Yuan, his expression extremely ugly as he said, You lunatic, you don't want your life anymore? Wai smiled coldly and said, Relax, it won't take my life. A perfect sixth transformation golden body is even stronger than you imagine. Now, you guys can start running away. But, you have to be faster than me. Bang! Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest and arrived in front of that injured Sa. Sin with a teleport. One exchange struck him flying. Following that, Yi Yuan pointed his finger and directly crippled his divine C. Completely ignoring the other party's misery, Yi Yuan directly carried him in his hand like holding a chicken, and chased after another person. The current Yi Yuan was overflowing with vital energy, much stronger than before. At that time, in the city, these people were already not Yi Yuan's match, let alone now. Fresh blood stained his clothes red, with a bloodstained style. Shu Mao's expression became extremely ugly. How could he still dare to remain? With his figure moving, he disappeared from where he was. The other two people were the same as him, it was just that they fled separately. They only hoped that Yi Yuan would not chase after them. Yi Yuan just gave a cold laugh, striding out, and caught up to one of the Sa's sins in virtually an instant. Bang! 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 3 punches in a row, each punch heavier than the last. That Sa's sin only blocked for a moment, then his chest had a large hole slammed into it. Then, he similarly had his divine C wasted by Yi Yuan and carried in his hand. These few people's actions had long already made Yi Yuan go completely berserk. The current Yi Yuan was attacking in rage, how would he still show any leniency? The movements of true God powerhouses were exceedingly fast in the end, shuttling through the void, 10,000 miles in an instant. In this short while, the other two people already disappeared without a trace. But Yi Yuan had long left divine sense imprints on them. As long as they did not escape out of a certain radius, Yi Yuan could track them down. When Yi Yuan was at the 6th firmament celestial deity realm, the 4th firmament true God Wenfeng and the rest already could not match up to him in terms of speed. Now, Yi Yuan already reached the peak 9th firmament celestial deity realm. The speed of his spatial SHI plus feet was even several times faster. Catching up to 2nd firmament true GODS was naturally nothing difficult. The reason why he chose to make a move here was that the topography of this place was ASPA Sias Open SPACE. Yi Yuan could display spatial SHI plus feet without restraint. Yi Yuan took out a rope and strung the two Sa's sins up like dead dogs, dragging them behind him. Following which, he took a step out and disappeared on the spot once more. After several dozen breaths, Yi Yuan caught up to another person again and crippled him, tying him up with the other two people onto the same rope. Now, there was only Shu Maro alone left. The current Shu Maro was akin to a dog who lost its home, desperately running. He urged his divine essence to the limits, praying crazily in his heart for Yi Yuan to not come to find him first. Time slowly trickled by. Sure enough, as he had hoped for, Yi Yuan did not chase after. Shu Maro let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. But he still did not dare to ease up in the slightest. I can definitely escape. Can definitely escape. He used a reverse flow art and can't sustain it for too long. As long as I can hold on until his vital energy is exhausted, I'll be able to escape. Shu Maro was yelling frantically in his heart. How could the current Shu Maro still dare to think about dealing a counterattack after Yi Yuan's vital energy was exhausted? He only wanted to escape. At this very moment, he only hoped that the other two people could slightly delay for a bit more time. It was just that the results turned out contrary to his expectations. Roar. Suddenly, in the void ahead, a dragon roar came from head-on. Shu Mao's face changed drastically, hurriedly responding. But this universe dragon claw move came too suddenly. Furthermore, the power was immense. Bang! Intense energy undulations came from the air. Shu Mao's figure flew out backward, fresh blood spurting wildly. Yi Yuan's figure slowly walked out of the void. He looked toward Shumaro with a cold face and said calmly, "You deserve death." Shumaro had a look of despair on his face. Directly kneeling down in front of Yi Yuan, he wept, I was wrong. I beg you, let me off. Let you off. Then who will let the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City martial artists who died unjustly off? You rest assured, I won't kill you right now. I'll use your dog head to hold a memorial ceremony for the deceased souls that died in Heavenly Eagle. As he said, Yi Yuan extended a claw out once more. Bang! Shumaro was directly slammed underground. Yi Yuan directly crippled his divine sea with a flash. Following that, a cold light flashed. Swoosh, 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 swooze. Plus it was only to hear a series of miserable screams like a pig getting slaughtered transmit over. Shumaro four people's hand and leg tendons were already severed. They had their divine seas wasted and their hand and leg tendons severed. Now, they were equivalent to cripples, unable to even stand up. Finished with these, Yi Yuan spat out a long turbid breath and fell to the ground with a thud, unable to move anymore. No idea how long had Pa said either. A figure walked out of the void. Bai Tong looked at the unconscious Yi Yuan and took a look at Shumaro who was still wailing on the ground. Heaving a sigh, he said, "What a chivalrous kid. I can't be compared to you." Finished saying, Bai Tong carried Yi Yuan on his back, carrying Shumaro four people with one hand, and disappearing into the void again. At 9 Pledge Imperial Capital, inside the hidden chamber of the small inn, Shadowwind's brows knitted tightly together. He looked at the communication talisman in his hand and muttered to himself, "What a terrific Yi Yuan." Making a trip to Lus Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital, he actually brought back quite a number of true God realm powerhouses. I really didn't expect that a puny little Heavenly Eagle Imperial City actually has people of such extraordinary talents lying in hiding. Looks like I have to personally make this trip. This half a year, Lu Xun had always been keeping in contact with Shadowwind. Just earlier, he received Lu Xun's transmission, saying that Yi Yuan brought back quite a few true God realm martial artists from Lus Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital. Now, the entire City Lord Manor was surrounded by true God realm powerhouses. Just based on the few of them, it was very hard to charge in and capture Yi Yuan. Because of this, Shadowwind also felt that it was very troublesome. A 6th firmament true God, 3/5 firmament true GODS, looks like our 9 pledge branch need to attack in full force this time. Done talking, Shadowwind kneaded seals with both hands. Streams of black threads traveled into the void. Half a month later, one black shadow after another dashed into this underground hidden chamber. These were all the 9 pledge branches elite sins. Normally, they lurked in some imperial capitals and great imperial capitals. It was rare to call all of them back. But this time, for the sake of capturing Yi Yuan, Shadowwind actually summoned all of them back. Among these people, the weakest one was a 4th firmament true God powerhouse. The powerful ones even reached the 7th firmament true God realm, and the 9 pledge branches branch head, Shadowwind, was an 8th firmament true God super powerhouse to begin with. This lineup was more than sufficient to eliminate an imperial capital too. Chapter 1952, Round Up in One Fell Swoop. Chapter 1952, Round Up in One Fell Swoop. Your Excellency, what did you call us back for? Yeah, there are so many gathered in the 9 pledge branch, this is an unprecedented thing. Everyone clamored to get a word in, clearly very perplexed by Shadowwind's actions. Although the 9 pledge branch looked like an inconspicuous place, this branch's strength was sufficient to sweep across a high-order imperial capital. Normally, these people were scattered all over the place. Gathering all of them in one go, everyone was clearly all very curious. Shadowwind waved his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet before slowly saying, "Summoning you all here, there's naturally an important thing to do." Shadowwind gave an introduction to Heavenly Eagle's situation. Everyone turned pale with fright when they heard it. A tiny little imperial city actually has such powerful strength. Is it real or fake? That's merely a puny little celestial deity realm brat. The myriad treasure tower would send so many peoples to come and protect him? What the hell do you know? Yi Yuan is currently the Myriad Treasure Tower's money tree. Sending more people to protect him is also very normal. This tiny little underground secret room was currently plotting how to deal with Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Inside the 9-pledge Imperial Capital's City Lord Manor, Yu Wenfeng was currently responding to this somber middle-aged man in front of him cautiously. The middle-aged man was called Duan Yi, the Tower Master of 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital's Myriad Treasure Tower, a 9th Firmament True God Super Powerhouse. This Lord Duan Yi, just what underhanded activities are there inside that small inn? Yu Wenfeng asked. He could not hold back his curiosity. Duan Yi sat up straight, lightly drinking fragrant tea, a look of reminiscing the aftertaste on his face. City Lord, you being able to endure until now before asking, somewhat exceeded my expectations. Not that this Duan isn't telling you, but that I'm afraid of scaring you. Do you really want to know? Duan Yi said with a light smile. Yu Wenfeng's pupils constricted. He had long expected that that tiny little inn in the city was not ordinary. To be able to make a mighty 9th Firmament True God powerhouse personally garrison the City Lord Manor, how could this matter be simple? Moreover, there were even no less than 20 late-stage True God realm powerhouses staying in the City Lord Manor currently. This kind of horrifying lineup made Yu Wenfeng unable to have a good sleep these few days. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. Because while these were many True God realm powerhouses, they did not belong to the same faction. Such as, this Duan Yi was the Tower Master of 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital's Myriad Treasure Tower that had jurisdiction over 9-pledge Imperial Capital, while the other few people, some came from Great Imperial Capitals, some came from some high-order Imperial Capitals. There were even a few who were powerhouses that came from other Heavenly Emperor Bodimanders. It was just that, who could make these people gather here? An Empyrean? Empyrean powerhouses could not possibly mobilize the true God powerhouses of so many places either. Just whose face was it that was so big? Yu Wenfeng was full of curiosity. It stifled him badly these few days. These people quietly sneaked into the City Lord Manor and did not alarm anyone. Right now, inside the City Lord Manor, only he alone knew these people's background. Looking at Duan Yi, Yu Wenfeng nodded his head firmly and said, Lord Duan, please clarify. Duan Yi drank another mouthful of tea and said with a smile, actually, that small inn is a branch of the Death Soul Gate. If my conjectures are right, there are probably no fewer than 10 middle stage and above true God realm powerhouses in that inn right now. Smars. H. Plus Yu Wenfeng shuddered, the teacup in his hand immediately fell to the ground. His complexion instantly became deathly pale, 2 feet quaking non-stop. The Death Soul Gate, that was a name that everyone trembled with fear upon hearing. And this terrifying force actually had such a powerful branch under his rule. How many years had they existed? Also, how many people and how many factions had they eliminated under his hands? Yu Wenfeng's mind was in chaos, full of lingering fear. But Lord Duan, your Myriad Treasure Tower also won't be willing to oppose the Death Soul Gate, right? Yu Wenfeng said rather uncertainly. Duan Yi smiled and said, our Myriad Treasure Tower does business. As long as there's sufficient profit, it's naturally worth us taking action. Moreover, this faction that has a notorious reputation, so everyone has a duty to punish them. Yu Wenfeng was shocked in his heart, becoming even more curious about this person controlling it at the back. Right at this time, a figure quietly appeared in the Great Hall. The arrival bowed in salute toward Duan Yi and said, Lord Duan, the Death Soul Gate has set off. Yu Wenfeng's entire body trembled, suddenly realizing that a large-scale true God realm great battle was about to begin right away. Duan Yi took his time to drink a mouthful of tea, slowly got up, and said, call them all up. This Death Soul Gate's 9-pledge branch has brought disaster for many years and should also be exterminated. The Death Soul Gate's people. The group of people went out of the city and tore off the disguises on their bodies. Shadowwind instructed, be more low profile along the way. Don't startle the Gra. SS and alert the enemy. When we reach Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, we'll lay low and enter first. Let's wait for the right moment to take action, understood? Yes, Lord Shadowwind. Everyone received the orders, all tearing across the air. It was just that they did not know that their every action and movement was being surveyed. And ahead, what awaited them was a heaven-shocking ambush. The party was currently in the midst of swift travel when suddenly, several dozen horrifying energy undulations said through the void and smashed onto them. Rumble. Above the sky, a sieve loud bang echoed. The weak ones were actually directly blown to death by the berserk energy. This sudden turn of events was too abrupt, everyone practically did not react in time. High above the sky, miserable screams linked up together. Shadowwind's expression instantly became extremely ugly. They fell into an ambush. Plus how was this possible? It had always been their Death Soul Gate who ambushed people. When had they been ambushed by others before? Who is it? Come out for this, Lord. Injuring people by underhanded means. What kind of hero are you considered? Shadowwind roared angrily. Swooze. Plus swooze. Plus swooze. Plus with this roar of his, more than 2 figures surrounded from all directions, encircling this party tightly in the center. When Shadowwind and the rest saw such a lineup, their faces immediately became ashen pale. More than 20 late-stage true God realm powerhouses, this kind of strength was simply outrageous to hear. A middle-aged person among them was even a horrifying 9th firmament true God existence. Dealing with a bunch of people who perpetuates every conceivable crime and are unpardonably evil, injuring via underhanded means is also considered heroic, right? Shadowwind's expression flickered incessantly and said to Duanyi with clasped hands, "This brother, I don't understand what you're talking about. We're just a bunch of people who are hurrying along the way. I wonder what's the reason for you all to lie in ambush here?" Duanyi looked at Shadowwind and said with a slight smile, "Shadowwind, as Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branches head, I don't believe that you don't recognize this Tower Lord." Shadowwind's heart sunk, secretly wondering to himself how were they exposed. He naturally knew the dignified 5 firmament Great Imperial Capital's myriad treasure towers Tower Lord, a powerful 9th firmament true God realm existence. As Death Soul Gate's branch head, how could he possibly not know? Seeing Shadowwind not speak, Duanyi said coolly, "Are you very curious why you're a dent? One ties would be exposed. Let you meet someone, you'll naturally understand." As he said, a figure slowly walked out of the void. Shadowwind looked toward the arrival. His pupils constricted involuntarily as he cried out in shock, "Yi Yuan." Chapter 1953, Group Annihilated. Chapter 1953, Group Annihilated. This shock was by no means insignificant. Could it be that these 20 over true God realm powerhouses were all summoned over by Yi Yuan? How could this sort of thing be possible? Even if Yi Yuan could refine the soul-driving Dao fusion pill, it was still not possible to have such great rallying power, right? Forget that Yi Yuan was just a puny little celestial deity realm, even an Empyrean powerhouse also could not possibly rally true God realm powerhouses belonging to so many different factions at the same time. Lord Shadowwind, although it's our first time meeting, thinking about it, you shouldn't be very unfamiliar with me, right? Yi Yuan looked at Shadowwind and said coolly. Shadowwind's expression changed several times and said in a solemn voice, "You. How did you do it?" He was indeed incomparably stunned in his heart currently. There were far too many doubts. Firstly, their Death Soul Gate's sins all carried highly toxic medicinal pills. Once the mission failed, they would commit suicide. But the Black Lotuses in his secret chamber did not dissipate. It showed that those 5 people did not die. Actually, even if these people did not die, how could they possibly send him this intel to mislead him? It was completely impossible for their Death Soul Gate's people to be controlled by people. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan had a divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure in his hand. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Your Death Soul Gate's poison pills are merely thus encountering me. Even if they want to die, they also can't die. As for why these seniors are willing to come to help me, it's because I still have another addent. One tie. I am the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder." Shadowwind's pupils constricted, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's ill. US Trias fame, he naturally knew about it. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder, what kind of concept was that? That was to say that those Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders who were ridiculously old all had to bow their heads in submission to Yi Yuan. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders, each person's ident. One Tai was far more exalted than even Duan Yi, this kind of myriad treasure tower's tower master. Hence, how exalted was Yi Yuan's ident? One Tai. It was just that Yi Yuan still had not broken through to true God realm currently. So how in the world did he do it? His alchemy Dao talent was actually so horrifying. Although the Death Soul Gate was well informed, Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather battling in alchemy, this sort of inside news, they naturally did not know about it. Shadowwind discovered that the Death Soul Gate's action this time was simply screwing him over. Or should he say, the Death Soul Gate underestimated this Yi Yuan too much. The Death Soul Gate took fancy on Yi Yuan being able to refine the soul-driving Dao fusion pill. That was why they wanted to abduct him away. But how could Yi Yuan's value be just a mere soul-driving Dao fusion pill? Shadowwind raised his head to the sky and let out a long sigh as he said, a mistake. A grave mistake. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, staring at Yi Yuan as he said, Yi Yuan, you dare to destroy my Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branch? Haven't you considered the consequences? Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, of course I've considered it, but, even if I let you leave, will your Death Soul Gate let me go? Furthermore, as long as the 9 pledge branch evaporates into thin air, I don't believe that your Death Soul Gate really dares to send people to come and touch me again. Shadowwind laughed loudly when he heard that and said, evaporate into thin air? Heh. Do you really think that just based on these people, you can keep all of us behind? Yi Yuan looked at Shadowwind and smiled. He took out a tiny tile. All of a sudden, the surrounding space all solidified. Death Soul Gate's people revealed a greatly astonished look as they cried out in surprise, traceless spatial lock. Looks like this thing is still pretty useful. With this, you all have nowhere to run anymore, right? Yi Yuan looked at Shadowwind and said with a smile that was not a smile. Shadowwind's face was ashen. He finally knew what was called getting caught in one's own trap. The true God mystic treasure that he used to deal with Yi Yuan was actually being used to deal with him now. As an 8th firmament true God mighty powerhouse, even if he could not beat Duan Yi, escaping under the chaotic battle was still not an issue. But now, SPACE was directly locked down. How could he still run? Tower Master Duan, seniors, the remaining things will be left to you guys. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly and withdrew out of the battle circle. Duan Yi nodded his head and said, rest assured, not one can escape. Leave this Shadowwind to me. The rest will have to trouble everybody. Everyone answered, Tower Master Duan, rest assured. Finished talking, Duan Yi's world domain released, immediately giving the other party a tremendous sense of pressure. Shadowwind was akin to facing a great enemy. He was only an 8th firmament true God. It was still a little too forceful to match up against the 9th firmament true God Duan Yi. 2 great pinnacle experts fighting together, the others also each displayed their means, encircling the suppressing the Death Soul Gate's people. Death Soul Gate's people were already ambushed earlier, their casualties heavy. Now, facing so many true God realm powerhouses, how could they still hold out? Although the Death Soul Gate also had quite a number of powerhouses, the powerhouses on Yi Yuan's side were even more than theirs. Yi Yuan had long learned of the Death Soul Gate branch's strength from Lu Xin there. The powerhouses that he found were naturally not mediocre. The current battle situation was basically 2-on-1, or even a situation of 3 versus 1. Very soon, those Death Soul Gate's powerhouses perished one after another. Shadowwind's strength was indeed formidable. By relying on unpredictable and ever-changing means, he could actually persist bitterly under Duan Yi's hands. But it was also merely persisting bitterly. The 9th firmament true God powerhouses already stood at the peak of true God realm and were far from what 8th firmament true Gods could compare to. Shadowwind being defeated was also just a matter of time. Yi Yuan looked at this scene, a hint of delight flash. HI plussing across in his heart. He learned from Lu Xun there that this Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branch could be said to have committed countless crimes and misdeeds. This branch had already existed for several tens of thousands of years. In this period, the powerhouses that died under their hands could be counted in hundreds of thousands. There were even a few times where they destroyed all celestial deity realm and above powerhouses in an imperial capital overnight. The innocent civilians who died under their hands were even too many to enumerate. This kind of underground force was simply utterly devoid of conscience. In the past, Yi Yuan still did not understand the Death Soul Gate very well. But now, they provoked him, so they would have to suffer his wrath. Hence, he set up a huge scheme, finding more than 20 true God realm powerhouses, catching this branch in one fell swoop. Very soon, the dust settled. Someone as powerful as Shadowwind also turned to ashes in the end under the suppression of Duanyi's powerful means. Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branch was utterly destroyed henceforth. As for some celestial deity level AS sins, Yi Yuan already made the arrangements. Not one could escape. Duanyi's figure moved, arriving before Yi Yuan. He then said with a smile, "Elder Yi, we were fortunate to not have failed the mission. This Shadowwind is also indeed hard to handle. If an 8th firmament true God came, they might really not be a match." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Thanks for the trouble, Tower Master. Also, to all the seniors, today's favor, this Yi has noted it down. In the future, when this Yi breaks through to true God realm, there will definitely be generous repayment." The moment everyone heard, their eyes lit up. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan was, he was also merely a 5-star alchemy God. He was not much of a help to them. But once Yi Yuan broke through to the true God realm, that was completely different. A divine grade rank 6 divine pill that Yi Yuan casually refined would be immensely helpful to them. Chapter 1954, Wariness. Chapter 1954, Wariness. The people present all had deep connections with Yi Yuan. All these years in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Yi Yuan's name had long spread far and wide. Many major forces far and near all came to find Yi Yuan to refine medicinal pills in the past. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan became acquainted with quite a few true God realm powerhouses. After all, the celestial deity realm powerhouses who could request Yi Yuan personally to refine pills were already not many. And this time, Yi Yuan found some reliable true God realm powerhouses and borrowed the power of the Myriad Treasure Tower, utterly removing the ticking time bomb that was buried around him in one stroke. This was what was powerful about Alchemist. The alchemists themselves might not be strong, but they would have many powerful friends. Once someone provoked them, the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. Moreover, Yi Yuan was currently Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. This ident. One Tai did not just represent the Myriad Treasure Tower but the embodiment of his strength. Being about to overpower a group of old monsters and become the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder, no one would doubt Yi Yuan's strength. Duanyi smiled and said, "Elder Yi is too courteous. I investigated it just now. This Shadowwind has quite a lot of good stuff on him. Eliminating him, we also benefited a lot. 9 Pledge Branch plundered quite a lot of natural treasures these few years. The vast majority of them were all on these true God realm powerhouses. Completely annihilating them this time, these true God realms could naturally obtain considerable benefits. Yi Yuan had long promised them that these things, he would not take a single cent, all of them being given to these true God powerhouses. This is what everyone deserves. This Yi knows that by attacking the Death Soul Gate, everyone also bore significant pressure. So this time, this Yi also strove to do things cleanly. After today, hope that everybody stays tight-lipped. Just take it as nothing happened. As for the aftermath of this incident, this Yi will bear the responsibility alone." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said to everyone. Everyone had slightly somber expressions, all secretly sighing that Yi Yuan was loyal enough. Concerning the Death Soul Gate's might, they were too clear. The reason why they dared to take action against the Death Soul Gate was primarily still because Yi Yuan's plan was flawless. The Death Soul Gate would not know that they crushed one of their branches. If it was really known that they did it, no matter how many lives they had, it also would not be enough for the Death Soul Gate to take vengeance on. Directly exterminating such a powerful branch of the Death Soul Gate, the implications of this matter was huge. Death Soul Gate's actions afterward were hard to predict. Other people, they might not be able to investigate. But the first to bear the brunt would naturally be Yi Yuan. If the Death Soul Gate really struck a vicious blow against Yi Yuan, he would definitely find it hard to ward it off. It was just that Yi Yuan took an unusual approach and caught the 9 pledge branch in one fell swoop. This would give the Death Soul Gate a tremendous shock and make them not dare to rash act against him. A branch being eradicated, this was something that had never happened before to the Death Soul Gate. Duan Yi cupped his fists toward Yi Yuan and said, "Elder Yi's high morality reaching the clouds, we've long heard of it. This Death Soul Gate's matter, we won't be hypocritical either. We're indeed scared of their vengeance. It's just that this way, Elder Yi and the Death Soul Gate's discord will be considered sowed. Better to be a little more careful in the future." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Relax, this Yi has a score in my heart." Duan Yi nodded his head and said, "Now that it's settled, we'll each leave. In the future, if Elder Yi has any errands, feel free to instruct us." Done talking, everyone dispersed on their own. Returning to Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan ordered Zhuo Shujie to execute the 5 Death Soul Gate As sins in public, to hold a memorial ceremony for the civilians who died in vain. Toward this, the civilians naturally clapped their hands in joy. In the city, there were cheers everywhere. People's support for Yi Yuan even reached its peak. The news of the 9 pledge branch being destroyed reached the Death Soul Gate very quickly. Inside a certain great imperial capital's city lord manor, a man in black knelt down in front of a middle-aged man in luxurious clothing. This middle-aged man had a deep and imposing aura. It was even more unfathomable than true God realm powerhouses. This person was shockingly an Empyrean realm powerhouse. No one would have expected that this city lord was actually a member of the Death Soul Gate. The black-clothed man was filled with righteous indignation as he said, "Lord Bloodrain, the 9 pledge branch's strength ranks near the top among the various major branches. A branch being destroyed is unprecedented humiliation to our Death Soul Gate. We must eliminate this Yi Yuan." The 9 pledge branch was the territory that he was in charge of. The 9 pledge branch being silently destroyed made him extremely alarmed and furious. They were alarmed, questioning what kind of power would actually destroy the 9 pledge branch without a sound. Fury was that this matter was a huge provocation to their Death Soul Gate. That middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, but his expression appeared very calm and he just said coolly, "This matter ends here." The black-clothed person trembled all over, his face revealing a look of disbelief as he said, "Lord Bloodrain, dropping it just like this?" The 9 pledge branch had more than 10 true God realm powerhouses. True God realm powerhouses were backbone existences to any faction. The time and resources needed to groom a true God realm powerhouse were simply unimaginable. Unless it was some heavenly Emperor Bodomander's peerless geniuses, otherwise, wanting to reach true God this realm, it required at least several tens of thousands, even several hundreds of thousands of years. More than 10 true God realm powerhouses added together, how great were the Death Soul Gate's losses? It was simply immeasurable. This black-clothed person wished to eat Yi Yuan's flesh raw right now. But Lord Bloodrain said to drop the matter. Bloodrain said coolly, "This matter, I've already reported it to the higher-ups. They also said that this matter, it was indeed our intel that was wrong. The faction behind Yi Yuan might be powerful until we can't imagine it. We can't provoke him. Otherwise, the implications are too great." The black-clothed person had a look of unwillingness as he said, "Forget about those initial stage true GODs, but the 9 pledge branch had an 8th firmament true God, 2 7th firmament true GODs, and 5 6th firmament true GODs. Could it be that they died in vain? Our Death Soul Gate is a tall tree that catches the wind to begin with. The major forces eyeing us are not few. If people are gone, they can be groomed again. But once the implications get too big, it will shake the entire Death Soul Gate's foundation. Can you bear the responsibilities?" Bloodrain said in a solemn voice. The black-clothed person trembled all over and could not help falling silent. Bloodrain continued, Being able to destroy a high-order branch without a sound, you think about it, how powerful the strength it requires. Before investigating the faction behind Yi Yuan clearly, you're not to touch him. Understood. Wiping out a branch's den and eradicating the entire branch, the difficulty level of the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. In the history of the Death Soul Gate, there had also been many times when branches were exposed and wiped out. It was just that the Death Soul Gate's means were extremely seasoned. Even if the den was annihilated, there were very few powerhouses that were exterminated. Even if they were exterminated, there was also just 1 or 2, maybe even 3 or 4. But this time, more than 10 true God powerhouses were all wiped out. Not even a single celestial deity realm as sin escaped. A faction capable of accompli hi+ing this, one could not even find more than a few in the entire Heavenspan world. Furthermore, this battle did not have any traces or inkling spread out. How Shadow Wind they all died, no one knew about it. This kind of terrifying means, even Bloodrain felt terrified thinking about it. Continue to find trouble with Yi Yuan? What difference was there from courting death? Chapter 1955, Six-Vein Stellar Pill. Chapter 1955, Six-Vein Stellar Pill. Inside the garden, an elderly man and a young man sat opposite facing each other, chatting away happily. Ha ha ha. Indeed well deserving of being an emperor-surmounting child. Not seeing you for a mere few hundred years, didn't expect that you're already a member of my generation. This cultivation speed is truly terrifying. It's just that there were some fortuitous encounters these few years. Rather, not seeing for a few centuries, Senior's elegance remains as before. The old man waved his hand and said with a smile, "Are you making fun of this old man?" During the last time, this old man suffered a great loss of vitality. Through these few years of recuperation and rest, coupled with expending countless spirit medicines, I barely managed to recover some life. The young man smiled and said, "Therefore, aren't I here?" The old man shook his head and said smilingly, "Some vitality can be recovered in 1,000 years. So you don't need to make this trip." The young man said, "Junior received Senior's great kindness. Coming here this time, it's in order to treat Senior's ailment once and for all." The old man could not help being shocked when he heard that and said in surprise, "Could it be that you've already touched that threshold?" The young man smiled slightly as he nodded. When the old man saw the situation, he was wildly ecstatic. These elderly man and youth were precisely Extreme Light Imperial City's Profound Secrets Pavilion's Pavilion Lord, Jian Hongxiao, and Yi Yuan. After the Death Soul Gate storm, Yi Yuan laid down many contingency plans in Heavenly Eagle, but the Death Soul Gate did not have any stirrings. These days, Yi Yuan felt that he already reached the bottleneck and was going to break through to rank 6 very soon, so he thought of coming to find Jian Hongxiao. The 6th level cultivation method of Yi Yuan's Chaos Heavenspan Cannon was going to be deduced completely very soon. Once it was deduced entirely, Yi Yuan would be able to step into the next major realm. Hence, after Yi Yuan made the arrangements for Heavenly Eagle's affairs, he hurried over to Extreme Light Imperial City. Seeing Jian Hongxiao again, Yi Yuan did not have that deep as an ocean feeling like last time anymore. The present Yi Yuan, his fleshy body already broke through to rank 6. His strength could even overpower Second Firmament True Gods. He could tell with one glance that Jian Hongxiao was at the True God realm before suffering Heavenly Dao's backlash. These words are also a little too overbearingly haughty, right? How many Ninth Firmament celestial deities spend several tens of thousands of years when stuck before True God realm? Even if your talent is outstanding, without several decades or several centuries, it's also hard to break through, right? Jian Chen said with disdain. Ever since seeing Yi Yuan, Jian Chen's expression was extremely complicated. Back then, when Yi Yuan arrived at Extreme Light Imperial City, he was merely an initial stage Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. His master wasting his essence to divine for Yi Yuan, he was rather contemptuous in his heart, feeling that master's decision was not worth it at all. Jian Hongxiao's longevity suffered a great loss and already did not have much time to live. The lost essence was easy to make up for, but the lost longevity was hard to make up for again. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan only used a short few hundred years and already reached ninth firmament true God, already caught up to him in terms of cultivation realm. Jian Chen felt another distinct emotion in his heart. Hearing this, Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. Jian Hongxiao looked at Jian Chen with a meaningful glance and said with a smile, "Chenna, your visual prowess isn't there yet. Little friend Yi's splendor is converged within, skin like congealed fat sup one sup, his looks changing drastically. He already cultivated to the 6th transformation golden body. Hence, that's why Master called him a member of my generation." When Jian Chen heard that, his pupils constricted. But Jian Hongxiao's following words made him even more incredibly shocked. Jian Hongxiao looked toward Yi Yuan, as he said, "Furthermore, little friend Yi's situation is very alike the legendary perfect 6th transformation golden body. Wonder if this old man guessed correctly?" Yi Yuan also had an astonished look from what Jian Hongxiao said and immediately smiled bitterly and said, "Senior really has good eyesight. You hit it right on the mark." Jian Hongxiao had a smug look, stroked his beard, and smiled as he said, This old man has been training this pair of eyes all my life. Although I can't deduce your destiny, some things can't be hidden." Yi Yuan also clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard that and said with cupped fists, "Senior has arcane sight, Yi Yuan admires." Jian Chen was long shocked until he could not speak by the side. A perfect 6th transformation golden body, that was a legendary existence among body-cultivating martial artists, its strength being extremely formidable. He did not expect that it actually appeared on Yi Yuan. What he never thought was that Yi Yuan actually stepped into rank 6 so quickly. Having a perfect 6th transformation golden body, that was a genuine rank 6 powerhouse. He had been stuck at 9th firmament celestial deity for God knows how many years already, but he was unable to touch that bottleneck from start to finish. In contrast, his disparity with Yi Yuan was too great. Humph. So what if it's perfect 6th transformation golden body? Putting aside that he hasn't broken through to the true God realm yet, even if he really broke through, how can he refine the 6-vein stellar pill within a short time? And how can Master's torment of backlash be dispelled? Jian Chen said with a cold snort. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed, and he berated, "Insolence. Chenna, in the martial arts world, strength reigns supreme. Since Yi Yuan is already a member of my generation, how can it be your turn to be so insolent?" But Yi Yuan's brows raised up when he heard that and waved his hand and said, "Nothing serious. Brother Jian Chen is older than me in the first place. Furthermore, he's already worried about Senior's body. Moreover, he'll also be a member of our generation before long." As he said, Yi Yuan fished out a small medicinal bottle and Pares said it to Jian Chen, saying with a smile, "Brother Jian Chen, this is the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill that this Yi refined. Please kindly accept it. This Yi received Senior's great kindness and has nothing to it repay with. This medicinal pill, just take it as a bit of interest." With the myriad treasure tower as his backer, Yi Yuan naturally did not lack spirit medicines now. Refining another few Sun Moon Azure Sky pills was naturally not difficult. It was just that even so, the Sun Moon Azure Sky pills on Yi Yuan were not many either. After all, this level of spirit medicines, the myriad treasure tower also could not possibly supply endlessly. As for Jian Hongxiao, Yi Yuan was very grateful in his heart. If not for him making strenuous efforts to deduce White Light's whereabouts, he would probably harbor a grievance all his life. Yi Yuan could naturally tell that Jian Chen was the disciple that Jian Hongxiao valued the most. This Jian Chen was clearly stuck at celestial deity realm for many years and had been unable to break through all along. That was why resentment was born in his heart. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would give him such a precious medicinal pill. When Jian Hongxiao master and disciple heard this, they immediately had blank faces. Jian Chen received the medicinal bottle somewhat woodenly and instinctively sunk a wisp of divine sense to examine, his entire person immediately turning into stone. Vast spirit divine grade. Did I see wrongly? When Jian Chen spoke, even his tongue wasn't straight anymore. He sunk a wisp of divine grade to examine once more. The result obtained was still vast spirit divine grade. A vast spirit divine pill, he had never seen before in this life, let alone talk about a vast spirit divine grade sun moon azure sky pill. At this very moment, his whole mind went blank, completely did not know what he was thinking about. He only knew that he seemed to have hit the jackpot. Hearing Jian Chen's words, even if Jian Hongxiao was very knowledgeable and experienced, his mouth did not close for a long time. Little friend Yi, this medicinal pill is too precious. Jian Chen can't accept it. When Jian Chen heard that, his entire body could not help trembling. His face was full of unwillingness to let go, but the small medicinal bottle in his hand was gripped even tighter. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, "Senior doesn't have to be like this." This Yi Yuan's eyes, 1,000, even 10,000 vast spirit divine pills are also not as important as a brother's life. Brother Jian Chen needs this right now, so let him accept it. Additionally, the 6-vein stellar pill that Brother Jian Chen mentioned just now, what medicinal pill is it? Chapter 1956, Origin Pill Realm. Chapter 1956, Origin Pill Realm. Jian Hongxiao had long seen through that Yi Yuan would definitely repay his kindness, but he also did not expect that the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was such a valuable gift. And this was merely a bit of interest from what Yi Yuan said. A vast spirit divine grade sun moon azure sky pill, its value was sufficient to match up to an imperial city. This was because a vast spirit divine grade sun moon azure sky pill could create a true God realm powerhouse with near certainty. Did imperial cities have true God realms? The significance of a true God realm powerhouse is, everyone in the entire heavenspan world knew about it. So how could Jian Hongxiao not know? This gift of Yi Yuan was too great. Jian Hongxiao sucked in a deep breath and said with a sigh, "What I gave you was a melon, but what you repaid with was a precious jade. Little friend Yi, this gift of yours is too heavy. Forget it, since it's little friend Yi's good intentions. Chenna, you accept it." Jian Chen's entire body trembled, his face revealing a look of wild elation. With this divine rank medicinal pill, his breakthrough to the true God realm was right around the corner. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "In a daze for what? Why haven't you come over to show little friend Yi your respect?" Jian Chen startled awake and hurriedly came in front of Yi Yuan. Kneeling down with a thud, he said, "Jian Chen thanks brother Yi, this kindness will never be forgotten." Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Jian Chen up and said smilingly, "Brother Jian Chen is regarding me too much as a stranger. Just a medicinal pill, it's nothing." Presumably, brother Jian Chen is already too impatient to wait and wants to go in close seclusion. Hurry on then. Jian Chen had a look of embarrassment and shame. He was still mocking Yi Yuan in all manners just now. In the end, with a turn of a head, Yi Yuan gave such a big gift. He glanced at Jian Hongxiao rather timidly. Jian Hongxiao pulled a long face and said huffily, "Go on." Jian Chen was akin to being granted amnesty, hurriedly taking his leave. The two people sat down before Jian Hongxiao slowly opened his mouth and said, "My Jian family's members can be said to walk on the edge of a knife when divining the heavenly Tao. Backlash naturally can't be avoided as well. The ancestor's ability connects to the heavens and penetrates the earth. It is not what the likes of us can imagine. He had once found the medicine ancestor and created my Jian family's unique medicinal pills together with the medicine ancestor, which can stand up to the agony of backlash. The 6-vein stellar pill is one of them." When Yi Yuan heard that, he suddenly came to a realization. To members of the Jian family, suffering heavenly Tao's backlash was like eating common fare. What was different was just the degree of backlash. Treating the pain of backlash with medicinal pills, this was clearly a pretty good choice. But, hearing Jian Hongxiao's words, Yi Yuan was also curious in his heart. What kind of figure was medicine ancestor? He already had half a foot stepped into ancestor realm, and he was a distinguished talent among transcendent heavenly emperors. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could actually entice him to take action and develop such a series of medicinal pills for the Jian family. This face was not an ordinary kind of big, but that level of character was still too far away from the current Yi Yuan. Since there's the 6-vein stellar pill, then why was Senior banished to this extreme light imperial city? Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. Jian Hongxiao let out a sigh and said, "Little friend, he doesn't know this, But this stellar pill is the hardest type to refine among all the medicinal pills. It is comparable to level 9 medicinal pills. The extreme luck great imperial capital that this old man was at, no body could refine it at all too. Back then, the heavenly Tao backlash that this old man suffered was too severe. If not for City Lord bestowing a bright moon purple cloud pill, this old man would have long said away. It's just that the bright moon purple cloud pill is far too lacking compared to the 6-vein stellar pill. Furthermore, the quality isn't high, that's why this old man lingered on with my dying breath until today. Yi Yuan also sighed endlessly when he heard that. An exalted true God realm powerhouse actually ended up in a tiny little imperial city. Zhen Hongxiao was probably unresigned to it in his heart too, right? Senior, since that's the case, can you lend the 6-vein stellar pill's pill formula for me to view? Yi Yuan said. Zhen Hongxiao smiled bitterly and said, my Zhen family delves into the Tao of divination. Those who are skilled in refining pills are in the minority after all. Accomplished ones are even scanty few. Furthermore, this 6-vein stellar pill's pill formula is my Zhen family's special secret recipe. There's only the pill formula in the great imperial capital, but this old man doesn't know it. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, since that's the case, then Yi Yuan will follow Senior and make a trip to extreme luck great imperial capital. Zhen Hongxiao was overjoyed when he heard that and said agitatedly, really? Yi Yuan smiled and said, if not for Senior divining fate for me at the risk of death, my brother would likely have been very hard to save. Just making a trip to extreme luck great imperial capital, it's no big deal. Zhen Hongxiao nodded and said, then, I'll have to trouble little friend Yi to make this trip. You go into close seclusion for some time in extreme light imperial city. After you break through to the true God realm, we'll set off for extreme luck great imperial capital. Inside the hidden chamber, Yi Yuan's eyes were shut and lost in thought, his brows tightly locked. At this rate, wouldn't my chaos divine sea disappear completely and become a tiny little pill? Regarding the final result that he deduced, Yi Yuan was also rendered speechless. He discovered that he could not understand the chaos heavenspan canon more and more, even though this was the cultivation method that he deduced himself. When others reached true God realm, the small worlds within their bodies were already incomparably vast, and even starting to develop life already. But for him, his divine sea became smaller and smaller, and his chaos divine essence became more and more condensed. At the rate of the current deduction results, Yi Yuan would have to condense this divine sea into a tiny pill after rank 6. It was just that at this point, Yi Yuan did not have a way out anymore. Furthermore, up to this point, even though his realm differed greatly from others, in terms of strength, he flung those in the same realm several streets behind. There did not seem to be any harm. Forget it, the wood has already been made into a boat, follow all the way then. I want to see where this road leads to in the end. Since I have to compress the divine sea to the limit and become a pill after rank 6, I'll call it Origin Pill Realm then. Cultivation method already formed, Yi Yuan did not hesitate anymore, directly swallowing several medicinal pills and started salting the bottleneck. Rumble. The chaos divine essence in Yi Yuan's divine sea seemed like a millstone, slowly turning. Countless divine essence converged inside, like grinding beans. That millstone became smaller and smaller, increasingly smaller. Those blue divine marks were also converging into the millstone continuously. The internal SPACE of Yi Yuan's dantian area was being compressed bit by bit. Yi Yuan gave a fled groan, feeling an intense swelling pain in his abdomen area. However, Yi Yuan knew that this was far from the end. Wanting to compress chaos divine essence, the energy required was extremely horrifying. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was long prepared, refining a batch of vast spirit divine pills to use to break through. Yi Yuan only felt like his dantian area was practically about to explode. Luckily, Yi Yuan's physical body had already reached the realm of perfection long ago. Some pain was nothing to him. No idea how long had Pares said either. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across inside Yi Yuan's interior SPACE. The chaos divine essence disappeared completely, and inside Yi Yuan's interior SPACE, there was only a tiny little origin pill left. It was just the size of a fist. Yi Yuan slowly let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he stepped into Origin Pill realm. Yi Yuan attempted to mobilize the divine essence within his body and suddenly threw a punch out. Bang! This hidden room directly exploded, turning into dust. Fortunately, the place where Yi Yuan was at was the place Jian Hongxiao specially opened up for him. Otherwise, the consequences would be too dreadful to imagine. Chapter 1957, Seer Nebula. Chapter 1957, Seer Nebula Master, I finally broke through to true God realm. I can bring you back to extreme luck, great imperial capital. Jian Chen rushed into Profound Secrets Pavilion with an excited look, extremely agitated like a small child. But the moment he entered, he discovered that his master here actually had a guest. This guest was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Jian Chen and said with a smile, "Congratulations, brother Jian Chen." Jian Hongxiao also smiled and said, "Since you broke through, then pack your things. Depart with us tomorrow." But Jian Chen stood there in a daze, looking at Yi Yuan with an astonished look. You broke through too?" Jian Chen said in disbelief. Jian Hongxiao said, "Yi Yuan already broke through for quite a while. If not for waiting for him, we'd have long departed." Jian Chen had a look of astonishment. Yi Yuan's accumulations should have been far from his. Why did he break through so much faster than him instead? Even though there was the Sun-Moon Azure Sky Pill, it was also not to this extent, right? With Jian Chen coming out of seclusion, the three people stepped onto the road that headed for Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets descendants did not seem to have a fixed territory. They tend to occupy a city or were even under other Heavenly Emperor's rule. But this city was like a country within a country, no one could manage it. Just like Extreme Light Imperial City, although it was just a tiny little imperial city, even imperial capitals, great imperial capitals, or even Heavenly Emperor Bodimanders, never questioned their affairs too. Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital was likewise the same. The Jian family occupying the land of a city seemed to be for the sake of influencing the surroundings. Their existence was somewhat similar to Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, but it was also somewhat different. All in all, the Jian family was very strong until no one dared to provoke. Along with the increase in strength, Yi Yuan could also increasingly feel the might of the Jian family's power and influence. This is Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital. Indeed impressive. I seem to be able to feel that the air is rippling with a mysterious and unfathomable aura. It was as if immersed in a vast sea of stars. Amen. Why do I feel like the entire city is stirring? Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed as he cried out in surprise. It was also Jian Chen's first time coming. His face was full of solemnness as if he was on a pilgrimage. Jian Hongxiao nodded and said, "Little friend Yi is indeed extraordinary. It's said that each great imperial capital has an array formation set up by ancestor Profound Secrets with great divine ability. Each house in the city, every street, all secretly contains the functioning Tao of the circulatory cycle of stars. It's an enormous array formation. So for countless tens of thousands of years, people come and go, but the arrangement in the city has never changed before, but it has also always been revolving. But situated inside, no body can detect it at all. I didn't expect that little friend Yi detected it the moment we entered the city." Yi Yuan's thoughts were carried away as he listened. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' good fortune was immense. The might of his means was simply fantastical. Revolving a circulatory cycle of stars with a great imperial capital, divining heavenly Tao. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Impressive. Truly impressive. One day, this Yi really wants to meet Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret. Yi Yuan exclaimed with admiration. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, "If it were others, I'd definitely laugh at him for being overly conceited. But you, perhaps there might be this chance in the future." Emperor surmounting aura, the chances of becoming a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse was extremely high. Once he became a Heavenly Emperor, then he would be someone of the same generation as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. There might really be the chance. Of course, he also merely just had a chance. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was different from ordinary Heavenly Emperors. At his level, annihilating Heavenly Emperors with a wave of his hand was also normal. Yo, isn't this Elder Hongxiao? I was wondering why magpies in the courtyard keep chirping today. It turns out that Elder Hongxiao has returned. Ha ha ha, just as they were talking, a few people were centiliter US turned around a young man as they walked over. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed and he said, "You're Jian Yun. TSK, truly hard on you, for Elder Hongxiao to actually remember this disappointing brat. However, I really admire your courage, to actually still have the face to come back," Jian Yun said with a mocking look on his face. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed, seemingly not willing to say any more. He said to Yi Yuan and Jian Chen, "Let's go," but Jian Yun extended his hand to block and said cheerfully, "Don't go. Come, everybody come take a look. You all probably don't recognize this person, right? Let me introduce him to everybody. This old man is the former Stellar Hall's elder, Jian Hongxiao." With him saying so, it immediately drew many people to surround and watch. Hearing the two words Stellar Hall, everyone's faces revealed extremely surprised expressions. Even Jian Chen also trembled all over, looking at Jian Hongxiao in great astoundment, as if it was his first time knowing him. Master, you were actually once a Stellar Hall elder? Why have you never told me before?" Jian Chen said with an excited look. Jian Hongxiao's expression was very unnatural and did not answer Jian Chen. Yi Yuan had a blank look, not knowing what special aspect this Stellar Hall had, to actually be able to cause such a big stir. Stellar Hall elder? This is a joke, right? How can a celestial deity realm old man possibly be a Stellar Hall elder? Jian Hongxiao, this name seems to be rather familiar. It's a little familiar, but can't remember where I've heard it before. Jian Yun looked at everyone's reaction with a broad smile on his face. Speaking of Elder Hongxiao, that was once a great figure who was at the peak of popularity at one time in the extreme luck great imperial capital. Augury and astronomy, viewing aura and observing people, there was nothing he couldn't do. People gave the title Seer Nebula. Rumors had it that the Stellar Hall would be managed by him in the future. Jian Yun spoke freely and boldly as if speaking on a subject with great familiarity. But the expression on his face was full of disdain. He was naturally not doing so in order to flatter Jian Hongxiao. Sure enough, the vacantness in people's eyes gradually dissipated. They finally recalled who this person was. Seer Nebula. His actually Seer Nebula. Turns out that he's that Seer Nebula who used a forbidden art and killed his brother and several dozen Stellar Hall disciples. How can this kind of person still have the face to live in this world? Why doesn't he go and die? Jian Yun's words seemed to have thoroughly ignited everyone's memories. Jian Hongxiao's name, the people who knew were not many. But Seer Nebula seemed to be extremely famous in extreme luck great imperial capital. Except, the current Jian Hongxiao seemed to have become a rat crossing the street. For some time, countless cursing sounds drifted over, floating into Jian Hongxiao's ears. The wild elation in Jian Chen's heart instantly became awkwardness. He looked at Jian Hongxiao in disbelief as he muttered, "Master, is what they said true?" Jian Yun smiled and said, "Haha, you take a look at everyone's reactions and you'll know whether it's real or not. Back then, your master disregarded his brother's objections and activated a forbidden art, wanting to forcefully go against the heavens and change fate. In the end, it triggered the all-encompassing Sing Armillary Sphere. The 36 Stellar Hall disciples in charge of the all-encompassing Sing Armillary Sphere were instantly sucked dry. This incident, could it be that he has never told you before?" Jian Chen looked at Jian Hongxiao in disbelief. His so many years of hard work, wanting to break through to the true God realm, it was because he wanted to join the Stellar Hall. But, arriving at extreme luck great imperial capital, he discovered that his own master was actually the Stellar Hall's sinner. Chapter 1958, Ouch, my eyes. Chapter 1958, Ouch, my eyes. Master, is what he said true or not? Jian Chen bellowed. In a blink of an eye, Jian Hongxiao's ennoble image in his heart collapsed, making him unable to accept it. Looking at those countless spittles, He was even ashamed to be associated with Jian Hongxiao. Jian Hongxiao gazed at the blue sky, seemingly recalling the past, appearing melancholic. Finally, he nodded slowly and said with a sigh, "What he said was right. Master is the Stellar Hall's sinner." Jian Chen looked at Jian Hongxiao rather disbelievingly. It was as if it was his first time knowing him. "Why? Why have you never told me before?" Jian Chen roared. Jian Yun laughed by the side and said, "If he were to tell you, would you still be willing to acknowledge him as your master? This kind of person, who isn't fit to have disciples at all. Also, you, kid, being associated with this kind of person, your lifespan will reduce." In the second half of the sentence, he said it to Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan heard that, he also had a look of disgust on his face and moved a few steps toward Jian Yun's side, as if very disgusted with Jian Hongxiao. What this brother said is right. I was also deceived by him. That's why I would follow him to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital. Actually, I just wanted to find someone to take a look at my fate, but he's not suitable to do it now, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When Jian Hongxiao heard this, a hint of a rueful smile appeared on his face. At present, even Yi Yuan had left him. He also did not expect that the moment he entered the city, he would have his unsavory history exposed by people. Under such circumstances, he could not explain it away even with 100 mouths. Of course, he did not want to explain anything either. Jian Yun laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "He's a bereaved dog, how could he still have this skill? Want to look at your destiny, you naturally have to find the Stellar Hall." Yi Yuan said sadly when he heard that, "Sigh, little brother, I am only from a small place, how could I have the connections to know the Stellar Hall's masters? Heh, you have eyes but fail to see, right? My family's young master is precisely a disciple of the Stellar Hall, augury and astronomy, he's skilled in all. Our young master is the Stellar Hall's rising star. He is an existence who might become a Stellar Hall's elder in the future." By the side, someone immediately started lauding to the skies. Even Jian Hongxiao also revealed a look of surprise as he said, "You actually entered the Stellar Hall?" Jian Yun had a pleased look and said with a spurious smile, "Are you very disappointed? Back then, you kept prating on about how I'll achieve nothing and was a piece of garbage. Now, this young master, I, have already become a Stellar Hall's disciple, but you became a dog who lost its home." Jian Yun's face was triumphantly jaunty, full of the delight of having slapped faces. In reality, he understood what was the deal with him being a Stellar Hall disciple. Without a powerful father, it was impossible for him to enter the Stellar Hall. This play today was also arranged by his father, making him block here and humiliate Jian Hongxiao. His father, Jian Hao, was presently a Stellar Hall elder with an awe-inspiring reputation. When performing divination a few days ago, he happened to divine that Jian Hongxiao would be returning within the next few days. So he arranged for his son to wait here. Many years ago, Jian Hongxiao prophesied more than once, saying that Jian Yun would never amount to much. Coming to slap Jian Hongxiao's face, he was naturally delighted to the extreme. Yi Yuan said in surprise when he heard that, "So that's how it is. Then this little brother really had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai." As he said, Yi Yuan even gave a bow toward Jian Yun. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed slightly, not knowing what medicine Yi Yuan was selling in his gourd. He still thought that Yi Yuan was intentionally finding an excuse to draw a clean line with him just now. He could understand this. But Yi Yuan's style right now was very unlike him. Jian Yun had a smug look as he said with a smile, Forget it, you following this old fellow, it's also normal that you're inexperienced and ignorant. This young master, I, am in a good mood today and will take a look at your destiny." Yi Yuan was delighted when he heard that and said with clasped hands, "Then thank you very much, young master Jian Yun." Jian Yun also had the intention of showing off. Circulating his cultivation method, he cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan. "Ouch, my eyes. My eyes can't see anything anymore. My eyes are blind." Suddenly, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes like it was being burned. He was already unable to open his eyes anymore. Jian Yun fell to the ground in agony and started rolling on the ground non-stop. The surrounding onlookers turned pale with fright. How could they still care about Jian Hongxiao? All of them were looking toward Jian Yun in curiosity one by one. Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan dumbfounded with his mouth agape, not expecting that he actually played this act. And this Jian Yun actually really foolishly cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan. Wasn't this looking for abuse? Forget about him right now, even if he was at his prime, he also would not dare to cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan. Senior, let's go. Yi Yuan smiled at Jian Hongxiao and said. Jian Hongxiao had a moved look. He knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately causing a disturbance, diverting those people's attention, letting them successfully get away. Jian Hongxiao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he was interrupted by Yi Yuan. He said, "This place isn't the place to speak, talk again later." The two people moved, but Jian Chen was still standing on the spot in a daze. Jian Hongxiao heaved a sigh and turned around and left. Smack. Jian Chen's shoulder was patted by Yi Yuan, making him jump. Sometimes, what the eyes see might not be real. But at times, what the eyes see is the most authentic. Therefore, don't use eyes to see, use the heart to feel. Think about it, how Senior treated you these few years. Finished talking, Yi Yuan slowly left. Jian Chen's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing a complicated look. Finally, he still gritted his teeth and followed after. Before the bed, an old man was currently diagnosing Jian Yun's pulse. His brows were tightly locked. "Master Bu Chen, I beg you, you must save me. I can't become a blind person." Jian Yun wailed. "Shut up. Don't disturb Master's pulse reading," Jian Hao said in a solemn voice. Jian Yun indeed did not dare to wail anymore, shutting his mouth sensibly. After a long time, Bu Chen slowly got up and shook his head slightly. Jian Hao was startled inwardly, hurriedly going up to ask, "Brother Bu Chen, how is it?" Bu Chen shook his head and said, "I'm afraid this pair of eyes are crippled." Jian Hao's heart thumped and he said, "How can this be? Yuna only used the aura viewing art a little and his eyes are crippled." Bu Chen said, "This is heavenly Dao backlash. Furthermore, it's extremely strong. With this old man's strength, I'm powerless to turn the tables." Jian Hao said in shock, "How can it be? You're the person with the strongest alchemy strength in the city. If even you're helpless, then, oh, right, since it's heavenly Dao backlash, can the bright moon purple cloud pill save him?" Bu Chen shook his head and said, "With this old man's judgment, I'm afraid that the bright moon purple cloud pill is powerless to turn the tables too. Unless one can refine the six-vein stellar pill." Jian Hao took several steps back in the row when he heard that, saying absent-mindedly, How is this possible? Just taking one look and the heavenly Dao backlash would be so severe." Jian Hao regretted it until his intestines turned green now. He only wanted to let his son go and humiliate Jian Hongxiao, making him beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. Who would have thought that he actually harmed his own son to become a blind person? This level of heavenly Dao backlash was akin to bone-festering maggots. Even if a new pair of eyes were swapped in, it was to no avail too. This problem was the hardest to deal with. Members of the Jian family feared this level of heavenly Dao backlash the most. It was just that Jian Hao could not understand even after cudgeling his brain. Why would it cause such severe consequences with just having one glance? Chapter 1959, The City Lord Wants to See Him. Chapter 1959, The City Lord Wants to See Him. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, don't your Jian family revere the Profound Secrets Pavilion as supreme? What's this stellar hall?" Actually, Yi Yuan did not figure out just what was the stellar hall until now too. Jian Hongxiao said, "The stellar hall is where the core of the Profound Secrets Pavilion lies. Those able to enter it are all 1 in 10,000 powerhouses, having outstanding strength in the Tao of divination. And the stellar hall's elders, there are only a total of 8. Only the strongest ones can assume the post." Yi Yuan nodded slightly, roughly understanding in his heart. Although the Heavenspan world was big, the great imperial capitals that the Jian family occupied were not their own. Those able to enter the stellar hall were all elites among elites, having outstanding talent in the Tao of divination. No wonder Jian Hongxiao back then gave him an unfathomable feeling. Even if his cultivation realm fell drastically, his divination arts were still unfathomable. It was far from what those in the same rank could compare to. A stellar hall, only great imperial capitals have it. Furthermore, in each stellar hall, there's a peak Empyrean spirit treasure, the All-Encompass Sing Armillary Sphere. The stellar hall's responsibility is to borrow the All-Encompass Sing Armillary Sphere to deduce heavenly Tao. Each stellar hall elder manages one aspect of the All-Encompass Sing Armillary Sphere, their responsibilities being enormous. Jen Hongxiao continued saying. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, so that's how it is. That Jen Yun has a grudge with you? Jen Hongxiao smiled bitterly and said, Jen Yun's father, Jen Hao, was always suppressed by me back then. Because there can only be 8 stellar hall elders, so he was never able to become an elder. As for that Jen Yun, I had once divined for him before and said that he'll never amount to much. So this father and son pair have always had some resentment towards me. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm afraid it's not resentment that simple. That Jen Hao should be afraid of you and TC, hing his position of elder, right? Jen Hongxiao nodded and said, with Jen Yun's skill, he can't divine my return. Most likely, this matter has Jen Hao's hand involved. But with this play, Jen Yun will likely really become a cripple. As these two people chatted, Jen Chen at one side wanted to speak but swallowed the words back. Yi Yuan suddenly changed the topic and said, Senior, the urgent matter on hand is that we'd better think of a way to get the pill formula fast. Jen Hongxiao said in surprise, you still want to refine pills for me? Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, look at what you're saying, if not for the sake of refining pills, what did I come to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital with you for? But you're also aware, I'm the Stellar Hall's sinner, Jen Hongxiao said. He even thought that through this incident, Yi Yuan probably would not refine pills for him anymore at all. After all, his unsavory past was exposed by people. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still insisted on refining pills for him. But Yi Yuan gave Jen Chen a glance and said smilingly, so what? You're the senior that I, Yi Yuan, acknowledged, and you are a friend of mine. You showed kindness to me, Yi Yuan. The rest has nothing to do with me, even if you become enemies with the world, this pill. I'm refining for sure. Jen Hongxiao and Jen Chen's faces changed greatly when they heard that. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so loyal to friends. Jen Hongxiao was even more touched in his heart, tears already running down his old face. When you stand opposite of everyone in the world and someone stood on your side with a firm determination, that sensation could not be described using words. Actually, about this matter, Yi Yuan had his own judgment. Most likely, Jen Hongxiao had some painful topic. It was just that it was hard for him to say it out. Walking all the way to this point, Yi Yuan was no longer some ignorant person anymore. He still had some confidence in discerning people. Jen Hongxiao did not seem to be someone who had utter disregard for human life when doing things and facing people, and also did not have too much sinister air. Activating a forbidden art likely had other reasons. Furthermore, this extreme luck Great Imperial Capital City Lord still saved Jen Hongxiao's life with the bright moon purple cloud pill in the end. This also affirmed Yi Yuan's idea from the side view. If Jen Hongxiao really activated the forbidden art for his own selfish reasons, that Empyrean powerhouses most likely would not have done that. Don't you want to know what in the world happened back then? Jen Hongxiao asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if you're willing to say, you'd naturally tell me. If you're not willing to say, why would I need to go and pick at your scar? Jen Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan and said with a sigh, making such a friend, what do I still need? Yi Yuan, from today onward, you and I are sworn friends for life. At this very moment, Jen Hao's fury already burst through the horizon. He could be said to have racked his brain for the sake of this son and even let him enter the Stellar Hall. But in the end, Jen Yun was actually crippled. To the Jen family's members, eyes being blinded was equivalent to being a cripple. 6 veins stellar pill? Jen Hao never even thought about it. If there was such a medicinal pill, Jen Hongxiao also would not have left Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital, feeling dejected back then. A medicinal pill that even the City Lord could not get, where would he go to get one? Dad, You have to take revenge for me. That old thing, and also that punk, they definitely deliberately harmed me. Jen Yun roared. Jen Hao gritted his teeth and said, You rest assured, I'm going to make Jen Hongxiao that scoundrelly thing utterly disappear this time. Li Zun, bring a few people over for me, and detained Jen Hongxiao 3 people over for me. Behind Jen Hao, a 7th Firmament True God powerhouse received the order and left. As a Stellar Hall elder, Jen Hao's status was incomparably venerated. There was naturally no lack of some experts around him. Li Zun picked out a few people and headed over to the inn that Yi Yuan 3 people were staying at. Jen Hongxiao, get out for me. You dared to hurt my Stellar Hall's disciple. You deserve 1,000 death. Outside the inn, Li Zun called out in a clear voice. Isn't this Protector Li Zun who's by Elder Jen Hao's side? Who provoked them? TSK, whoever it is, they will likely lose a layer of skin. I heard that Elder Jen Hao's only son, Jen Yun, suddenly became a blind man today. Could it have been done by this group of people? Outside the inn, everyone was guessing optimistic about it, all waiting to watch a show. But no one came out and no one answered too. Li Zun's brows furrowed and he called out in a clear voice once more, Fine, since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame us for not being courteous. The few of you guard outside, don't let them run. Before Li Zun came, he understood the situation long ago. These 3 people were merely 2 First Firmament True Gods and a celestial deity. Him coming to capture people was bombarding mosquitoes with a cannon, putting fine timber to petty use. But Jiao Hao was currently in a fit of rage, he naturally did not dare to be neglectful. Bang! Li Zun found the 3 people's residence and directly shattered the door with a palm. Jen Hongxiao, what haughty airs you have. Do you really think that you're still that Stellar Halls? Elder Suyen, why are you here? Inside the house, Jen Hongxiao was currently drinking opposite an old man, chatting away happily. When Li Zun saw that old man, his expression immediately became very ugly. He was even somewhat stuttering when speaking. This old man was called Jen Suyen, similarly a Stellar Hall elder. However, Jen Suyen's status was much more venerated than Jen Hao. Because Jen Suyen was an Empyrean powerhouse, Jen Suyen drank a mouthful of tea and said without even turning his head back, You go back and tell Jen Hao. Tell him not to have ideas about Hongxiao anymore, the city lord wants to see him. Chapter 1960, I can't give you. Chapter 1960, I can't give you. Why would the city lord meet him? Furthermore, it's even Lord Jen Suyen going to invite personally. Could it be they are going to let him enter the Stellar Hall anew? Hearing the news that Li Zun brought back, Jen Hao's thoughts could not help going wild. Indeed, during the period where Jen Hongxiao held the position of Stellar Hall's elder, the city lord thought very highly of him. Meeting Jen Hongxiao again this time, could it be that he wanted to call him back anew? If this was the case, it was really quite troublesome. It's not what this lowly one can know. Li Zun said awkwardly. Jen Hao's gaze suddenly turned sharp and he said viciously, What about that punk who caused Yuna to become like this? Why wasn't he captured here too? He's the prime culprit. Capture him here for me immediately. Jen Hongxiao had Jen Suyen protecting him. Jen Suyen was not what he, Jen Hao, could offend. But Yi Yuan was different. Li Zun said with a gloomy face, this lowly one wanted to bring him away too, but Elder Suyen said that City Lord wants to see him too. What? What City Lord meeting this punk for? Could it be that this punk has some background? When Jen Hao heard this, he could not help jumping in fright. Li Zun thought about it and said, Elder, young Master Yun only took one look at that kid and suffered heavenly Dao backlash. Is it possible that kid really has some aspect that Serpa says others? Jen Hao's brows knitted even tighter. He pondered carefully. The more he thought, the more terrified he got. Although Yuna's aura viewing art is still lacking, he's also a true God realm powerhouse. Even if it's the Imperial aura, it's also impossible to have such a huge backlash appear. Could it be that kid possesses the Emperor surmounting aura? Furthermore, it's even a powerful existence among Emperor surmounting auras. But how is this possible? Originally, because of Jen Yun's backlash, Jian Hao was burning in rage and did not carefully think about this matter at all. But now, calming down and thinking about it, he immediately detected something amiss. He was a Stellar Hall elder, so how could he not be clear about the situation of the aura viewing art? To talk about making Jian Yun suffer heavenly Dao backlash, unless Yi Yuan was carrying some terrifying treasure on him, or he was in possession of tremendous destiny. Regardless of which it was, Yi Yuan's background was clearly not simple. But the problem was, where did Jian Hao find this kid, and also, what was the objective of bringing him to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital? Furthermore, City Lord even summoned this kid. This matter was likely not that simple. Walking into a vast hall, Yi Yuan felt as if he walked into a vast starry sky. In the center of the starry star, there was an enormous, but exquisite apparatus, currently slowly revolving. Yi Yuan sized the instrument up, feeling the powerful undulations coming off of the instrument. He guessed that this should be the All-Encompass armillary sphere. A grey-robed old man sat before it, his body radiating countless pale yellow fine threads, probing into the All-Encompass armillary sphere with 1,001 links. This old man gave Yi Yuan an incomparably deep feeling, just like this starry sky. The other party was clearly not looking at him, but Yi Yuan actually had a feeling of being seen through. After Zhen Hongxiao entered this great hall, the expression on his face immediately became respectful, his body also seemingly becoming much stiffer. Clearly, he held that old man in great esteem. No idea how long had Pares said either, those fine threads slowly retreated into the old man's body. Zhen Hongxiao bowed down rather agitatedly, shouting out, "Sinner Zhen Hongxiao, pays respect to Lord Sutao." "Oh Hongxiao, long time no see," the old man slowly said. "Yes, in a twinkle, it's been more than 100,000 years. Zhen Hongxiao actually had tears running down his old face. The old man's gaze slowly SHI plus FTD to Yi Yuan and sized him up carefully. "You're called Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan nodded and said with cupped fists, "I pay respects to Lord Empyrean." The old man's gaze was profound as he said, "Even this old man actually can't see through your depths, indeed well deserving of being Emperor surmounting aura. Looking at it, you likely won't be an ordinary heavenly Emperor powerhouse in the future." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Senior is too kind." The old man was calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was taken by surprise. Reaching his boundary, he was extremely sensitive to the flow of heavenly Dao. His perception toward danger was God knows how many times stronger than Zhen Yun, that kind of rookie. He wanted to employ the aura viewing art to observe Yi Yuan just now, but warning bells suddenly sounded in his heart and actually made him have a feeling of danger. He naturally knew about the matter of Zhen Yun being blinded, and thought to himself, could it be that I would also become like that? But even if it was the Emperor surmounting aura, with his skill, it also would not be to that extent, right? Currently, Zhen Sutao was extremely conflicted in his heart. He very much wanted to activate the aura viewing art and take a look at Yi Yuan's situation. But the moment he thought of Zhen Yun's outcome, he did not dare to do so anymore. As the lord of a city, an Empyrean powerhouse, he could not bear the consequences of becoming blind. Curiosity kills the cat. This kind of situation was still effective when placed on an Empyrean powerhouse. Thinking about it, Zhen Sutao still gave up in the end. Once something really happened and he suffered heavenly Dao backlash, he, this rank 7 powerhouse, did not have the 7-vein stellar pill to save him. At that time, he would be a blind man for life. This kind of result was not what he could accept. Zhen Sutao looked towards Zhen Hongxiao and opened his mouth and said, "Back then, before you left, this Empyrean performed a divination for you and calculated that your path wasn't severed. But didn't think that, it's answered here." Yi Yuan was terrified when he heard it. This level of augury skill was simply terrifying. 100,000 years ago, it was actually divined without the slightest error. 100,000 years ago, he was not even born yet. This kind of thing that was foreordained by the unseen, Zhen Sutao himself also could not grasp it. But 100,000 years since then, it truly appeared. Zhen Hongxiao was also very surprised and said, "Turns out that your excellency has long calculated for me before. I only calculated that my fate had a turn for the better recently too." Hongxiao, the matter back then was hard on you. Do you still bear a grudge against this Empyrean? Jian Hongxiao hurriedly knelt down and said, "What's your excellency saying?" Casting the forbidden art for Fengqi was Hongxiao acting arbitrarily, resulting in causing a terrible calamity, and even almost affected the all-encompass Sing armillary sphere. I am the Stellar Hall's sinner. Jian Sutao heaved a sigh and said, "It's this Empyrean who is useless. The more one is a member of the Jian family, the more helpless they tend to be. Clearly know that the disaster is in sight, but can only watch it happen helplessly, I'm afraid. Only reaching Ancestor's realm can one transform the rotten into something magical, right?" Jian Hongxiao also sighed and said, "What I hate the most is having caused such severe consequences, but not being able to stop Fengqi from leaving. Sigh, only hate that Hongxiao is powerless." Yi Yuan listened quietly by the side, guessing in his heart. Sure enough, the matters back then were not that simple. Jian Hongxiao cast the art of defying heaven and changing fate for a person called Fengqi, wanting to avoid a disaster. It was just a pity that in the end, it caused a heavy loss. Yet, Jian Hongxiao was still unable to salvage Fengqi's life. Jian Sutao suddenly looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Junior, you came here for the 6-vein stellar pills pill formula?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, senior, please grant the pill formula for a look." "The 6-vein stellar pills pill formula, I can't give you." Jian Sutao shook his head and said. Chapter 1961, Ancient God Battlefield. Chapter 1961, Ancient God Battlefield. Why? Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard it and said in puzzlement. He could tell that the relations Hi+P between Jian Sutao and Jian Hongxiao was not ordinary. Logically speaking, Jian Sutao should hope for Jian Hongxiao's recovery. But Jian Sutao directly refused him. This made him very perplexed. Jian Sutao said coolly, "The pill formula of the 6-vein stellar pill is unique to my Jian family. How can it be easily shown to people?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "But this medicinal pill, other people don't have much benefits consuming it too. It's only useful to the Jian family's members, isn't it? Even if I look at the pill formula, I'm also using it to save the Jian family's people. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it, right?" Jian Sutao's gaze turned intent, a wave of anger was released from his body. Yi Yuan immediately felt a tremendous pressure. Jian Hongxiao was alarmed in his heart and hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, calm your anger. Yi Yuan is also doing this for the sake of saving me." Humph. To actually dare rebut this Empyrean, what gall? Jian Sutao said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not give way in the slightest and said, "This junior is just stating a fact. This pill formula being placed in senior's hands, no one can refine it at all. It can only make the Jian family's people bemoan in the face of it. But put it in my hands, it can save many Jian family's people. What's there to be against it?" When Jian Sutao heard that, his fury was even more apparent as he said in a cold voice, Truly a wildly conceited junior. How can my Jian family's rules be gesticulated by you, a junior? Moreover, you want to refine the 6-vein stellar pill just based on that you just entered rank 6? You're looking down on this medicinal pill too much." Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said coolly, "Give me 5 years, and I'll definitely be able to refine the 6-vein stellar pill." Jian Sutao smiled coldly and said, a toad yawning, "What high-sounding sentiment. You think that refining rank 6 divine pills is as easy as eating and drinking? Or is it that you think that you possess emperor-surmounting aura and is invincible under the heavens? If this Empyrean kills you right now, even if you have the potential to cultivate to the realm of Tao Ancestor, it's also to no avail." Finished talking, Jian Sutao's aura really became cold. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged and wanted to kill people. An aura that made Yi Yuan suffocated came in an overwhelming manner. Yi Yuan felt as if the entire starry sky was collapsing, the whole process incomparably horrifying from start to end. Back then, when Yi Yuan was still at the Divine Vestige realm, he had once faced before the Empyrean realm Lin Changqing. At that time, he already felt extremely powerless. But that kind of feeling put at now, simply paled in comparison with it. This Empyrean in front of him was not what Lin Changqing, that sort of rookie, could compare to. However, no matter how strong Jen Sutao was, Yi Yuan's brows did not move a bit. His face did not have the slightest change in countenance. Yi Yuan, this person was this stubborn. Cold sweat poured profusely on Jen Hongxiao's forehead. He also did not expect that things would develop to this step. Lord Sutao, please calm your anger. If you want to kill Yi Yuan, then kill me first. Jen Sutao said in a cold voice. Humph. Do you think that this Empyrean won't kill you on the account of Fengqi's face, is it? Jen Hongxiao's face changed and he shook his head and said, Dare not. But Yi Yuan only came here in order to save me. I can't passively watch him die. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said to Jen Hongxiao, if not going to give this pill formula, don't give it then. So what? Other people can create this medicinal pill, so I, Yi Yuan, can similarly create it. It just takes some effort. Senior, let's go. Yi Yuan even created the soul-driving Dao fusion pill, this kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill. He did not believe that he could not create the six-vein stellar pill. It was just that Yi Yuan currently just broke through to the origin pill realm. He still remained at the deduction and familiarization stage of rank 6 divine pills. Otherwise, he also would not say that he needed 5 years to refine the six-vein stellar pill. Blackmailing Yi Yuan with medicinal pills, this sort of thing, not many people could do it. Jen Sutao also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually say such words, and could not help being taken aback. Although his Tao of divination was exceedingly formidable, he could not calculate Yi Yuan's situation. He naturally did not understand Yi Yuan either. Hence, he did not know how formidable Yi Yuan's strength in alchemy was. It was just that this kind of big talk was a little too big, right? One had to know, this medicinal pill was jointly developed by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and Medicine Ancestor. There was actually someone in this world who dared to say that they could create the six-vein stellar pill independently. But Yi Yuan said these words in all solemnity, but it also seemed so credible. Jen Sutao was dazed. More importantly, Yi Yuan was really leaving and did not seem to have the intention of staying. Jen Sutao's face fell and he said in a cold voice, It's also not that I can't give you the pill formula, but, you have to promise this Empyrean a condition. Yi Yuan's figure paused and he involuntarily turned his head back, sizing Jen Sutao up with a smile that was not a smile. Suddenly he realized that turns out Jen Sutao was waiting for this moment. Yi Yuan was also very perplexed. He wanted to save Jen Hongxiao. This was originally a good thing. Why would Jen Sutao still decline with all sorts of excuses? He did not expect that this fellow was actually having ideas about him. Senior, to the Jen family's people, I'm just an outsider. You used a Jen family's person's life to threaten an outsider. Isn't doing this somewhat immoral? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Jen Sutao was shrewd with age, his face being thick as a city wall. He did not feel embarrassed said either. He just said coolly, You will agree. Yi Yuan countered with a question, Based on what? Jen Sutao said, Just based on this Empyrean's divination art. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he said helplessly, All right, you win. Say it. What's the condition? Yi Yuan understood that Jen Sutao could not divine him, but he could divine Jen Hongxiao. Hence, he knew that Jen Hongxiao would recover very soon. And this was confirmed precisely by him. Yi Yuan was helpless. This feeling of being needed by people, he did not like it. But he owed Jen Hongxiao. For Jen Hongxiao's sake, he would indeed agree. After all, developing a new medicinal pill, this kind of thing, took too much effort. Furthermore, this medicinal pill even mustered the painstaking effort of 2 mighty transcendent heavenly emperors. How arduous would it be to develop it? The difficulty level was probably not much lower than the soul-driving Dao fusion pill. Furthermore, this was a rank 6 divine pill, the development difficulty would be much greater. Therefore, even though he clearly knew that Jen Sutao's way of doing things was very shameless, Yi Yuan could only accept it. You help me to enter the ancient God battlefield and retrieve an item, Jen Sutao said. Jen Hongxiao's face changed and he said, Your Excellency, Could it be to retrieve that item? Jian Sutao nodded his head slightly, equivalent to tacitly acknowledging it. No way. I'd rather not recover. I can't let Yi Yuan take this risk. Jian Hongxiao said firmly. Jian Sutao said coolly, who I'm asking isn't you, it's him. Furthermore, he'll definitely agree. Jian Hongxiao's face changed and he said to Yi Yuan, you can't enter the ancient God battlefield. That place is too dangerous, you'll lose your life. But Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said, okay, I agree. Now, can you hand the pill formula to me? Jian Sutao looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, you're not asking what item this Empyrean wants you to retrieve. And also you're not asking what kind of place the ancient God battlefield is? Chapter 1962, Emperor Bone. Chapter 1962, Emperor Bone. Since I must agree, what's the difference between asking or not? It's just that, senior threatening me with a Jian family's member made this Yi broaden his horizons, Yi Yuan said coolly. The meaning of his words was, your esteemed self's shamelessness. This Yi Yuan has seldom seen it in all my life. No matter how good Yi Yuan's relations. Hi+P with Jian Hongxiao was a Jian family's member in the end. As the Jian family's senior, Jian Sutao actually used a Jian family's member to threaten an outsider. This kind of action was truly utterly contemptible. Jian Sutao did not seem to be embarrassed. Said. He just said coolly, you have the right to choose. Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said calmly, why me? Jian Sutao said, it's naturally because you're a child of destiny. Such a monstrous destiny like yours, it's still this Empyrean's first time seeing. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly, quietly waiting for him to continue. The ancient God battlefield is a mystic realm that my Jian family controls. Legend says that very, very long ago, an earth-shaking ancient God war happened before in the ancient God battlefield. The strength of those ancient gods, the weakest was at least at the celestial deity realm. In that unparalleled great battle, there were countless true gods, even Empyrean powerhouses, that perished in it. There were even many heavenly emperor-level powerhouses. Yi Yuan was slightly startled in his heart. He did not think that this ancient God battlefield actually even had heavenly emperor powerhouses in it. What kind of heaven-shocking degree did that kind of war reach? Although the present heavenspan world still had endless disputes, it was still relatively calm on the whole, with all kinds of levels very strict. It was very hard for such a terrifying battle to happen. Inside the ancient God battlefield, there are countless soul treasures. Every 10,000 years, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets will personally open up this ancient God battlefield and send a batch of destiny children inside. Those lucky ones can obtain heaven-defying lucky chances, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a but turfly. They will be soaring to the sky with one leap. Of course, the ancient God battlefield is extremely dangerous. Ancient battle souls, ancient grand arrays, crisscross inside. Also, there are variant species bred during these countless years. It could be said to be beset with danger. Even emperor surmounting auras, those that perish inside each time were also not in the minority, Jian Sutao explained. In that case, those entering the ancient God battlefield from extreme luck great imperial capital, it will not just be me alone. Yi Yuan said. Jian Sutao nodded and said, for 10,000 years, this Empyrean naturally sought out a batch of destiny children. Whether they are entering inside or not, it is also up to their own decision. But this kind of opportunity is hard to come across in 1,000 years. So very few people will refuse. Of course, no one would refuse. Yi Yuan reckoned that those people able to be chosen at least had imperial aura too. People with this degree of destiny, if they did not even dare to challenge a mystic realm, that was also too cowardly. Moreover, although this ancient God battlefield was perilous, Ma's civ lucky chances also went along with it. Once they obtained some ancient relics, their destinies would be more exuberant, and their future prospects would also have more room. Perhaps some imperial auras could even break through to the emperor surmounting aura after entering the ancient God battlefield. These children of destiny were the candidates for future Empyreans and heavenly emperors. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan was indeed quite moved. What do you want me to help you retrieve? Jian Sutao said, Emperor Beast Divine Bone. Emperor Beast, as the name suggested, was a heavenly emperor-level divine beast. This level of a divine beast, each one was a supreme existence of heaven and earth, their strength being fearsome to the extreme. Even if they had died for many years, the energy contained inside the divine bones was also extremely terrifying. But Yi Yuan was very clear about it. The place where the Emperor Beast Divine Bone was at must be extremely dangerous, far surpassing the limits of his current abilities. Otherwise, Jian Hongxiao also would not be worried for him. It was also no wonder that even Jian Sutao, this level of Empyrean powerhouse, would also be moved by it. More than 100,000 years ago, that batch of Destiny child entered the ancient God battlefield and accidentally discovered a Chilean Emperor bone. It's just too bad that no one could obtain it. Over the past 100,000 years, this Empyrean had sent people inside each time, wanting to obtain this Emperor bone. But sadly, it was all for naught, Jian Sutao said. Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said with a cold smile, I'm afraid that for the sake of this Chilean Emperor bone, quite a few children of destiny all died inside, right? Children of destiny had exuberant destinies. No matter how thriving it was also merely just a reservist force. While that Chilean divine beast was a genuine heavenly emperor powerhouse when it was alive, even if it died, how could its dignity be what a junior can blaspheme? Jian Sutao did not have the intention of concealing, saying with a nod, the children of destiny who went to retrieve this emperor bone, none of them came back. However, Yi Yuan stopped the other party with a hand gesture and said in a cold voice, You want to say that you feel very optimistic about me, feeling that I can succeed? Are you treating this Yi to be a 3-year-old kid? You rest assured, I'll take on this task. But whether it succeeds or not, that will depend on your fortune. Jian Sutao's good fortune was naturally obtaining the Chilean Emperor bone. As for Yi Yuan's fortunes, it was returning alive. Jian Sutao originally thought that at Yi Yuan's age, he should be very easy to control. But he discovered that he was wrong. This kid was shrewd and cunning, not acting in accordance with the scheme that he planned. Time flew by quickly. 5 years said in a blink of an eye. But inside the world suppressing steely, 50 years had already said for Yi Yuan. On this day, the Stellar Hall's powerhouses gathered together. Up to the elders, down to the disciples, no one was absent. Elder Zhonghui, do you know what City Lord called us here for this time? Jian Hao asked an elder. Jian Zhonghui shook his head and said, How can City Lord's thoughts be what the likes of us can guess? But the lineup this time is indeed a little big and a little too grand. Could it be that some important figure is coming to our extreme luck? Ever since Jian Hongxiao returned to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital, Jian Hao had always been feeling ill at ease. Especially recently, this kind of feeling became even stronger. But he performed a divination for himself but failed to divine anything. Starting from this morning, Jian Hao had been having the jitters all along, the ominous feeling becoming more and more apparent. Right at this time, City Lord suddenly summoned all of the Stellar Hall's disciples. This made Jian Hao's mood become heavier. At this time, an awe-inspiring voice echoed out inside the hall. Suyen, is everyone here? Jian Suyen gave a bow and said, reporting to City Lord, there's still one person who isn't here. Jian Sutao fell silent for a moment and opened his mouth and said, he should be on his way. Let's start then. Calling you all here today, there's something to announce. Starting from today, the Stellar Hall will add a new elder. So Jian Hao, I'll have to inconvenience you and have you retire to the Protector's seat for the time being. Jian Sutao's voice reverberated inside the hall. But every word that he said was like a clap of thunder, exploding in Jian Hao's ears. His seat of elder was gone just like that. Jian Hao's expression became extremely ugly. He did not dare to fly off the handle and could only bow. He then said, City Lord, inside this Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital, apart from a few Stellar Hall elders, there shouldn't be anyone whose strength can compete with mine in the Tao of Divination, right? Originally, there wasn't. But today, There is, Jen Sutao said slowly. Right at this time, a figure entered the stellar hall. When Jian Hao saw the arrival, he was immediately petrified. Chapter 1963, It's been hard on you these few years. Chapter 1963, It's been hard on you these few years. Jian Hongxiao. This. How is this possible? The current Jian Hongxiao had an imposing aura. He already reached peak true God realm just like that, and he was even stronger than before he suffered heavenly Dao backlash back then. However, Jian Hao knew that for Jian Hongxiao to want to recover his strength, the 6-vein stellar pill was a must. But in this extreme luck great imperial capital, where to find the 6-vein stellar pill? If one could find it, Jian Hongxiao also would not possibly have holed up in extreme light imperial city for 100,000 years. The question was that what was going on right now in front of him? Inside this stellar hall, quite a few people knew Jian Hongxiao. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded, not quite daring to believe their eyes. Was this peak true God realm powerhouse before their eyes was really Jian Hongxiao? Back then, after that incident happened, everyone thought that Jian Hongxiao was finished. Who could have thought that 100,000 years later, Jian Hongxiao returned to the peak anew and returned to the stellar hall once again, becoming a stellar hall elder? Hang on. Even if there's really the 6-vein stellar pill, he also can't possibly return to his peak state. Unless the 6-vein stellar pill can reach divine grade. Jian Hao suddenly recalled something and said in surprise. When everyone heard that, they were even more surprised. The 6-vein stellar pill is a level 9 medicinal pill. It is even high grade, which is very hard to come across. Divine grade, how is this possible? Could it be that he really obtained a divine grade 6-vein stellar pill? Really didn't expect that Elder Hongxiao could actually return to Stellar Hall one day. It had been 100,000 years. Jian Hongxiao had always been staying in a tiny little imperial city. Suddenly recovering to his peak this time, then there was only one explanation. He obtained the 6-vein stellar pill. But this sort of thing happening was really too miraculous. However, they did not know that Jen Sutao, who was beside the all-encompass Sing armillary sphere, the astonishment on his face was even thicker than theirs. Just yesterday, he used the all-encompass Sing armillary sphere to divine things. He found that the Stellar Hall's elders lineup was about to change. And the person who would join them, it would be Jian Hongxiao. Putting that aside, he naturally knew how Jian Hongxiao recovered. 5 years. It really was only a short 5-year period for Yi Yuan to refine the 6-vein stellar pill. Was this medicine ancestor possessing the body? A 6-star alchemy God. Furthermore, it was just a first firmament true God 6-star alchemy God. He only used 5 years and refined the 6-vein stellar pill. Furthermore, looking at Jian Hongxiao's current condition, he actually seemed to have touched that layer of bottleneck. If it was really the case, Jian Hongxiao might break through to the Empyrean realm at any time. Empyrean realm? How many true God powerhouses sought after it all their lives but were unable to break through to this realm? But Jian Hongxiao actually had a blessing come to him in the disguise of misfortune, touching this boundary. Being able to do it and reaching this step, the medicinal pill that Jian Hongxiao consumed was absolutely not an ordinary 6-vein stellar pill. Just what kind of existence was that kid? Only all the way until today did Jian Sutao seemingly realize that he underestimated Yi Yuan. Underestimated him too much. This boy was absolutely not an ordinary emperor-surmounting aura. No wonder even he did not dare to cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan too. Returning to the stellar hall anew, Jian Hongxiao was also filled with vicissitudes of emotion. When he failed in casting the heaven-defying and fate-changing art, he thought that his whole life would be like this. Hence, he holed up in a tiny little imperial city with his mind at ease. All the way until one day, he divined that his fate had a change. But the future was still so confusing and whirling, because he could not calculate why at all. Later, Yi Yuan appeared in front of him. Everything changed. Today, he could finally stand here again. Sinner Hongxiao returns. Jian Hongxiao bowed down toward the depths of the great hall, his mind being agitated. It was silent inside. Only after a long time did a voice slowly say, good that you're back. Retake your seat. Yes. Jian Hongxiao answered and walked toward the elder's side. Jian Hao was standing here, unable to leave nor stay, being extremely awkward. Younger brother Jian Hao, it's been hard on you these few years. Jian Hongxiao looked at Jian Hao and said smilingly. The corners of Jian Hao's mouth twitched fiercely. His expression was ugly to the extreme. He wished to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He worked hard for 100,000 years. In the end, he actually still could not beat Jian Hongxiao. These 100,000 years, he was just a temporary replacement. Now that the real master was back, he was kicked aside with one foot. He was not able to accept it. But he had no choice. In Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital, Zhen Sutao's words were the imperial edict. No one dared to defy him. In Jian Hao's view, so what if Jian Hongxiao recovered his strength? He had once committed an unpardonable crime. Could it be that he could be forgiven after 100,000 years had Pares said? Who would those Stellar Hall disciples who died find to talk reason with? But Zhen Sutao did not seem to have the intention of explaining. Just like that, this matter was decided. He, Jian Hao, was back to being his protector. Truly a joke. Congratulations to Elder Hongxiao's return. Jian Hao gritted his teeth and still moved out of the position in the end. All of the Stellar Hall disciples looked at this scene, not daring to even breathe loudly. It was too awkward for everyone. I never dreamed that I actually still had a chance to step into the Stellar Hall in this lifetime. Yi Yuan, you showed this old man the grace of rebirth. Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan and said with a multitude of feelings. He deduced his own fate and just faintly felt that change would depend on Yi Yuan. But he did not think that he could return to the Stellar Hall anew for real. Furthermore, it was extremely quick. The 6-vein stellar pill, he knew that Yi Yuan should be able to refine it. It was just that he did not think that Yi Yuan directly gave him a vast spirit divine pill. When he saw the medicinal pill, his entire person was dazed. After eating the medicinal pill, his divine soul was practically about to float out. It was just that at that time not only did his strength improve further, he actually even had a deeper level of comprehension towards the profound spirit chaos formula, touching the threshold of Empyrean Realm. Everyone said give a plum in return for a peach. But now, the repayment that Yi Yuan gave him simply made him unable to bear it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Hongxiao is doing it again, aren't you? Is there still a need to be so courteous between you and me? Haha, this old man can't help himself. Oh, right, the ancient God battlefield still has a dozen over years before its opening. Those children of destiny will be gathering in Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital very soon. Although your destiny is strong, inside this ancient God battlefield, destiny is completely useless. I heard that even Dao ancestor powerhouses had perished there before, Jian Hongxiao said. Yi Yuan's face changed and he said in surprise, Dao ancestor powerhouse? Aren't they eternal and immortal? Jian Hongxiao shook his head and said, as for the specifics, I don't know either. How can that level of existence be what people like us can try to figure out? I only coincidentally heard Fengqi mentioned it once before very long ago. Presently, Yi Yuan had long learned that this Fengqi was Zhen Sutao's daughter, while Jian Hongxiao was Zhen Sutao's son-in-law. Back then, Zhen Fengqi had a great tribulation in her life. Since then, she became confined to her bed and never left it again. Jian Hongxiao loved Zhen Fengqi deeply. Hence, disregarding his biological brother's obstruction, he cast the heaven-defying fate-changing art. Who could have thought that apart from it falling short of success at the last stage, it even affected the all-encompassing Sing armillary sphere, sucking the 36 disciples on duty and his biological younger brother all into human jerky. This matter had always been the pain in Jian Hongxiao's heart. So he was never willing to bring it up to people. When Yi Yuan heard this, monstrous waves stirred in his heart.